reborn in Brazil as a financial tycoon. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 276 Political Influence. Fang Lang did not expect that the bill that he had discussed with the National Alliance in Sao Paulo last time would be submitted to the Legislative Assembly for discussion so quickly. At the beginning, they only discussed some general contents, and the specific details had not yet been discussed. When did these guys become so efficient? No wonder President Dutra summoned him late at night. Anyone who is not stupid can see the relationship between this bill and himself. It seems that the other party is either attracted by his huge influence on the National Alliance and the Social Democratic Party and wants to come and make friends. After all, it is not an easy thing for a policy bill targeting Chinese immigrants to gain 65% support in a legislative assembly where there are no Chinese at all. This shows that Fang Lang Group has already had a huge political influence in Brazil through its rapid development in the economic field in the past 2 years. Fang Lang's identity is no longer a simple naval general, but also a representative of a capital consortium with a strong influence on Brazilian politics. Fang Lang has always been warmly welcoming to those who want to be friends with him. What's more, the other party is the president of Brazil, or he wants to express dissatisfaction with his actions. But since the other party told him that he voted in favor, he has already expressed his attitude. This means that they are not here to cause trouble, and the possibility of making friends should be greater. Thank you, Mr. President, for your recognition of us Chinese. I also thank the Legislative Council for its strong support for our Chinese immigrants. I believe that with such policies and your support, we Chinese will be able to quickly integrate into Brazilian life and contribute to the prosperity of Brazil. Fang Lang has seen big scenes now. Regardless of whether President Dutra's words are true or false, he must show an attitude. So he just threw out a diplomatic rhetoric. President Dutra laughed after hearing what Fang Lang said. After taking a sip of coffee, he said seriously, I welcome the Chinese to integrate into Brazil. Moreover, I also hope to see more Chinese stand up and bravely make their voices heard. You must know that our Brazil is a democratic country, and freedom and equality have always been our unremitting pursuit. Of course, there are still many feudal remnants in Brazil now. We must completely eradicate these backward, ignorant, and outdated stubborn diseases. Fang Lang was listening to the words of the president while analyzing the meaning behind this sentence. After not seeing each other for a while, President Dutra has obviously begun to adapt to his role as a politician, and his speech is no longer as straightforward as before. At least Fang Lang now has to analyze his words to roughly understand what he wants to express. Democratic country, eradication of feudal remnants. Is this the reason why the president summoned me today? But what's the use of telling me these? I'm just a rear admiral. Are you going to reform the army? Reforms should not be discussed with me. For a moment, Fang Lang could not figure out what President Dutra wanted to express, so he could only follow the words of the president. Mr. President is right. We must fight against backward and ignorant feudal ideas. As a naval commander, I must resolutely obey the orders of Mr. President. After hearing Fang Lang's words, President Dutra smiled and said, Fang, don't get me wrong. There is no military action. Let me tell you this. Our current presidential system in Brazil does not conform to the image of our democratic country Brazil. You often go to the United States, so you should know what the presidential system in the United States is like. That is a model of democracy, so I want to learn from the advanced political system of the United States. Limit the power of the president, and avoid the emergence of dictators who abuse their power again. Fang Lang was a little stunned by President Dutra's words. What does it mean? Is this because you think your power is too great, and you want to decentralize it? Learn from the United States? How thoroughly have you been brainwashed by the United States? No wonder Americans strongly support you. However, Fang Lang had to admire President Dutra. After all, there are not many people who can take the initiative to weaken their own power. But you and I, a navy, can't say anything about these things. Wait, this is to use his influence on the National Alliance and the Social Democratic Party to promote the passage of this bill. There is no need to promote such things. Who would refuse a president who wants to decentralize power? If the president has less power, won't everyone have more power? Unless he wants to be the centralized president. Fang Lang soon understood where the resistance was. President Vargas, who is preparing to participate in the next presidential election, and the Labour Party he formed. Fang Lang did not expect that one day the president would seek his support in order to limit the president's power. This is really unexpected. As a capitalist, Brazil's emerging consortium still welcomes the American political system. After all, it is a political system that protects capitalists. Only a fool would refuse. Of course, the details still need to be asked clearly. Then the two had an open discussion on the future political system of Brazil. Fang Lang highly praised President Dutra for voluntarily giving up the power in his hands and resolutely promoting the political system of separation of powers. The president also highly praised the foresight of the rear admiral. The talks were held in a sincere and friendly atmosphere. The two sides quickly reached a consensus. Historically, President Dutra did promulgate a new constitution in September 1946. Although the presidency is still the main system, this position is subject to many restrictions to prevent future leaders from abusing power. The new constitution established a system of 3 powers in the government, guaranteeing the independence and freedom of Congress in electing members. That night, the two sides negotiated for too long, and Fang Lang had no choice but to live in the manor together under the arrangement of Mayor Walt Dursley. The next morning, Fang Lang accompanied President Dutra for breakfast before leaving the manor. It was not until he left that President Dutra said apologetically, "Fang, I'm sorry that there is no investigation result on your attack in Sao Paulo." Fang Lang knew what Dutra meant, and it was obviously to express his apology for the self-defeating thing after arranging the Ministry of Justice to enter. But President Dutra can't be blamed for this matter. If President Dutra arranges the Ministry of Justice to intervene in the investigation, it must be out of kindness. After all, he couldn't be the murderer. If he wanted to kill himself, he wouldn't have arranged such a method. Mr. President, this matter is none of your business. We are not professional in investigations. Let's give you more time. I believe the truth will come out sooner or later. Fang Lang knew in his heart that this case was not so easy to solve. It was also within Fang Lang's expectations that the investigation would not yield any results. Instead of trusting other people's investigations, it would be better to investigate it himself, so he was ready to take time to return to Sao Paulo to investigate. President Dutra didn't see any problem from Fang Lang's expression and thought that Fang Lang had already made his own guess about who the murderer was. He held Fang Lang's hand, squeezed it, and said with a serious expression, "If you have a suspect in your mind, don't hide it. You can tell it out loud so that investigators can have another direction for the investigation." Feeling the strength in the president's hand, Fang Lang's heart moved, and he smiled and said, "I was ambushed once by the Japanese using similar methods in the United States, but I managed to escape. But there is too little evidence this time, and I really can't judge. What? Such a big thing happened. Why didn't I hear the Ministry of Defense report it?" Dutra didn't expect to ask about another case. Fang Lang smiled and shook his head and said, "My friend discovered the clues of that incident in advance, so the FBI of the United States deliberately set a trap to lure the enemy out, and it did not cause any harm to me. Therefore, I did not report this matter." "That won't do, Major General Fang. You are an important officer of our Brazilian Navy. Your safety is related to the national defense security of our Brazil, and you must not be careless. Now that you are a general, I will recommend to the Ministry of National Defense to upgrade your guard level by 1 level, and the guard establishment to company level. Only in this way can your travel safety be guaranteed. These damn Japanese, it is not enough that they created a violent tragedy in our Brazil that attacked the presidential palace. They even dared to attack the senior officers of our Brazilian Navy. I think it is necessary for us to list the Japanese as the most unpopular people in Brazil." President Dutra immediately put forward his own opinion. From this, it can be seen that the president is indeed very concerned about Fang Lang's safety. This is definitely not a concern for a military general. After all, it is natural to be a soldier and fight for war. It is a profession that is born to put your head on the belt to fight for wealth. How can you pursue safety? Mr. President must be concerned about the political influence of Fang Yuan Group behind Fang language. After last night's discussion, the two have reached a consensus. Now they are also political allies. The president certainly does not want to support his political allies and threaten their lives. For Dutra, listing the Japanese as the most unpopular group is at most a propaganda tool that is beneficial but not costly. Is this sentence written into the constitution? Of course. Fang Lang is very happy to be able to upgrade Fang Lang's guard level by 1 level and directly upgrade the guard platoon to the guard company. These are the bodyguards assigned to him by the Brazilian government. Of course, the more the better. But this was not enough. Fang Lang turned his eyes and smiled at the president. Thank you for your concern, Mr. President. I'm a soldier. I'm not nervous about my personal safety. However, I'm still very worried about the safety of my family. After all, according to the interrogation records of the FBI, the Japanese attacked in the United States because they suspected that I attacked their temples during my tenure as an occupation force in Japan. This is nonsense. I suspect that they did it because I took over the artillery factory from the American occupation forces. They did not dare to cause trouble for the Americans, so they put the blame on me. This artillery factory is now producing artillery for Brazil. Be careful. Fang Yuan Group is an indispensable part of our national defense industry. The safety of your family is also related to the national defense security of Brazil. See if we need to send guards to Fang Yuan Group. After hearing what Fang Lang said, President Dutra understood that Fang Lang had a request to make. But he was not sure what he wanted, so he could only try. Fang Lang listened to Dutra's words and smiled. Thank you for your concern, Mr. President. Fang Yuan Group is a private enterprise. If the state needs to send guards, it may cause some unnecessary trouble. I hope the government can approve Fang Yuan Group to set up a private force company and build its own security team to protect the safety of the factory and my family. Chapter 277 Military Contracting. President Dutra waved his hand and said, "What's the big deal? It's just a security company. Brazil already has one. There's no difficulty at all. You just need to submit an application to the local government." Fang Lang knew that with Fang Yuan Group and Fang Lang's background, it would not be a problem for an ordinary security company to be established. But Fang Lang certainly didn't want to establish such a small company. So he coughed twice and said, "Mr. President, I'm not talking about an ordinary security company. You also know that our Fang Yuan Group now has some military industries, such as artillery factories and light weapons factories, and may enter the field of heavy weapons manufacturing in the future. These equipment often need to be tested when they are manufactured, and then improved according to the actual combat results. Therefore, I want to set up a military contracting company similar to a mercenary organization. I hope this company can take on some orders to perform military missions around the world. Some big businessmen I know in the United States have some mines in Africa and the Middle East, which are often attacked. Therefore, some retired veterans were recruited in the United States to protect the safety of their factories. In the process of communicating with Shatter Company, I also heard that many people who purchased weapons and equipment from them had corresponding order requirements. I wonder if we can set up such a military contracting company in Brazil to take on some foreign military orders." President Dutra was a military man. After hearing Fang Lang's words, he immediately understood what he meant. In fact, this is a private army. For any country, it is unacceptable to have such a military force that is not under its control in its own territory. Therefore, President Dutra's face was tangled. This is not a trivial matter. If there is such a force in Brazil, it may make many people feel uneasy. Fang Lang did not want to become a fat man in one breath, so he hurriedly said, "Please rest assured, Mr. President, this is my future plan for this company. Don't worry. In the early stage of this company, we only undertake some basic security tasks. And we can guarantee that in the future, we will only undertake security tasks in Brazil. For all military operations, we only undertake foreign tasks. In China, we mainly conduct military training." After hearing Fang Lang's words, Dutra thought about it seriously. If it is really like Fang Lang said, only building a training base in China and placing all mission targets abroad, it is actually nothing wrong. After all, there has always been a tradition of mercenaries in the West. Their Brazilian Expeditionary Force is actually not much different from mercenaries, except that the US government hired it from the Brazilian government. Considering the good relationship he had just established with Fang Lang, Dutra did not refuse directly, but said tactfully, "I think you can set up an ordinary security company first. I don't think there is any problem with the security company setting up a training camp in China to train the company's security personnel in professional skills. As for the security company undertaking weapons testing work, it is of course within the normal business scope. If you really receive mission to go abroad to perform paramilitary operations, the content of your contract can also be a security contract. As for what will happen abroad, who can say for sure?" Fang Lang understood what President Dutra meant as soon as he heard it. The other party wanted him to play a marginal ball. Ordinary security companies can of course only conduct some light weapons training, but after undertaking the weapons testing mission of the military industrial group, any heavy firepower training they want can be said to be weapons testing. When performing paramilitary missions abroad, the company only signs a security contract. After the customer encounters something after going abroad, the employee's work changes accordingly, which is not the business of the security company. Although Fang Lang was a little disappointed, he also understood that the president had asked him to play a marginal ball. He couldn't force it too much. He nodded helplessly and said, "I understand, Mr. President." After leaving the manor, Fang Lang kept thinking on the way back to the base whether he should really follow the president's words and set up an ordinary security company and then play a marginal ball. How should this marginal ball be played more appropriately? After returning to the base office without saying a word, Kikingshan reported that General Clark wanted to see him before he even sat down. Haha. Fang, congratulations. Fang Lang's relationship with Clark is now quite close, so he seems very casual. "Uncle Clark, didn't you congratulate me yesterday?" Clark looked at Fang Lang's expression and asked in confusion, "Why? You don't look like the mood you should have after being promoted to major." Looking up at General Clark and thinking about his identity, Fang Lang's eyes lit up and said, "Uncle, the US government won't care if you are hired by me like this, right?" Clark was stunned by this strange question. "What do you mean? The US government certainly has no right to control what kind of work we do after retirement. This is my freedom." Fang Lang looked at General Clark sitting in front of him and cursed himself for being confused. Why did he set up a military contracting company in Brazil? Didn't he already have a ready-made business? "Uncle, I want to set up a private, armed company in the United States and transfer all your contracts to this company. Then sign a contract with the Brazilian Ministry of Defense. Do you think it's feasible?" After listening to Fang Lang's words, General Clark did not answer immediately, but thought about it before saying, "Private armed company?" The more Fang Lang thought about it, the better this idea was. The biggest advantage of setting up a company in the United States is that with the background of American capital, when you go abroad, people will have a completely different attitude when they see you as an American company and a Brazilian company. Moreover, American companies are more likely to receive business orders from the United States. How many military orders can Brazil have? Fortunately, President Dutra did not agree to it directly. Only then did he find the right direction. "You see, you are now directly hired by us to serve as our consultants. That's because of our relationship with you, and it's easy to find a complete team like you. What about other countries and individuals? At this time, there is a professional private force contracting company which can solve this problem well. We can use this simple business behavior to dilute the political influence of some military cooperation. Just like Shatter Company, the sale of retired military weapons and equipment has become a business behavior. Do you understand what I mean?" General Clark looked at Fang Lang with a puzzled look and said, "Why did you suddenly think of setting up such a company? Don't you have a security department?" "The main reason is that I was attacked in Sao Paulo this time. Although I was safe, I'm still worried about the safety of my family, so I want to recruit some professional security personnel. But simple security personnel, when faced with the intensity of the attack we encountered last time, it is estimated that it will be difficult to make a difference. Therefore, I thought of setting up a paramilitary team to perform security tasks. Just meeting you, I thought that maybe we can do something bigger and take over some business from the defense departments of various countries that are not convenient for the official to come forward. Just like the business of our Naval Advisory Group. What do you think? The more Fang Lang thought about it, the more he felt that it was feasible. Think about the American Black Otter in the future. Didn't it grow and develop by relying on the background of an American company and taking orders from the US Department of Defense? If he really set up a Brazilian military contracting company, it is estimated that the possibility of taking orders from the US Department of Defense is very small. General Clark pondered for a long time before saying, "It's not impossible, but there won't be many orders for this kind of business now. And if you want to take on this kind of business, you must find a few big people to cooperate with." Haha. I understand that this kind of business must have a background to take it on. I think the cooperation method of Shatter Company is very suitable, right? Wait, if I invite Mr. Morgan to invest, what do you think? Considering his identity and background, setting up such a company in the United States may not have any problems in the early stage, but in the later stage, as the business expands and the company's influence becomes greater, it may be kicked out. Then he would have worked in vain. So it is very necessary for him to pull a strong partner who will not kick him away. With the strength of the Morgan family in the United States, no one should be able to shake it. What, Mr. Morgan? Are you related to the Morgan family? General Clark never thought that the young man in front of him would have a connection with the largest financial group in the United States, the Morgan Financial Group. So, when he heard Fang Lang mention the Morgan family joining the group, he couldn't hide his shocked expression at all. Fang Lang would not hide the cooperative relationship between himself and the Morgan family. So, he nodded without hesitation and said, "Of course, Mr. Morgan and I have a good relationship, and we have a lot of business cooperation." Hearing the affirmative answer, Clark had to look at the young man in front of him again. If that's the case, I think this business can be done. With such a background, and finding a few big men from the top of the military to join, the future of this company is limitless. Fang Lang smiled and looked at General Clark in front of him and said, "Then uncle, are you interested in serving as the general manager of the new company?" General Clark didn't expect that Fang Lang would want him to serve as the general manager of the new company. After thinking for a while, he said, "Will my qualifications be insufficient to support such a company?" "Uncle, you are a retired rear admiral. Although there are many rear admirals in the United States now, we are our own people. I believe that with the support of Mr. Morgan and me, if you set up a company yourself, no one should dare to object to it." Fang Lang encouraged with an expression of "I believe you." General Clark came here to continue to complete his teaching task, but he did not expect Fang Lang to suddenly make such a request. He was completely unprepared for this matter, and for a moment he did not know whether he should agree directly. Fang Lang saw General Clark's hesitation and continued, "Uncle, think about it. After the end of this contract, will everyone in our Naval Advisory Group have to start looking for a job again? If we set up a company and re-sign with everyone will become our long-term employees. Even after this contract expires, we can find new orders so that everyone will not be unemployed, right? In fact, many countries in the world now want to purchase American warships. If training agreements can be signed with these purchasing countries, this company will not lack business orders at all." After thinking it over again and again, General Clark finally nodded and agreed to Fang Lang's proposal. He began to set up the Whip of God Military Contracting Company. In the early stage, the company's main business was to undertake security tasks for the protection of VIPs and military training tasks for the Navy, Army, and Air Force. Chapter 278 Tacit Understanding. What Fang Lang didn't know was that while he was discussing the establishment of a military contracting company with General Clark, there was a person in the naval base who was fidgeting like an ant on a hot pot. He seemed absent-minded even when participating in the Marine Corps training, and finally made it to the lunch break. After asking for leave from the American chief instructor in charge of training, Colonel Waldo Granmer rushed to the headquarters building of the naval base. "Boss, Colonel Waldo Granmer of the Marine Corps wants to see you." Kekingshan knocked on Fang Lang's office door, interrupting the discussion that Fang Lang and General Clark had been having for the whole morning. When Fang Lang heard that it was Colonel Waldo Granmer who was visiting, The corners of his mouth curled up, and he didn't understand what was going on. It seems that Miss Iona's city is really impatient. After knowing the address of the colonel, he immediately contacted the colonel. When General Clark saw Fang Lang's expression, he knew that this little fox was calculating others again. He smiled and shook his head, and stood up to say goodbye to Fang language. I will fly back to the United States tomorrow, and start to implement the plan we discussed. Fang Lang smiled and said, I will send a telegram to Wan Changson of the global group, and ask him to cooperate with you to complete the establishment of the company, as soon as possible. As for the big shots in the Ministry of Defense, I will trouble you to take care of them. I will also send a telegram to Mr. Morgan to explain to him. If you need it, you can go to him for help. General Clark nodded seriously, and when he walked out of the office, he did not forget to turn around and salute Fang language. Colonel Waldo Granma knew General Clark's identity. He was shocked to see a Major General of the US Army saluting Fang language. He quickly put his mood in order and began to tidy up his clothes. When Kikingshan notified him that he could go in, he pushed open the door of Fang Lang's office carefully with a nervous mood. After entering the room, Colonel Waldo Granma saw that Fang Lang was standing at the door waiting for him. He quickly stood at attention and saluted, saying, Good afternoon, General. Fang Lang seemed very enthusiastic this time. After casually returning a military salute, he pointed to the sofa in the reception area and said, Colonel Granma, please come in and sit here. I'm really sorry that I haven't had a chance to have a good chat with you due to my busy official duties. I went to the United States again this time, so I really can't get away. Colonel Waldo Granma seemed very reserved this time, and was not as casual as he was when he first entered Fang Lang's office. After hearing Fang Lang's words, he stood at attention and said, General, you are busy with official duties. I'm sorry for causing you trouble. Fang Lang heard him say that he was causing trouble for himself, so he smiled and did not answer. Instead, he changed the subject and said, Yesterday, I talked with General Crook, the Minister of the Navy, about the training of the Marine Corps. The minister heard that I arranged for Colonel Granma to participate in the basic training of the Marine Corps. He severely criticized me and thought that this was a lack of trust in a veteran. As a colonel officer, you should not conduct some basic training with ordinary soldiers. You don't even have time to go home to spend time with your family. This is really not right. I also want to conduct a deep self-examination here and apologize to the colonel. How about this? Starting from this afternoon, the colonel will no longer continue to participate in the basic training of the Marine Corps. I have arranged an office for you on the second floor of the headquarters. From now on, the colonel will start working in the office. What do you think? When Colonel Waldo Granma heard Fang Lang say that he didn't even have time to spend time with his family, his heart skipped a beat. How could this be asking him not to participate in the training? Isn't this a reminder to yourself to be careful not to let your family know about Miss Iona's city's existence? He quickly stood up and said, General, you are too kind. I volunteered to participate in the basic training of the Marine Corps. I didn't expect that you would be misunderstood by General Crook. It was really my fault. Please rest assured that I will explain it to General Crook in person. Fang Lang smiled and shook his head. Now I have your handle in my hand. It doesn't matter whether you participate in the training of the Marine Corps or not. The so-called blame from General Crook is just a casual remark by Fang language. General Crook doesn't care about how you, Colonel Waldo Granma, live in the Navy. As long as this Marine Corps is not controlled by you, who came from the Army, it's fine. No need to explain. I have already explained it clearly to General Crook. Mr. Colonel is not young anymore, and it is indeed not suitable for him to continue to participate in the basic training of the Marine Corps. It would be easier to work in the office, right? As for the training of the Marine Corps, let the battalion commanders below take care of it themselves. Hearing Fang Lang's words, Colonel Waldo Granma's mouth was bitter, and he understood what Fang Lang meant. The training was handed over to the battalion commanders below, and I, the brigade commander, should not worry too much. Since the training was left to the battalion commanders below, the usual management was of course the responsibility of the battalion commanders. I just need to sit there, look at the documents and drink coffee. Think about myself, the commander of the main army. When the major general in front of me was still a soldier, I was already a lieutenant colonel. But now, others are major generals, my immediate superiors. I was kicked to work for someone else's subordinates. He had originally thought of using his old superior's status to seize the power of the Marine Corps and use the Navy's military funds to develop an armored force of his own. He wanted his father-in-law to look at him with new eyes. Unexpectedly, he had a bad start. As soon as he arrived at the Marine Corps, he was severely educated to let him know why the sea was so blue. He finally adapted to the training rhythm of the Marine Corps and wanted to establish his image of sharing weal and woe in the Marine Corps. He was called back to sit in the office again, which made him realize how deep the sea was. Most importantly, a telegram from the United States made him realize that his little secret had been taken by the young superior in front of him. This was a secret that could make him lose everything. He had to accept all the arrangements made by the superior in front of him in a humble manner. Otherwise, he believed that he would be able to taste how bitter the seawater was. Yes, sir, I obey orders. Colonel Waldo Granmer, who had no way to resist, finally chose to accept the path arranged by Fang Lang for him. In just a few words, both parties reached a tacit agreement. Some things don't need to be said too clearly. Colonel Waldo Granmer knew what he should do in the future. For the affairs of the Marine Corps, he only needed to be the nominal commander-in-chief. The actual power was delegated to the 5 battalion commanders under him, which was equivalent to the power of the Marine Corps being firmly in Fang Lang's hands. The officer in front of him, who was only in his early 20s, had a skill that made him admire him. He couldn't help but admit defeat. Fang Lang heard Colonel Waldo Granmer obey his orders and smiled with satisfaction. He patted him on the shoulder and said, "I think what Colonel said to me last time about the use of armored forces is very insightful. Although our Navy department is currently short of military funds and cannot afford to purchase armored vehicles to form armored forces. However, we must also plan ahead and familiarize ourselves with and study the strategies and tactics of the Marine Corps Armored Forces amphibious landing operations in advance. I want to hand this work over to Colonel Waldo Granmer. I wonder if Colonel is willing?" Colonel Waldo Granmer was obviously stunned. Didn't he want to make himself a puppet? "Why do you think you have insights into the use of armored forces? You want me to study amphibious landing tactics? But you say you don't have money to buy armored vehicles. How can you study amphibious tactics? Rely on fantasy?" Colonel Waldo Granmer, who didn't quite understand what Fang Lang meant, looked at Fang Lang hesitantly. But when Fang Lang asked him if he was willing, he could only bite the bullet and said, "Of course I'm willing. I will resolutely carry out the orders of His Excellency the General." Although he didn't know what Fang Lang meant, he knew that no matter what work Fang Lang assigned to him, he had to take it. Because he didn't have the confidence to refuse Fang Lang's order. He couldn't bear the consequences of refusing Fang language. Seeing Colonel Waldo Granmer's expression, Fang Lang smiled and didn't expose him. Directly said, "Colonel, don't worry. Although we don't have an armored force yet, we have 2 tank landing ships donated by the Americans in our fleet. What I mean is that I want to hand over the command of the 2 tank landing ships to Colonel Waldo Granmer. With these 2 tank landing ships, Colonel can also be targeted when studying the amphibious landing operations of armored forces. What do you think, Colonel?" For Colonel Waldo Granmer, who was ready to be a puppet, this was an unexpected surprise. As an army, he actually didn't know what a tank landing ship was. But having a unit to command is completely different from sitting on the bench. What's more, this ship is called a tank landing ship, which must be related to tank landing operations. What else can you ask for? So, at this moment, Colonel Waldo Granmer felt that Fang Lang in front of him was no longer so scary. And for Fang Lang, since there was no way to have armored forces in his fleet for the time being, the 2 tank landing ships had no value. Instead of waiting for it to rust in the sea every day, it is better to recycle it and give Colonel Waldo Granmer some hope. As for whether Colonel Waldo Granmer would pose any threat to Fang Lang with 2 tank landing ships, Fang Lang was not worried at all. First of all, the 2 warships were originally his people. He could order them to obey the orders of Colonel Waldo Granmer. But if the colonel wanted to harm him, he would probably be overthrown by the crew. Even if Colonel Waldo Granmer could really fully control the 2 landing ships, he would not be able to pose any threat to Fang language. Because the tank landing ships of this period and the amphibious assault ships of later generations are two completely different concepts. The current tank landing ships are actually a kind of transport ship for transporting tanks to land. The combat effectiveness is almost zero. Colonel Waldo Granma was a little excited and stood up and saluted. "Yes, sir. Thank you for your trust, General." Looking at the somewhat excited Colonel Waldo Granma, Fang Lang thought, when you see the two tank landing ships, just don't jump up and curse. Actually, Fang Lang didn't kill him immediately. After giving him a slap, he still gave him a sweet gift. After all, he still needed him to continue to be the commander of the amphibious Marine Corps and help his people occupy the position first. After Fang Lang returned the gift, he patted Colonel Waldo Granma's arm to show encouragement. The colonel knew that it was time for him to leave, so he stood up and said goodbye to Fang language. Fang Lang nodded, and just as Colonel Waldo Granma was about to walk out of the office door, he suddenly remembered something and said, "By the way, I have someone prepare a villa in the seaside villa area of Natal City. I will send the key to you today." Chapter 279 Infectious Diseases. Colonel Waldo Granma was shocked, turned around, and looked at Fang Lang in disbelief. He was not shocked that Fang Lang gave him such a valuable thing. He was puzzled that Fang Lang threw out such a thing immediately after the tacit agreement they had just reached. His eyes seemed to question Fang Lang. "What else do you want to do?" Fang Lang looked at the other party's expression, smiled and said, "Colonel, don't get me wrong, we are comrades. This property was seized when we wiped out the Yakubu family, the cancer of Natal. I gave it to you as a gift. As for how you plan to deal with it, it is your freedom." The meaning of the expression is very clear. Since everyone has reached an agreement, we are friends. This house is just a gift for a friend. Colonel Waldo Granma thought too much and thought that the other party wanted him to use this house to settle Messiana City. Continue to use Messiana City to threaten him. In fact, he hasn't figured it out yet. This situation is actually the most beneficial to Fang language. Fang Lang had also intended to test him. If Colonel Waldo Granma really brought the blunt to live in Natal, he would have to consider the new Marine Corps commander in advance. He couldn't wait until Colonel Waldo Granma had a car accident and was abandoned before being caught off guard. After staring at Fang Lang for a long time, he found that Fang Lang did not seem to have any other intentions. Colonel Waldo Granma nodded and said to Fang Lang, "Thank you for the gift, sir." Then he pushed the door and walked out. Colonel Waldo Granma walked out of Fang Lang's office with a bitter face, knowing that he was completely controlled by Fang language. After a light sigh, he chose to accept his fate. Fang Lang, who had just sent Colonel Waldo Granma away, was not in the mood to care about his mood at the moment. He was carefully studying a document on the table. At first, he didn't care much, but the more he looked at it, the uglier Fang Lang looked. How long had it been since he recruited the American advisory group to Natal, and this happened? He picked up the phone on the table and called Ki Kingshan. "Kingshan, call me Military Surgeon Danilo Huber immediately." Ki Kingshan didn't understand why Fang Lang looked so unhappy. He thought that Colonel Waldo Granma had upset Fang language. But Fang Lang suddenly asked the military doctor to report to him, which still surprised Ki Kingshan. He hurriedly said, "Boss, are you feeling unwell?" Fang Lang shook his head and continued to look at the contents of the document. He said without raising his head, "It's official business. Hurry up and notify Military Surgeon Danilo Huber to come see me." Ki Kingshan was relieved to hear that it was not Fang Lang himself who was unwell. He quickly took the order and left. Soon, he brought Danilo Huber, the military doctor of the First Fleet, to Fang Lang's office. The First Fleet is a naval force with more than 10,000 people, but the military doctors group is not large. There is only one battalion level unit under the jurisdiction of the Logistics Department. Major Danilo Huber is the commander of this battalion level medical unit. "Dr. Danilo Huber, are the data in your report accurate?" Fang Lang asked the middle-aged white man with slightly gray hair and glasses in front of him. The other party was obviously prepared for this question. He stood at attention and saluted. "General, this report is based on the real data of the soldiers who have been to the medical camp for physical examinations during this period. The data is absolutely true and reliable. Fang Lang frowned and continued to ask, do we have good treatment methods now? The military doctor stood at attention and saluted. General, the best treatment method now is penicillin, but the price of penicillin is too high. More importantly, it takes at least 1 to 2 months for a patient to recover. And now the number of infected people found in our medical camp alone is close to more than 500. As for how many people are already infected and have not come to our medical camp for examination, we have no way to count them. This situation made Fang Lang have a headache. In a 10,000-man army, the number of people diagnosed with syphilis and gonorrhea by the medical camp has reached more than 500. If each person has to stay in the hospital for a month, it is equivalent to 1/20th of the fleet's non-combat casualties. Have you investigated the source of infection? Report to the general. The source of infection comes from fallen women in Natal. Hasn't the Natal government organized regular physical examinations for these fallen women? Are there fallen women working without a license? Fang Lang was very annoyed. When the Yakubu family was eradicated, the entire entertainment industry in Natal had been rectified, and every fallen woman was issued a license to take photos. The government organized medical staff to conduct regular physical examinations on these women, and they were only allowed to operate if they were healthy. Could it be that the government has given up on enforcement so quickly? After hearing Fang Lang's words, Major Danilo Huber said a little embarrassedly, I heard that, since the soldiers of the American Advisory Group patronized these businesses, many fallen women have been confirmed to be infected and sent to the hospital. There are less than 200 fallen women who can still work normally now. Fang Lang heard this and almost spit out a curse. Doesn't this mean that a large number of the American soldiers he invited still carry syphilis and gonorrhea germs? I knew that American soldiers were wild, but I didn't expect them to play so wild. No wonder every American soldier in World War II had condoms in their supplies. It seems that this disease is very common in the US military. Resisting the urge to curse, Fang Lang looked at Major Danilo Huber and said, if we organize all the soldiers to undergo physical examinations now, will your staff be able to handle it? Major Danilo Huber did not expect Fang Lang to want to organize physical examinations for all soldiers. He said with some embarrassment, General, we now have more than 500 susceptible patients in the medical camp. If we want to conduct a comprehensive physical examination for everyone, we may need to seek medical support from the outside world. Fang Lang never thought that the first official business he would handle after becoming a rear admiral would be such a bullshit. He sighed helplessly and said, there are not enough personnel. I will find a way. We must organize everyone to undergo a physical examination immediately. Now we have 1/20th of non-combat casualties. After a comprehensive physical examination, I estimate that there will be at least 1/10 of non-combat casualties. If this situation continues and is not curbed, our fleet will not have to fight. It will be directly defeated by these unspeakable diseases. Fang Lang turned his head and said to Qi Qingshan, notify Chief of Staff De La Tour to immediately organize all personnel in the fleet to undergo physical examinations in batches. Yes, boss. Qi Qingshan took the order and left. Fang Lang continued to say to Major Danilo Huber, Mr. Military Surgeon, medical and health safety is no small matter. Now our fleet is getting bigger and bigger, and the number of people is increasing. I think it is very necessary for us to expand the size of the medical camp. Go back and make a plan as soon as possible. I want to set up our own hospital for the fleet. The establishment is expanded to the regiment level. In order to ensure that the hospital has sufficient sources of patients, we can open up the remaining medical resources to the outside world. While receiving patients from the hospital and training the doctor's abilities, it also creates some income for the fleet. In fact, this is the advanced experience of his hometown in the future, which Fang Lang directly learned and applied. However, Major Danilo Huber was very surprised. After all, Brazil is not his hometown. The army belongs to the country, and the medical camp is also the country, responsible for ensuring the life, health and safety of the soldiers. Now Fang Lang wants to build a military hospital, and Major Danilo Huber has no doubts, but the general hospital is open to the outside world and accepts ordinary people to go to the military hospital for medical treatment. This can be said to be the first time in Brazil. Fang Lang is also helpless After all, the medical and health situation in Natal is not very good. Last time, after rescuing a group of laborers from the Japanese, they wanted to arrange for physical examinations for the laborers, and they had to recruit doctors from Rio de Janeiro and other places. Originally, he was thinking of building a hospital in Natal for Lilith to practice after she graduated. But Lilith's studies were expected to be completed at least until the middle of 1949. Now, he couldn't wait any longer. He simply built a military hospital based on the Fleet Medical Battalion, providing medical and health care for the fleet officers and soldiers, while training a qualified team of doctors. Although Major Danilo Huber was surprised by Fang Lang's behavior, this matter was obviously beneficial to him, and he would definitely not refuse, so he stood at attention and saluted without hesitation. "Yes, General. I promise to complete the task." Fang Lang nodded and said, "For this physical examination of the entire fleet, my idea is to try to find suitable medical staff in Brazil. At the same time, I will also hire a medical team from the United States to conduct a comprehensive physical examination of the American advisory group. I think Americans must have rich clinical experience in the diagnosis and treatment of such diseases. We should take this opportunity to learn more from them. Do you understand?" Major Danilo Huber was still surprised that Fang Lang would hire an American medical team. Modern medicine in this era is developing rapidly, and powerful countries such as Britain and the United States are undoubtedly at the forefront of the world. Having the opportunity to come into contact with the latest diagnostic and treatment methods of Americans is a rare opportunity for Major Danilo Huber and his team. "Yes, sir." After finishing the communication with Major Danilo Huber, Fang Lang directly asked for help from his immediate superior, Admiral Crook, the Minister of the Navy. After all, the Rio de Janeiro aircraft carrier battle group is an important part of the Brazilian Navy. Of course, you can't rely on yourself to solve all the difficulties. Appropriately asking for help from the superior leadership department can increase your presence in front of the leader. After receiving Fang Lang's request for help, General Crook immediately dispatched a medical team of about 500 people from the Navy and the Ministry of Defense to Natal for support. He affirmed Fang Lang's ability to detect abnormalities in time and immediately take positive measures. Then, Fang Lang asked the American Global Group to hire a professional medical team from an American hospital to be responsible for the physical examination and treatment of the American advisory group. As mentioned earlier, it is not that Americans are noble and need to invite doctors from the United States to treat them. Fang Lang's original purpose was to enable Brazilian doctors to learn some advanced diagnosis and treatment methods from Americans. It would be best to dig 2 doctors from the medical team to stay in Brazil, join the fleet military hospital, and serve the fleet. After all, if you want to make the military hospital grow and develop, it is definitely not enough to rely on military doctors alone. External doctors are also an important means, and these American doctors are excellent talents who have been exposed to the world's advanced diagnosis and treatment methods. It would be best if they could stay. Of course, this is also a bit wishful thinking on Fang Lang's part. After all, doctors in the United States are high-income people and respected. If they join the military hospital, how much salary can Fang Lang offer? Referring to American standards, it will definitely cause conflicts between local Brazilian doctors and American doctors. Therefore, this plan will definitely not work in the end. The only long-term solution is to train our own medical staff. Chapter 280 Visiting the Hospital. If you want to solve the spread of the disease, it is certainly not enough to just conduct physical examinations and treatments within the army. The source of transmission outside must also be focused on. The next morning, Fang Lang made an appointment with Mayor Walt Dursley to inspect the medical and health facilities in Natal. Driving through the streets of Natal again, Fang Lang was very surprised. No wonder the president praised Natal's construction last time. Natal has indeed changed dramatically from the current period of Fang Lang's military control. The main street has become a 4-lane concrete road, and tall landscape trees have been planted on the roadside. The original muddy and dilapidated appearance can no longer be seen. There is only one hospital in Natal, on the main street in the city center. When Fang Lang and Mayor Walt Dursley arrived at the door of the hospital, they found that the hospital was a little deserted, and there was no scene of people flowing as Fang Lang expected. The arrival of the two did not attract the attention of the hospital staff. "General, this is the only hospital in Natal. It was founded by Dr. Vasco Tapia. It has grown to its current size after nearly 30 years of development." Fang Lang carefully looked at the hospital in front of him, which was about the same size as the township hospital in his hometown in his previous life. It was composed of 4 rows of bungalows forming a small courtyard. There were 4 or 5 tall trees in the yard, and there were some low shrubs under the trees, which looked like they were carefully taken care of. There was a bench under each big tree, and there were 4 or 5 men and women who looked like patients on the benches, looking at Fang Lang and his party boredly. After hearing the introduction of Mayor Wald Dursley, Fang Lang did not express any opinions, but just nodded and continued to walk inside. After entering the hospital gate, there was a registration and payment office on the left, where a middle-aged white woman was sorting out the documents in her hand. On the right was a place that looked like a pharmacy, but the area was less than 10 square meters. A white man in his 30s was holding a book and reading. Walking through the room, you can see corridors on both sides near the yard. Along the corridor, you can see rooms one by one. There are some names on the rooms, which seem to be the names of doctors, but you can't see the name of the department, which makes Fang Lang very surprised. Could it be that the current Natal hospital has not even divided the departments? Walking along the way, Fang Lang counted a total of 10 doctors' offices. It seems that these are all the doctors in this hospital. No wonder there were not enough people to arrange a physical examination. Fortunately, although the conditions of this hospital are simple, the sanitary environment is very well maintained. The ground and the house are hardened with cement. The last row of houses has more than 10 rooms, each with 3 beds. It seems that this is the inpatient department of the hospital. There are a total of 30 beds. After everyone walked around the hospital, Mayor Wald Dursley took Fang Lang to knock on the door of a room with a sign saying the dean's office. A slightly old voice came from inside. "Come in." Mayor Wald Dursley pushed open the door, went in and greeted the other party with a smile. "Long time no see, Dr. Vasco Tapia." Following the open door, Fang Lang saw a white old man in his 60s with grey hair. The old man was not tall, and he looked like a scholar with a pair of glasses on his nose. "Mr. Mayor, are you feeling unwell?" The old man pushed his glasses on his nose. Mayor Wald Dursley waved his hands and said, "Drive Vasco Tapia, I don't feel unwell. Today I'm mainly here to accompany General Fang to see you," he said and made way. Fang Lang hurried forward, nodded to the old man and said, "Hello, Dr. Vasco Tapia, I'm Fang Lang." The old man looked Fang Lang up and down and said, "Are you Commander Fang of the naval base?" Fang Lang didn't expect that the other party had heard of him. He smiled and nodded. "Yes, Dr. Vasco Tapia, I'm the commander of the Natal Naval Base." After hearing Fang Lang's answer, the old man stood up from the stool and took the initiative to extend his right hand to shake hands with Fang language. With a trembling mouth, he said, "General Fang, thank you. Thank you for avenging my granddaughter. If it weren't for you, I'm afraid I would never find the murderer who killed my granddaughter in my lifetime." Fang Lang was stunned by what he said, and even Mayor Wald Dursley beside him was confused. Dr. Vasco Tapia saw the reactions of the two and quickly explained, "My granddaughter disappeared when she was 16. We called the police to look for her, but to no avail. I learned about it from a policeman a few months ago after General Fang arrested the Jakob family. My granddaughter was also harmed by that old bastard Jakob. My poor granddaughter. She was only 16 years old. How could that bastard who deserves to go to hell have the heart to do that?" As he spoke, the old man actually began to cry loudly. For a moment, Fang Lang was at a loss, and he quickly comforted the old man with Mayor Wald Dursley. After a long while, Dr. Vasco Tapia finally stopped his excitement. He said with a trembling voice, "General Fang, are you feeling unwell today?" It seems that the first reaction of a doctor when seeing a person is to ask if there is anything wrong with the body. Fang Lang smiled and shook his head and said, "Dr. Tapia, I came here today mainly to learn about the medical strength of our hospital, especially the diagnosis and treatment capabilities for infectious diseases. Recently, my military doctor told me that many of my subordinates have been infected with syphilis and gonorrhea. This will have a very serious impact on the combat effectiveness of my troops. Our troops have begun to arrange for everyone to undergo physical examinations and to centrally treat all infected personnel. However, the infected people outside must also be controlled and treated. As the only hospital in Natal, I want to understand the situation. As soon as Fang Lang heard what Fang Lang said, Dr. Basco Tapia understood what Fang Lang meant. He spoke directly. General Fang is here for those infected girls. Now, according to what I have learned, the number of girls infected is very large. Fortunately, the government now arranges for girls to go to the hospital for regular examinations, so we discovered it in a timely manner. We have begun to treat all the girls. If the girls are not cured, we will not issue them health certificates. Please rest assured. Fang Lang always felt something was wrong when he heard what the other party said. What do you mean I came here for the infected girls? This is not infected by me. Why does it sound so awkward to my ears? Thinking about it, it is not the time to care about these details, so I nodded and continued to ask, are there any difficulties in treatment? Dr. Vasco Tapia nodded and said, the best drug for treating these diseases now is penicillin, but the price of this drug is too expensive. Therefore, some girls can't afford the treatment costs at all. They can only choose to use the old treatment plan for treatment, which may take a little longer. This is also normal. Fang Lang Group manufactures penicillin itself, so it is very clear that the production difficulty of penicillin in the period without chemical synthesis is normal. The high price is also a phenomenon. Fang Lang is not a saint. He can't give penicillin to these girls for free, just because he heard that some girls can't afford the cost of penicillin. The doctor said that the old treatment plan can still be used for treatment, so there is no problem. Of course, the soldiers directly use penicillin. After all, the cost of the medicine is paid by the military expenditure of the Ministry of Defense. This is also a business. Well, that's good. Are there many people infected besides these girls? After all, it's not just the soldiers who take care of the girls' business. There are also many customers outside. Dr. Vasco Tapia thought for a while before saying, based on the current situation, not many other people come to the hospital for treatment. I guess it hasn't attracted attention yet. It's also possible that some people don't have the money to treat it. Hearing this, Fang Lang hurriedly said to Mary Wald Dursley, this won't work. It can easily cause repeated infections. Maybe we should popularize the harm of these diseases to everyone, so that these girls can learn to use safety measures. Post some reminder notices on the entertainment street, so that the public can pay attention and seek medical treatment in time. Avoid the further spread of the disease. Mary Wald Dursley now listens to Fang Lang's words. After all, this is the guest of the president, and he still has to curry favor with him. He said quickly, no problem, I will ask the health department to post notices on the entertainment street and spread the dangers of these diseases and early symptoms in the newspapers, so that more people can find them early and get treatment early. These things are originally the work of government departments. Fang Lang found the situation in the army and reported it to the government, which is considered to have completed his task. Today, he and Mary Wald Dursley agreed to visit the hospital together. Of course, it was not just to investigate the spread and treatment of diseases outside. The more important purpose is to investigate the medical market and see if there is room for other hospitals to survive after the establishment of the military hospital in Natal. If it is not suitable, when Lilith graduates, we will have to consider whether to let her work in the military hospital or find another place to build a hospital. Drive Basco Tapia. The mayor told me that there is only one hospital in Natal, but when I just came in, I found that there didn't seem to be many patients in the hospital. Why is that? In Fang Lang's cognition, hospitals have never lacked patients, but today he didn't see many patients in Tapia Hospital. Even if Natal is just a small town with a population of less than 200,000, there shouldn't be so few patients. Could it be that the local Brazilians believe in witch doctors more? If that's the case, I have to consider whether it is necessary for me to open the military hospital to the public. It's not that I'm afraid of competing with Tapia Hospital for patients, but such a small source of patients is not enough to support the development of a large hospital. After listening to Fang Lang's words, Dr. Vasco Tapia looked at Fang Lang with a strange expression and said, "General Fang, it costs a lot of money to go to the hospital for treatment. Our hospital has been open in Natal for 30 years. At the beginning, it was just my private clinic. The scale has always been small, and only some dignitaries can come to the hospital for treatment. Even in the first 2 years of opening, there was no patient other than white people who came to my clinic for treatment. It was only in recent years that everyone's economic conditions have improved, and the number of patients who can come to the hospital for treatment has gradually increased. It was only 4 years ago that my hospital expanded to its current size. Such an answer is reasonable and unexpected. Then where will other people go for treatment when they are sick?" Chapter 281 Daking Cotton Mill. Fang Lang heard him ask where people who didn't go to the hospital would go. Both of them looked strange, and Marewald Dursley coughed twice and said, "General Fang, in fact, most Brazilians don't have the ability to enjoy medical services." This answer really surprised Fang language. Even at this time, the people in his hometown, the remote town, could still enjoy the medical services of Chinese medicine doctors. "I didn't expect that the people of Brazil would live in such dire straits." But thinking carefully about the population structure of Brazil, Fang Lang believed this situation. After all, as a colony of Portugal, Brazil's population, in addition to the white immigrants from Europe and America and the original Portuguese nobles, are all local Indians and slaves from Africa. Brazil during this period still had strong feudal remnants, and the status of Indians and blacks was very low, and there was no opportunity to receive education. Therefore, most of the poor at the bottom lived in poverty and had no economic income. The original Brazil didn't even have any decent industry at all, and the main source of economy relied on agriculture. In recent years, due to World War II, in order to obtain high-quality industrial raw materials, the United States has increased its investment in Brazil and provided many jobs for Brazil. It also improved the lives of the original Indians and blacks. In the past 2 years, Fangio Group's large investment in Brazil has also solved the employment problems of many grassroots people, especially in some construction industries. The requirements for workers are not high. As long as they have a little strength, they can earn money to support their families through their own efforts. Even so, the current grassroots people in Brazil still cannot enjoy the right to education and medical services. You must know that the right to vote in Brazil's political rights is also clearly stipulated that illiterate people do not have the right to vote. That is to say, most of the grassroots people in the Brazilian population do not even have the right to vote. After hearing the mayor's answer, Fang Lang fell into deep thought for a while. He was not discouraged because of the small number of people who could enjoy medical services. This is like a famous story about a salesman selling shoes in Africa. One salesman saw that no one was wearing shoes, so he thought that he could not sell shoes here, while the other salesman was just the opposite. His reaction to seeing that no one was wearing shoes was that the market here was huge and everyone was short of a pair of shoes. As a modern person with the vision of later generations, Fang Lang saw that the market was huge and everyone should have the right to enjoy medical services. It was just that no one dared to go to the hospital to enjoy basic medical services because they had no money. Now Fang Lang had to consider how to make everyone rich and willing to enjoy medical services. Of course, this idea did not need to be explained to Marewald Dursley and Dr. Vasco Tapia. Therefore, Fang Lang did not continue to ask this question. Seeing Fang Lang in deep thought, the two did not speak. After a long while, Fang Lang vaguely had a plan in his mind. After turning to thank Dr. Vasco Tapia, he and Marewald Dursley left the only hospital in Natal. After leaving the hospital, Fang Lang did not choose to return to the naval base immediately. Instead, accompanied by Marewald Dursley, he visited the changes in Natal. The two sat in the car and visited all the way. Unknowingly, they came to the gate of a factory with a Chinese plaque. Fang Lang exclaimed "Ha!" when he saw the Chinese characters Daking Cotton Mill on it. He realized that this was not the Daking Cotton Mill that he had invested and built in Natal. Thinking back to when he found Chen Hanking, a talent who ran a spinning mill in Tianjin, among the workers he rescued in Natal, he thought of the high-quality long staple cotton produced in Natal, so he invested in Chen Hanking to open this spinning mill. He had been running around, but he had never paid serious attention to the situation of this factory. Mayor Walt Dursley, who had been with Fang Lang, heard Fang Lang's voice, followed Fang Lang's gaze, and saw the factory with a Chinese sign. He smiled and said, "General Fang's factory has solved the employment of many local women." Hearing Mayor Walt Dursley's words, Fang Lang smiled and said, "I haven't had the opportunity to visit this factory since it opened. I wonder if Mr. Mayor is free today to accompany me to see the situation of this factory." He was embarrassed to say that he didn't even know when this factory opened and could only say that he had no chance to visit it after it opened. After hearing Fang Lang's words, Mayor Walt Dursley certainly would not refuse. He smiled and said, "Of course, no problem. I have been to the opening ceremony of your factory. The manager named Chen is a very good businessman." Fang Lang did not expect that Mayor Walt Dursley would actually attend the opening ceremony of this factory. However, the other party knew that this factory was his own industry. As one of the few textile factories in Natal, it was not surprising for the local mayor to come to attend the opening ceremony. With the Chinese character of being good at dancing with long sleeves, it is also a basic operation to invite an official figure to attend the opening ceremony. Fang Lang just smiled at Mayor Walt Dursley's evaluation of Chen Hanking and did not make any comments. People from his hometown have a very serious official-oriented mentality. They will definitely attach great importance to Mayor Walt Dursley's participation in the opening ceremony and may even give him a big gift. Therefore, Fang Lang was not surprised that the mayor could give Chen Hanking a good review. He would not express any opinions. The driver heard the conversation between the two and naturally turned the car in the direction of Daking Cotton Mill, and the accompanying vehicles also hurriedly followed. Standing at the gate of Daking Cotton Mill, the gatekeepers were an elderly Chinese man with a limp and two young Indian youths. Seeing the convoy, which was rarely seen in the city of Natal, they knew that a big shot had arrived. While they were watching the excitement, the convoy suddenly turned and came straight to their factory. The old man was so scared that he trembled and hurriedly limped to the gates to stop the convoy. He asked the convoy's purpose, and the two local guys followed him. If it was in his hometown, he might not dare to stop such a convoy from entering the factory. But in Brazil, he was not afraid of these Brazilians. After all, he knew that the owner of the factory was the commander of the naval base not far away, and that was a figure who walked sideways in Natal, who dared not to give his boss face. Even the police patrolling on the streets regarded their factory as a key inspection area and patrolled around the factory at least 3 times a day. This raised the morale of the Chinese employees, and they were not as afraid of the so-called foreigners as they were in their hometown. Although the 2 Indian guys under his command were not very smooth in language communication, they were also obedient to his command. "What do you do?" the old man asked in his unskilled Portuguese. The reason why he could get the easy job of a security guard with a limp was that he had a good talent for language. Although it was not very smooth, he was able to communicate in simple Portuguese in just a few months, which was already very remarkable. The guards around Fang Lang were in the leading car. Seeing the elderly Chinese in front of him, he smiled and said in a very kind manner, "This is the convoy of General Fang of the Navy. They are coming to visit your factory now." The old man saw that several people were wearing military uniforms and heard that the chief of the navy was surnamed Fang. "Isn't that his boss?" He quickly corrected his attitude and said, "Okay, wait a moment. I will notify Manager Chen immediately." He turned around and shouted to the 2 Indian guys, "Hurry up and open the door. The boss is here. I'll call Manager Chen." Then he limped to the guard room to make a call. The guards on the lead car got off one after another, helped the 2 Indians open the gate, and then began to stand guard at the gate with guns in hand. The convoy passed through the gate smoothly and stopped in the factory. Opposite the factory was a 2-lane wide cement road, which was 300 or 400 meters long. On both sides were neat factory buildings, a total of 8 buildings. Each factory building had a huge iron gate, and outside the iron gate were trucks loading and unloading goods. The workers were busy at the door, and Fang Lang was very satisfied with the busy scene. The workers also saw these uninvited guests coming in at the door, and they all looked around curiously. Fang Lang noticed that there were Chinese, Indians, and blacks among the workers. They cooperated well and worked efficiently. It was not like the African ones that Fang Lang saw in the video in the future, where 3 or 4 blacks had to pass the boxes to each other. He opened the car door and walked down, without caring whether Chen Hongqing came over or not, and walked directly along the main road in the middle. The guard room is located on the right side of the gate, and behind it is a 2-story office building. The factory's office area should be here, but Fang Lang did not go to the office building for a visit. Instead, he walked directly into the factory area and came to the open iron gate of the first factory building. He saw a sign on the top of the factory building, which reads Zahua Workshop. In his previous life, Fang Lang had seen small Zahua machines in the countryside when he was a child and knew that this was the workshop that separated the cotton lint and cotton seeds in the cotton. Even standing at the door of the factory, Fang Lang could see the cotton catkins floating in the air in the workshop. This is not a good thing. It can easily block the respiratory tract and cause harm to the human body. Seeing that the workers did not have any protective measures, not even a mask, Fang Lang frowned. A Chinese who was carrying goods at the door saw Fang Lang's appearance and shouted in surprise, "Mr. Fang." Fang Lang knew that many of these Chinese were the group of people who were rescued from the Japanese, so it was not surprising that he knew him. He smiled and nodded to him. "Brother, what's your name? Are you used to working here?" This Chinese man was in his 30s, with dark skin, tall and thin figure. He looked like a man who had suffered a lot. Hearing Fang Lang calling him brother, the man laughed so hard that his back teeth were exposed and said excitedly, "Mr. Fang, my name is Yuan Dashan. Thanks to you, this job is very easy and there is nothing to get used to. Compared with the mine, this is simply heaven." When Fang Lang heard what the other party said, he knew that this was one of the people rescued from the mine. "That's good. You are used to life here." When he heard about life, the man named Yuan Dashan smiled even more happily. He nodded repeatedly and said, "What's there to get used to?" The chef in the cafeteria is also a Chinese. He cooks Chinese dishes with plenty of oil and water. You can eat meat dishes for every meal. When I was in my hometown, even the landlords didn't have such a good life. Look, I'm fat now. After saying that, he rolled up his sleeves and showed Fang Lang the muscles on his arms. Chapter 282 Visiting the Cotton Mill. Seeing Yuan Dashan's actions, Fang Lang also smiled. Mary Ward Dursley beside him didn't understand what the two were saying, but seeing their expressions, he also laughed. Just when Fang Lang was about to chat with this simple man for a few more words, Chen Hongqing's voice came from behind. "Boss, you finally came to our factory to have a look." Hearing Chen Hongqing's bitter and resentful voice, Fang Lang turned his head and saw that Chen Hongqing was very different from the first time he met him. "I still remember that when I first met him, I thought he was an old man in his 50s or 60s, and I always called him Old Man Chen. But after these few months of cultivation, he looked more than 10 years younger, and his whole face was a little radiant." Fang Lang stretched out his right hand to Chen Hongqing, smiled and said, "Haha. With Manager Chen here, what does it matter if I come or not? After not seeing each other for a few months, hasn't the factory been running?" Chen Hongqing was very excited to see Fang Lang again. Seeing Fang Lang stretched out his hand, he hurried forward and shook it tightly. It seemed as if he had 1,000 words to tell Fang language. But he noticed Mary Ward Dursley beside Fang Lang and nodded to the mayor and said a few polite words. Fang Lang saw Chen Hongqing greet the mayor in Portuguese with a heavy accent and nodded secretly. It seems that everyone has made good progress in learning Portuguese. "Boss, this is all thanks to your support and the help of the mayor. Our Daking cotton mill can be put into operation in such a short time." Chen Hongqing's traditional courtesy from his hometown still sounded particularly kind to Fang language. "How is the output of our factory now?" Fang Lang still wanted to express his concern for the situation of the factory. "Boss, our Daking cotton mill now has a total of 50,000 spindles. In the early stage, because the workers were not very skilled, we could only produce less than 15 tons of cotton yarn every day. But please rest assured that as the worker skills become more and more skilled, we can achieve a daily output of 18 tons of cotton yarn." In fact, Fang Lang was not familiar with the production scale and output of this kind of cotton spinning mill, and he didn't even know how many spindles there were. Hearing that 15 tons of cotton yarn can be produced every day, he calculated that the monthly output seems to be about 450 tons. He didn't know how many pieces of cloth could be woven, but seeing Chen Hongqing's expression, he knew that the output must be not low. Fang Lang nodded and asked, "Are the sales of the products okay?" "Of course, boss. We use the most advanced machines in the United States, and the yarn we spin is fast and good. We have signed a supply contract with Global Trade. The United States will accept as much as we produce. We don't have to worry about not being able to sell it," Chen Hongqing said with a smile on his face. Fang Lang frowned and said, "We are now directly exporting cotton yarn. Haven't we started weaving?" Noticing Fang Lang's frown, Chen Hongqing quickly restrained his smile and whispered, "Boss, our textile factory is still under construction, and the factory is expected to be put into production at the end of next month. The equipment for the printing and dyeing factory is still being purchased. It is expected that it will take until the end of September to produce a complete piece of cloth in Natal." Fang Lang also knew that he was still too anxious and nodded apologetically to Chen Hongqing. Looking at Mayor Walt Dursley beside him, he asked, "Mr. Mayor, how much was the average annual cotton trading volume in Natal in previous years?" Mayor Walt Dursley didn't understand why Fang Lang suddenly asked him this question. Fortunately, cotton was an important export commodity in Natal, and the mayor was still able to know the number. He said directly, "The average annual cotton trading volume in Natal is 160,000 tons. Fang Lang turned his head and said to Chen Hongqing, "Did you hear that? With such a high cotton output, your production capacity can't digest it at all. We have to continue to expand our production scale. We will strive to turn most of Natal's cotton into finished cotton cloth or ready-made clothes for export in Natal, so that we can maximize our profits." Chen Hongqing obviously didn't expect Fang Lang's appetite to be so big, but after hearing this, he felt very encouraged. He nodded in response. Then Fang Lang pointed to the workers in the workshop and said, "I saw the workers in our factory working in such an environment without even masks. This is not okay. We are not a sweet shop. Every skilled worker is the wealth of our factory. We must protect the health of our workers. By the way, has the group company issued a notice to establish a union within the factory?" Fang Lang and Mayor Walt Dursley, accompanied by Chen Hongqing, walked into the production workshop. The floating objects in the air made Fang Lang's nostrils itchy, and he had the urge to sneeze. "Yes, boss, I will arrange for someone to purchase masks immediately. We have received the notice sent by the group, and it has begun to be implemented." "Well, very good. The textile industry is a labor-intensive industry with a large number of workers, and the role of the union is very huge. You should not directly participate in the purchase of masks. Let the union submit applications, purchase and distribute them, and enhance the cohesion of our own union among our workers." Chen Hongqing didn't quite understand what Fang Lang meant. Why didn't this kind of thing happen directly in the name of the company, but instead took a detour and handed it over to the union? Isn't this equivalent to giving up the opportunity to win people's hearts? But why is this? Fang Lang smiled and said nothing. Mayor Walt Dursley, who was standing by, was thoughtful after hearing what Fang Lang said. He is a member of the Social Democratic Party and has recently heard about a trade union organization set up by the Labour Party, which is being developed. But listening to the conversation between Fang Lang and the others, it is obvious that the trade union of Daking Cotton Mill is not organized by the Labour Party, but seems to be organized by Fang Yuan Group itself, which makes him very puzzled. Fang Lang smiled and patted Chen Hongqing on the shoulder and said, "Don't worry. We must have our own purpose in doing this. You just need to make sure that the chairman of the trade union is one of our own." Chen Hongqing nodded repeatedly and said, "Boss, don't worry. The chairman of the trade union of our factory is a brother who was rescued from the mine with me and is absolutely loyal to the company. I didn't expect that the chairman of the trade union of Daking Cotton Mill would be a Chinese, but I would understand it after thinking about it. The Chinese must trust the Chinese the most. What's more, it is an old brother who has suffered with him." Patting Chen Hongqing on the shoulder, he smiled and said, "That's good. As long as we make sure that the union is run by our own people, we don't have to worry about the union's high reputation among the workers. Do you understand?" Mayor Walt Dursley, who had been with Fang Lang, heard what the two said. he asked with a little surprise. General Fang, was the union organization in your factory established by your company? Fang Lang then remembered that there was an outsider around him. If this guy was a member of the Labour Party, wouldn't he have exposed Fang Lang Group's plan? However, after carefully looking at the other party's expression, he only saw a curious look, so he asked tentatively, I don't know which party the mayor belongs to. Mayor Walt Dursley understood what the other party meant when he heard Fang Lang's words, and hurriedly smiled and said, General Fang, don't worry, I'm a member of the Social Democratic Party, not the Labour Party. I asked you, because a few days ago, a trade union organization was also established in our joint venture sugar factory, but this trade union organization was supported by the Labour Party behind the scenes. Now they are asking us to reduce working hours to 10 hours, and I'm also having a headache. Fang Lang remembered that he and the mayor had jointly established a sugar factory in Natal, but the major shareholder of this sugar factory was the other party, and Fang Lang Group only sent financial personnel to this factory. Now it seems that Mayor Walt Dursley has also realized that the purpose of the Labour Party to establish a trade union is not simple. After thinking for a while, Fang Lang asked, which party is Jeddah Brook a member of? He is a member of the National Alliance. After hearing that neither of them was a member of the Labour Party, Fang Lang paused for a moment and said, I think the establishment of a trade union organization is irreversible. But we factory owners cannot be easily controlled by the Labour Party, so our Fang Lang Group directly established a trade union organization. I suggest that Mr. Mayor and Mr. Speaker can join in and go to our Fang Lang Group's Sao Paulo headquarters to participate in our company's own trade union organization training. When your people understand how our own trade union organization operates, they will no longer regard the trade union organization as a scourge. Although Mayor Walt Dursley was a little skeptical, he chose to nod in agreement after considering Fang Lang's ability. After answering Mayor Walt Dursley's questions, Fang Lang turned his gaze to Chen Hanking again and said, how many workers do we have in our factory now? Chen Hanking was thinking about why Fang Lang asked Mr. Mayor and Mr. Speaker to arrange for people to study at the group's trade union and what the purpose of this trade union was. Almost unable to react to Fang Lang's question, he said after a long while, we now have a total of 1,000 people in our factory, working into shifts. This number of workers is not large for a labor-intensive industry. According to Fang Lang's prediction, in the future, Natal will have at least 100,000 workers in the textile industry alone. With these 100,000 textile workers, many other surrounding industries will be driven. For example, in the downstream garment industry, Fang Lang cannot complete all industries by himself. His goal is to control large enterprises himself, and then support some small and medium-sized enterprises. The garment industry is the easiest to develop. Then there are other service industries. As long as a place has enough population, it will definitely generate a huge market. Once the market is formed, capital will naturally move towards this side. Once capital enters, the local economy will naturally become active. Of course, it is not enough to have people. These people must also have consumption power, that is, have money to spend. What is the approximate salary income of the workers? Can they support themselves? Fang Lang is still very concerned about whether the workers can make money. Only when they make money will they have the ability to consume, and only when they have the ability to consume, can they bring the economy of a place to life. His purpose has never been to make a lot of money for himself, but to cultivate enough Chinese middle class. Boss, now each worker's monthly salary is about 280 cruzeros, so there is no problem in supporting oneself. In fact, most of our Chinese wages are deposited in the bank and not withdrawn. Everyone eats and lives in the factory and does not need to consume at all. I understand that those locals can live very well if they can get so much wages every month. This wage standard is considered very high in the whole of Natal. Chen Hanking did not know why Fang Lang asked about the workers' wages, but he knew that Fang Lang was not a stingy person and would definitely not be angry about the workers' wages. Note, Cruzeiro was the currency unit of Brazil from 1942 to 1967. The author found that in 1948, $1 could be exchanged for about 18.5 cruzeiros, and the monthly salary of textile factory workers was about $15. Chapter 283 Management Issues. Fang Lang did not think that the monthly salary of 280 cruzeiros for textile workers was high. However, he also knew that the wages of ordinary workers in Brazil were generally not high. From the expression of Maruald Dursley beside him, it can be seen that the wages in their factory are not low. He nodded and said to Chen Hongqing, "Are there any family members of our Navy officers and soldiers among these local workers?" I remember that, when we recruited workers, we asked to give priority to the families of Navy officers and soldiers. This was indeed what Fang Lang meant. Fang Lang's original purpose of establishing these factories was to settle the families of his soldiers. It was used to increase the cohesion of the soldiers. The families of the soldiers were settled near the base, firstly to alleviate the soldiers' homesickness, and allow the soldiers to reunite with their families during their rest. This can also reduce the chances of the soldiers messing around outside during their rest. Second, in order to further tie the soldiers to their own chariots, the soldiers were paid allowances by Fang Lang, and their families worked in the Fang Lang family's factory. It was equivalent to the soldier's entire family relying on Fang Lang for support, which could better improve the soldiers' loyalty. Third, the soldiers under Fang Lang have high allowances, and their families also work nearby. With so much income, it is easy for soldiers to choose to settle down in Natal. This can further increase the population of Natal and boost the economy of Natal. Of course, boss, many of our female workers are family members of soldiers. They came for the interview with letters of introduction issued by the fleet. Fang Lang nodded with satisfaction and said, "That's good. There is no problem with the work enthusiasm of these family members. Some are worried that these family members will not obey management because of their status as military family members. It will have an adverse impact on the development of the factory. Boss, don't worry. Our factory adopts performance-based wages. The more you work, the more you get. If everyone wants to get a high salary, they will definitely work hard on their own." Accompanied by the two, Fang Lang visited all the way and walked through several production workshops. The roar of the machines in some workshops was so loud that several people had to walk out of the factory before continuing to talk. Through today's inspection, Fang Lang still found a lot of problems, but it is no wonder that more management concepts in this era and later generations have not yet appeared. Many things that are well known in later generations have not been proposed in this era. Fang Lang has not studied factory management, so he cannot come up with some theoretical things. However, it is still very easy to find some problems. Therefore, after everyone returned to the company's office, Chen Hongqing gathered all the basic management personnel of the factory in the conference room to listen to the boss's lecture. Fang Lang was reluctant to do these formalistic things, but some things might be more effective if he said them, and he could also win people's hearts. So, he did not refuse. Meeting. For Fang Lang, he has long been familiar with it. After Chen Hongqing finished his opening remarks and introduction, it was Fang Lang's turn to speak. First, he affirmed the achievements made by everyone and thanked everyone for their hard work. Then he began to raise the problems he found. During this visit, I also found several problems. I would like to raise them one by one here and hope that everyone can implement improvements one by one. First of all, I think the most important work of the factory is safety. What is the biggest safety hazard in the textile factory? It is fire prevention. During the inspection today, I found that many workers smoked. Smoking in the textile factory is like lighting a light in the toilet, looking for death. Therefore, the first thing is to promote smoke-free factories. From today on, all fireworks, flammable and explosive items must not appear in the factory. Even the kitchen where you need to cook must be far away from the factory production area. Look at the cotton wool floating in the factory, and you will cause a disaster if you are not careful. Second, the firefighting facilities in the factory are very imperfect. I noticed that there are several water tanks outside the factory, but such small water tanks are simply a drop in the bucket in the face of such a large workshop. If an accident really happens, it will not play its due role at all. I remember that special fire extinguishers have appeared in European and American countries. There are some on the warships of our fleet, and we can go back to purchase them. There must be a fire extinguisher every 10 meters in the factory. In addition, workers should be organized to learn fire prevention and fire extinguishing knowledge every month. They should know how to put out different fires and how to use fire extinguishers. I don't want someone to use water to put out a fire in the circuit that day. Do you understand this? Everyone nodded and took out their notebooks to record. Chen Hongqing also blushed. He knew that the boss was a soldier, but he didn't expect that he could find so many problems at a glance. Third, I found that our factory has never standardized the placement of goods and tools. The first feeling I had when I walked into the factory was that it was messy. In some places, there was no place to step. How can this be? If workers trip and fall and cause industrial accidents, who will be responsible? From now on, scattered goods can be packed in wooden boxes, marked, and lines drawn on the ground. The corresponding items can only be placed in designated locations. Anyone who does not follow the regulations will be punished. I hope that the floor of the factory will always be kept clean. Except for mechanical equipment, no raw materials, goods, and tools can appear. In particular, the oil stains generated by the machinery must be cleaned up in time. It would be great if someone with obsessive compulsive disorder could be found to check this work. Everyone can understand the importance of fire prevention. But I didn't expect that the boss would put forward such strict requirements on the placement of items. For a moment, everyone looked at each other in bewilderment, wondering what the point of doing this was. In everyone's mind, many things must be placed in the most convenient place, so that everyone can work conveniently. In fact, Fang Lang didn't know the specific principle of doing this. However, he knew that most factories in the future would be like this, looking very clean and tidy, and quite high-end. He didn't know that this was actually the 5S management used by many factories: sorting, rectifying, sweeping, cleaning and literacy. This management method is mainly to create a safe, comfortable and bright working environment, cultivate good working habits of employees, and improve people's quality. It was proposed by the Japanese, and of course now it may be proposed by Fang Yuan Group. Fang Lang noticed the expressions of the crowd, all of whom didn't quite understand, and didn't explain too much, but said directly with a cold face, "You have to execute it if you understand it, and you have to execute it if you don't understand it. This is an order, understand?" Everyone was silent, and they said in unison that they understood. Seeing everyone's expressions, Fang Lang understood that no one would dare to disobey his orders, so he didn't say much, but nodded and continued. "Finally, I found that our workers don't have uniforms. This is not right and is not conducive to highlighting the image of our factory. Let's do this. We can provide winter and summer work clothes for the factory workers every year. The workers have different types of work, and the colors and logos of the work clothes can also be distinguished, so that our managers can distinguish the types of work of this worker at a glance. For example, our porters can be blue-gray, which is resistant to dirt. The workers on the production line can use white. This looks cleaner and tidier. By the way, all workers must wear hats that can cover their hair. If the spinning machine accidentally gets tangled in the hair, it is too dangerous to pull the head into the machine. Do you understand?" Chen Hongqing saw that the boss just looked around and put forward so many rectification requirements. I felt very impressed. After all, what the boss said was not empty talk. All of them were real problems, although he himself had not figured out why some of the problems were. However, as a manager, he could see many benefits from the method proposed by his boss, and that was enough. Fang Lang then encouraged everyone and shook hands with everyone one by one. After everyone returned to their work, Fang Lang chatted with Chen Hongqing again. "Old Chen, do many workers in our factory take sick leave? Where do they go for treatment when they are sick?" Chen Hongqing was a little overwhelmed by Fang Lang's sudden question. However, he also knew something about this matter and quickly replied, "Boss, for the time being, not many workers are taking sick leave. Most of them will still go to work in the factory after they are sick. After a period of time, the illness will slowly get better. As for where to go for treatment after being sick, I know there is a hospital in Natal. However, the cost of seeing a doctor is too high. 1 month's salary is not enough to go to the hospital. If it is not a serious illness, people dare not go to the hospital for treatment. Last time I heard that a local had an infected wound and festering. He went to the hospital for treatment and was told that he needed to be injected with penicillin. My goodness, an injection costs 3,700 cruzeros, which is higher than the worker's annual salary. Who can afford it? I can only buy some sulfur tablets to take home and slowly get better. Fang Lang knew that penicillin was expensive. Sulfur was also a very good anti-inflammatory drug, but the effect was not as obvious as penicillin, and the price was actually not cheap. After all, Brazil did not have the manufacturing capacity and had to rely on imports. However, thinking that its own pharmaceutical factory might try to manufacture some sulfur for sale. What do you think? If we take out a portion of the workers' wages every month and our factory subsidizes another portion to buy medical insurance for everyone so that everyone can afford to see a doctor in the future, will the workers be willing? Fang Lang's words once again made Chen Hanking fall into deep thought. Even Mayor Walt Dursley looked at Fang Lang with confusion, not understanding what he meant. However, the mayor felt that this was obviously none of his business, so he did not participate in the discussion. Chen Hanking thought for a while and asked, how much should the workers pay? How much does the factory subsidize? Fang Lang thought for a while, tapped the table and said, workers pay 1/20th of their monthly salary, which is about 14 cruzeros, and the factory subsidizes 28 cruzeros, a total of 42 cruzeros, to buy medical insurance. It is used to ensure that everyone can enjoy medical services when they are sick. But in this way, the factory will have to spend more than 28,000 cruzeros per month. The workers may not be willing to take out this part of their salary to buy this medical insurance. Fang Lang also understood that many workers might prefer to put the money in their own pockets rather than be willing to buy this medical insurance. Even Chen Hanking in front of him probably thought the same. Fang Lang had expected this and nodded. Let's do this. I will discuss it with the insurance company first. If we can reach an agreement, we will talk about it. If there are workers who really don't want to participate in the insurance, we can also let the workers choose freely. After I have reached an agreement with the insurance company, the union will come forward to propose this matter. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 284, The Mayor's Ambition. Mayor Walt Dursley did not understand Fang Lang's idea and asked, General Fang, why are you willing to let your company pay extra to help the workers pay for medical insurance? Shouldn't the workers buy it themselves? Fang Lang's original idea was to add some patients to the hospital, but he was surprised to learn that most people did not have the opportunity to enjoy medical services, so he hoped that he could do something for everyone. It is impossible to bring all the Chinese immigrants here, and then they will be more miserable than in their hometowns, and they will not be able to enjoy medical services. So, the first method he thought of was to buy medical insurance. But he didn't know whether Brazil's medical insurance had such a product, so he could only think about asking Chen Hanking for his opinion first. In fact, what Fang Lang didn't know was that Brazil in later generations proposed the idea of free medical care for all in 1964, and in 1988 it was written into the constitution. Although the policy is a good policy, the government that implements the policy is not a reliable government. Corruption and misappropriation of funds have led to outdated medical facilities and a lack of doctors in Brazil. Although the poor can enjoy free medical care, many patients cannot enjoy timely treatment services because of the insufficient number and equipment of public hospitals, the shortage of beds, and the overcrowding of hospitals. When the new crown broke out in later generations, Brazil chose to lie down directly, and the number of Brazilians infected could not be accurately counted. Ordinary people could not get effective treatment after being infected with the new crown, and the medical system almost collapsed. After the people could not get effective treatment from public hospitals, they turned to private hospitals at their own expense, which further promoted the vigorous development of private hospitals. Most of the rich Brazilians enjoy more intimate medical services in private hospitals through the private medical insurance services they purchased. Hearing the question of Mayor Roald Dursley, Fang Lang certainly could not directly answer that it was to add patients to the hospital. So, he said without hesitation, everyone in Brazil has the right to enjoy medical services, right? As a politician, the mayor was shocked after hearing Fang Lang's words, and said with a sudden inspiration, Fang, you are so right. Every Brazilian citizen should have the right to enjoy medical services. What do you think of me using this slogan as my next campaign slogan? Fang Lang looked at Mayor Roald Dursley in astonishment. He didn't expect this guy's brain to turn so fast. No wonder he was elected mayor of Natal for 2 consecutive terms. However, this idea did not do any harm to Fang language. After all, he already had a pharmaceutical factory, and his girlfriend was studying medicine, so she planned to set up a private hospital for him. If the mayor could really push the government to provide medical insurance to more people, Fang Lang would certainly not mind. Mr. Mayor, are you serious? But I think this slogan should not be used in the election of the mayor of Natal, but should be used directly in the presidential election. How about it, Mr. Roald Dursley? Is he interested in running for the president of Brazil? In fact, this was a joke of Fang language. After all, he remembered very clearly that the next president of Brazil was Vargas. But after hearing what Fang Lang said, Roald Dursley's eyes began to shine, and he looked at Fang Lang without blinking and said, Fang, you are so right. This topic is not suitable for the mayoral election. Then are you willing to help me run for the president of Brazil? As a member of the Social Democratic Party, Roald Dursley is very clear about Fang Lang's influence on the Social Democratic Party, although this influence has not reached its maximum level yet. But as time goes by, the scale and status of Nice Company are getting bigger and bigger, and Fang Lang's influence on the Social Democratic Party will also become bigger and bigger. Otherwise, why would President Dutra ask Fang Lang, a rear admiral, to meet privately to seek support? Fang Lang did not expect that a joke would make Roald Dursley take it seriously. However, it is indeed a very challenging thing for Fang Lang to support one of his own people to become the president of Brazil. He looked at Roald Dursley in front of him seriously and began to think about the feasibility of this matter. The more Fang Lang thought about it, the more interesting it was. What could be more challenging than becoming a big boss behind the scenes and controlling the political direction of a country? However, he is a Chinese. The proportion of Chinese in Brazil is too low now, and there are many things that cannot be done too much. If it is too radical, it may affect the living environment of the entire Chinese community in Brazil. It is a very good choice to regard this matter as a long-term goal. Are you sure? After all, not everyone can be the president, and it is not just Roald Dursley's wishful thinking. He can succeed with his mouth. He must have his own achievements. Roald Dursley also heard Fang Lang's words, and the idea that suddenly popped up in his mind was not carefully considered. When asked by Fang Lang, he couldn't help but start to think seriously. If you want to be elected president, you must have your own governing program and achievements. But Roald Dursley obviously doesn't have these. You can't just run for election by saying that you want to let all Brazilians enjoy medical services. How to enjoy medical services? How many capitalists will agree to their factories to take out extra funds to buy medical insurance for workers like Fang Lang? If I really use this method to make a campaign speech, it is estimated that all capitalists will vote against me. Without the support of capitalists, it is almost impossible to be elected president smoothly. Of course, if I really have a good mouth and can fool all Brazilians, it is not impossible. But I obviously don't have such a mouth. So, I can only shake my head in frustration. Chen Hongqing, who was sitting on the side listening to the two people's communication, was sweating all over at this moment. It is related to the presidential candidate of a country. Is it a topic that I, a working man, can listen to? After all, in the hometown of this era, the head of state is not something that everyone can discuss. The official-oriented thinking for thousands of years has made Chen Hongqing naturally lower his head to officials. But now I heard my boss and the mayor of Natal discussing whether to become the president of Brazil in front of me. Isn't this similar to plotting a rebellion? I won't be silenced. Fang Lang didn't pay attention to Chen Hongqing's reaction. Seeing Roald Dursley shaking his head, he smiled and said, Mr. Roald Dursley is not without a chance. Think about what Natal was like before. What is Natal like now? The president praised your achievements in Natal in front of me 2 days ago. If you can make Natal look brand new, you may have a chance to compete. Huell Dursley's eyelids twitched when he heard Fang Lang's words. He swallowed hard before saying, "But, I'm implementing it according to your plan." Hearing this, Fang Lang was very happy. Huell Dursley is a real man. Last time, he pushed the credit to himself in front of the president, and now he still hasn't taken the credit for himself. Fang Lang is more assured to support such a person. But being so honest doesn't seem to be a quality that a qualified politician should have. Fang Lang patted Huell Dursley's arm and said, "I'm a soldier. I have no interest in that position, nor in this credit. So, this is your credit and plan, understand?" In fact, Fang Lang's meaning of saying this is not really to support Huell Dursley to run for president, but to hope that he can pay more attention to his plan for Natal and implement it seriously. Let Fang Lang Group's investment in Natal be able to get enough returns, truly build Natal into a developed coastal city, and have a good environment after leaving the naval base. If Huell Dursley goes to participate in the election, facing Vargas, the former president who has a huge reputation in Brazil, even the current president who is supported by Americans has lost. Fang Lang does not think he has a chance of winning. More importantly, the Labour Party founded by Vargas has developed very rapidly in recent years. Although Fang Lang's Fang Lang Group established its own trade union in time to reduce the infiltration of the Labour Party organization within Fang Lang Group, other companies still establish trade union organizations. This organization has collected a lot of grassroots votes for the Labour Party. Unless the Social Democratic Party and the National Alliance also learn from the Labour Party and win over the grassroots workers and farmers. But this obviously violates the basic principles of the two parties. It is no wonder that the Brazilian government was taken over by the military in 1964 and all political parties were banned. But after the military decentralization in 1985, the Labour Party was immediately re-established and occupied the vast majority of seats, while the Social Democratic Party and the National Alliance slowly disappeared. In Fang Lang's eyes, the Labour Party is not his enemy. On the contrary, the Labour Party is his target of active infiltration, which is also the purpose of his establishment of his own company union. One day when a suitable candidate appears, Fang Lang can let him join the Labour Party with the Fang Lang Group's trade union organization and take the opportunity to gain the right to speak in the Labour Party. The time is not ripe now because the current Labour Party is Vargas's Labour Party, which is not a democratic organization. After joining, you must obey Vargas's command. Fang Lang does not oppose Vargas's rule because he is a pragmatist and he will support anything that is beneficial to him, including his original intention of establishing the Labour Party, which was to win votes from the majority of workers. His Labour Party should actually be called the Industrial Party. Unlike the Soviet Communist Party, it is a thoroughly bourgeois party. It was just to win votes and learn some practices from the Soviet Communist Party, such as establishing a large number of state-owned enterprises and trade unions. Unfortunately, this situation bred more corruption, which is why he was forced to commit suicide soon after he came to power again. But he is also a mature leader with many years of experience in dictatorship, and he will not listen to the advice of others on many things. If Fang Lang joins his camp, he may lose his autonomy and become his vassal, which Fang Lang cannot accept. Huell Dursley obviously didn't understand Fang Lang's idea and thought that Fang Lang really wanted to support him in the presidential election. He said with a trembling voice, "Do I really have a chance?" Fang Lang smiled and said, "Everyone has the opportunity to run for president. The important thing is whether you will take action. If you really want to run for president, the first thing you have to do is to change the current situation in Natal and let everyone see your ability to govern. Then, convince the people in your party to support your candidacy. All this depends on you. I can only provide some help with votes. Do you understand what I mean?" Such a big thing is certainly not something Fang Lang can decide now. Huell Dursley is also very clear about this. Brazil is not anyone's Brazil, and you can't become president just by having someone's support. Chapter 285 Skill Rating in Chinese Food. Fang Lang's words were also to remove himself first. It was his right to want to be president, and it was his courage to take this step. but whether he could succeed depended on his own ability and luck. It was impossible for Fang Lang to be responsible for his actions. The meaning was very clear. Huell Dursley nodded and said, I understand. I need to go back and think about it carefully. Fang Lang smiled and patted Huell Dursley's arm and looked at Chen Hanking again. Only then did he realize that Chen Hanking's face was a little pale. He thought he was not in good health, so he asked quickly, Old Chen, what's wrong with you? Are you feeling unwell? Chen Hanking swallowed hard and said hard, Old boss, I'm fine. That's it. Hearing Chen Hanking's trembling voice and seeing his eyes constantly looking back and forth between himself and Huell Dursley, Fang Lang probably understood what was on his mind. He smiled and said, haha, Lao Chen, don't think too much. The topic we are discussing is normal. This is Brazil, not my hometown. Anyone can participate in the presidential election here. If one day you become a Brazilian and want to go into politics, you will have a chance. Chen Hanking looked at Fang Lang's expression seriously. It didn't seem like he was lying. The stone in his heart slowly settled down. He breathed a sigh of relief, but still asked with some concern, Boss, are you sure that we are not plotting a rebellion? Hearing this, Fang Lang laughed even louder, and it took him a long time to catch his breath and said, Don't worry, Lao Chen, it doesn't count as a rebellion in Brazil. You should hurry up and learn Portuguese. After you can read more newspapers, and you will know that it's okay for us to discuss like this. By the way, do all the workers in our factory attend classes? Chen Hanking repeatedly checked the expressions of the two people, and after confirming that they were not lying, he nodded and said, yes, our factory has night school, and workers are arranged to attend classes every day. Now most of us Chinese can communicate with locals in simple Portuguese. Hearing that only Chinese people were studying, Fang Lang couldn't help asking, then didn't the local workers participate in the study? Chen Hanking spread his hands and said, our classes are open to all workers, but local people, whether they can read or not, don't seem to be enthusiastic about it. In fact, the local Indians and blacks, I don't know if it's a personality problem or something else, are indeed lacking in enthusiasm for learning compared to the Chinese. This is a common phenomenon, and Fang Lang knows it. But Brazil's electoral system is very clear, and only non-illiterate people have the right to vote. Fang Lang established a trade union to gather the workers around him with the purpose of getting the votes in the workers' hands so that they can use them in the future. Everyone must learn. After thinking about it, Fang Lang said, let's do this. In the future, in addition to the principle of more work, more pay, all the workers in our company will be paid according to the principle of more work, more pay, and we will organize the workers to take skill rating exams. I will ask the group's human resources department to study carefully. In addition to assessing the worker skill level, the skill rating of this worker will also include cultural subjects. Only when the culture and skills reach a certain standard, we will issue grade certificates to the workers. The higher the grade of the worker, the higher the salary and bonus of the lower grade workers, so as to promote everyone's enthusiasm for learning. Chen Hanking still didn't understand the purpose of Fang Lang's doing this. After all, in his opinion, the most important thing about the skills of textile workers is actually flexibility, and practice makes perfect. The faster the worker, the more efficient he is at work, and the more products he produces. His salary will definitely be higher than that of a novice, and there is no need to do the skill rating. However, since the other party is the boss, and the boss has said so, then we can only do it according to the boss's request. Okay, boss. Don't worry, our Chinese brothers are still very enthusiastic about learning. I will urge everyone to actively participate in the learning organized by the factory. Fang Lang looked at the time and said to Huell Dursley, Mr. Mayor, are you interested in experiencing the meals of our factory workers? Fang Lang wanted to try the taste as early as when he heard that the chef of the factory made Chinese food. Huell Dursley heard Fang Lang's words and did not refuse. He smiled and nodded and said, of course, this is also part of our inspection work, isn't it? Chen Hanking heard that the boss was going to eat in the cafeteria, and he smiled and didn't mind at all. After all, in his mind, the cafeteria meals of Daking Cotton Mill were quite good. not to mention a combination of meat and vegetables. There were fish and meat for the workers to choose every day. The chef in charge of cooking was also a chef in his hometown. He thought the food he made was very good, except for being a little worried about the noisy environment in the cafeteria. He was not worried at all. Under the guidance of Chen Hongqing, the group came to the factory cafeteria. The area of the cafeteria was not particularly large, and it could only accommodate 200 or 300 people to eat at the same time. After all, the workers in the factory had to ensure that the machines did not stop while the workers rested, so everyone came to eat in batches. At this time, there were already workers eating in the cafeteria. When they saw the factory director and the boss and his group coming into the cafeteria, they all cast surprised glances. When they saw the boss eating in the cafeteria like them, everyone was even more surprised. After all, in everyone's mind, the boss should eat delicacies from mountains and seas, but they didn't expect that he would come to the cafeteria to eat the same thing as them. However, the workers of this era generally had a hard life, and it was already very good to be able to eat this kind of oily and meaty food in the cafeteria. At this moment, everyone thought that the boss usually ate this kind of food, and everyone felt an indescribable sense of pride in their hearts. Well, old Chen, this chef's cooking skills are pretty good. Even a big pot of rice can taste like this. It's pretty good. Haha. Boss, I'm glad you like it. Our chef used to run a restaurant in Tianjin, so his cooking skills are naturally impeccable. After finally getting to taste the flavors of his hometown again, Fang Lang also let go and ate and drank heartily. It might be the first time for Roald Dursley to eat Chinese food, and he also ate with relish. Fang Lang looked up at the dining crowd and saw that there were many locals. Everyone was obviously very satisfied with the Chinese food provided by the cafeteria. Fang Lang's heart moved, and after thinking for a while, he said, "Mr. Mayor, how do you feel about Chinese food?" Roald Dursley had just put a big mouthful of rice mixed with sauce into his mouth. He really didn't have time to answer Fang Lang's question, so he raised his hand and gave a big thumbs up. After seeing this, Fang Lang couldn't help but smile knowingly. He turned to Chen Hongqing and said, "You just said that the chef in the factory turned out to be the one who opened a restaurant in Tianjin?" "Yes, boss. Several chefs in our kitchen were originally the chefs of Tianjin Daolao. The person in charge of the canteen is the former owner of Daolao." After listening to Chen Hongqing's words, Fang Lang nodded and couldn't help but think of the Chinese restaurants that later blossomed all over the world. This was another business card for the Chinese besides Kung Fu. After thinking for a while, he said, "What's the name of this owner? Ask him to come over, and I'll talk to him." Chen Hongqing nodded. Without saying much, he stood up and soon brought over a middle-aged man in his 40s. "Boss, this is the manager of our cafeteria. His name is Kindegi." Kindegi obviously knew Fang Lang as well. He stood aside a little awkwardly. After Chen Hongqing introduced himself, he slightly bent down to Fang Lang and nodded. "Boss, hello, I'm Kindegi." Fang Lang looked up and down at the middle-aged man in front of him, smiled and pointed to the seat opposite and said, "Brother Kin, please take a seat. I heard that you used to run a restaurant in Tianjin." Kindegi wiped the non-existent stains on his body with both hands, then slowly sat down. When he heard Fang Lang asking about his previous occupation, his eyes turned slightly red, as if he recalled the old times. Perhaps remembering that the occasion was not right, he quickly restrained his emotions and said, "Yes, boss. When my grandfather was alive, he opened a Daolao restaurant next to the Wango Bridge in Tianjin. I'm the third generation. It's a pity that my descendants are unfilial and failed to keep the ancestral business. I'm ashamed of my ancestors." Fang Lang also understood that this was another commoner who was harmed by the Japanese devils. "Are all your chefs in the kitchen your former buddies?" Kindegi nodded and said, "We originally had more than 10 people, but now there are only 6 of us left. This is all thanks to the boss's life-saving grace. If it weren't for you, maybe we would have rotted in obscurity in the mine." Seeing Kindegi's slightly grateful expression, Fang Lang nodded and continued, "I want you to open another Daolao in the city of Natal. I wonder if you are interested." Obviously, he didn't expect Fang Lang to come up with such an idea. Kindegi's expression was stunned, and he looked at Fang Lang in disbelief. Fang Lang also looked at Kindegi with encouragement, smiled, and continued, I can support Leo Chen to reopen the Daking cotton mill. Why can't I support you to reopen Dai building? Kindegi said excitedly. But, boss, there are not many Chinese here, and we may not have many customers. If there are no customers, we will lose money. Fang Lang smiled and pointed to all Dursley opposite and said, you see, our big pot dishes can conquer Mr. Mayor, not to mention more exquisite dishes. In addition, I will often bring some people to take care of your business and slowly cultivate the habit of eating Chinese food. However, the locals' taste is a bit spicy, so you should also pay attention to it. After hearing Fang Lang's words, Kindegi's eyes lit up a little, but he turned around and said a little nervously, boss, there is another problem. Many vegetables in our hometown are not available here. I have racked my brains just to let the workers in the factory eat fresh vegetables. Fang Lang was surprised by this, but when he thought about it carefully, it seemed to be true, especially when it came to the green vegetables that Chinese people like to eat, which were indeed somewhat scarce in Brazil. Soon Fang Lang thought of a solution and said to Kindegi with a smile, it doesn't matter, I'll ask someone to collect some seeds of various vegetables from my hometown, and then we can grow them ourselves in Brazil. There is already a Chinese village in the suburbs of Natal, and you can also sign a purchase and sales contract with them. After they grow them, they will be sent to your restaurant. Fang Lang's words slowly dispelled Kindegi's concerns. After looking at Chen Hanking beside him, he said, but, if we open a restaurant, what about the canteen of the spinning mill? Without waiting for Fang Lang to answer, Chen Hanking smiled and said, what does it matter? You can take advantage of this time to help me train a few new chefs. There are still some people among us Chinese who can cook. In addition, I'm also planning to recruit 2 chefs who can cook Brazilian food recently. The number of local workers is more than that of us Chinese, although we all think Chinese food is delicious. But there are still some local workers who want to eat some local flavors. Chapter 286 Phone Call. There was no problem meeting Chen Hanking, so Kindegi certainly would not object. He nodded slightly excitedly. Fang Lang saw this and said to Mayor Wald Dursley, who was still busy eating, Mr. Mayor, I'll have to trouble you to help me choose a piece of land suitable for opening a restaurant in downtown Natal. I want to invest in our Mr. Kindegi and open a Chinese restaurant in Natal. Lao. Wald Dursley certainly would not hesitate to this small request, and directly patted his chest and guaranteed, no problem, Mr. Kin, you can come to the city government to find me tomorrow, and I will personally pick a good place for you. When your restaurant opens, I will go to eat, and you must give me a discount. After that, he laughed. Kindegi was a shopkeeper after all, and although he spoke with a heavy Portuguese accent, he was still able to clearly express his meaning. Mr. Mayor, please rest assured that, if you come to eat, we will definitely give you the lowest discount. Please also be so kind as to come to the opening ceremony when the restaurant opens. Fang Lang laughed and said, okay, Kindegi will be in charge of this matter. Remember to plan a larger location for the restaurant, not directly facing the street, and reserve some parking lots. Otherwise, when the mayor brings the city government officials to dine, it will be bad if there is no parking space. Also, I hope that Dai building will be a Chinese style building, and it should be built with enough atmosphere. For specific construction matters, you can consult the construction company of the group company. Okay, boss. Kindegi looked at Fang Lang with gratitude and was very excited. His ancestral Dai building will soon be able to take root in Brazil, and he hopes to be worthy of his ancestors. After finishing his meal, Fang Lang finally left the Daking cotton mill with satisfaction. Fang Lang, who returned to the naval base, patted his bloated belly and was lying on his desk drinking the tea brewed by Kikingshan, counting today's gains. Just as he was about to pick up the phone on the desk to discuss the medical insurance with his father, the phone on the desk rang first. Fang Lang laughed dumbly and picked up the phone casually. Hello. This is Fang language. A strange voice came from the phone, and the tone was slightly respectful. General Fang, hello. I'm Orenz Rivian, the Senior Director of Investigation of the Ministry of Justice, responsible for investigating your attack in Sao Paulo. Fang Lang raised his eyebrows when he heard the other party's identity and said in a calm tone, Hello, is there any result in the investigation? The voice on the other side paused and said with a little embarrassment, I'm very sorry, General Fang, we are still investigating, and there is no clear result yet. I called you today because the first suspect, Mr. Sebastião Hodges, asked to see you. Fang Lang was actually very clear about the progress and situation of the investigation of the Justice Bureau. Since one of the murderers, Sheriff Waloy Jella, was shot dead by the killer, the investigation of the entire case has been stagnant. After screening all internal personnel, the Ministry of Justice did not find any problems. He began to suspect that there were problems with the personnel in several other investigation agencies. The time spent investigating the insider was more than the time spent investigating the assassination case. Fang Lang did not comment on the Ministry of Justice's investigation team. Instead, Zhang Ze from the Fang Yuan Group Investigation Department told Fang Lang that he suspected that a big shot in the Brazilian Ministry of Justice was involved in the assassination of Fang Language. Even if he did not directly instruct, he was an important participant. Fang Lang did not agree with Zhang Ze's suspicion because he had never dealt with people from the Ministry of Justice, and logically speaking, it was impossible for him to offend people from the Ministry of Justice. However, he had to question what happened after the Ministry of Justice investigation team intervened, and his intuition told him that there must be problems in the Ministry of Justice. He did not directly deny Zhang Ze's statement that he would investigate the personnel of the Ministry of Justice investigation team. However, considering that if the people from the Fang Yuan Group Investigation Department were to investigate the staff of the National Law Enforcement Agency, once they were discovered, the consequences might be very serious. Therefore, they were only allowed to investigate outside and not to go too deep to avoid being discovered. Although Fang Lang could easily rescue them with his methods, it would be easy to give people a reason to criticize him, which would be detrimental to the future development of the Chinese community. Oh. Did Mr. Sebastião Hodges say why he wanted to see me? Fang Lang's heart moved. So much time had passed. Before Mr. Sebastião Hodges was imprisoned in the Ministry of Justice, he was able to pass on information to the outside world. But after being imprisoned in the Ministry of Justice, he could no longer get in touch with the outside world. It seems that Mr. Sebastião Hodges remembered some clues, but why was he unwilling to tell the investigation team of the Ministry of Justice directly? Instead, he asked to see himself. It seems that the clues that Mr. Sebastião Hodges thought of are related to the Ministry of Justice. Because Sebastião Hodges can only contact people from the Ministry of Justice now, if he asks to see other people, the Ministry of Justice will definitely not agree. Only if he asks to see himself, the victim, will the Ministry of Justice refuse. If the clues are not likely to involve the Ministry of Justice, Sebastião Hodges can directly reveal them to the Ministry of Justice, and there is no need to explain them to himself. Of course, there is also a situation where this call is simply a trap. Because the Ministry of Justice already has a major suspicion, since the first assassination failed, it is not surprising to use Sebastião Hodges' desire to see him as an excuse to create an assassination opportunity. Fang Lang thought about it and tried to probe. Oh, did you say a specific meeting time? The voice on the other side said directly without any hesitation. General Fang, you are busy with official duties, so you don't have to take this suspect's request for an interview too seriously. It's okay to come anytime. If you don't have time to come, I can also help you directly reject his request for an interview. From the other party's expression and tone, Fang Lang did not hear anything suspicious. Okay then. Tell him that I'm busy recently, and I will go to Sao Paulo to see him when I have time. Okay, General Fang. Then I won't disturb your work for now. The other party seemed very polite. After hanging up the phone, Fang Lang lay back in his office chair and began to carefully recall when he had a conflict with which person in the Ministry of Justice. But no matter how hard he racked his brains, he couldn't find any ideas. Just when Fang Lang was puzzled, the phone on the table rang again. He couldn't help but feel strange. What happened this afternoon? People kept calling his office to find him. How did they know that he would be in the office this afternoon? After the phone rang 3 times, Fang Lang picked up the phone on the table. Hello. Hello. I'm Fang Language. Just after introducing himself, Fang Lang heard a hearty laugh from the phone. Haha. General Fang, I'm Nero Mora. Did I bother you? Fang Lang was of course familiar with this name. This was the Brazilian Air Force minister who had just been promoted to the rank of Major General like himself. But the two of them didn't have much intersection. Of course, the origins of the 10 pilots under his command had been automatically ignored. The only time they met was at the aircraft carrier commissioning party 2 days ago. Why did they suddenly call him? Could it be that they were eyeing the plane in my hand? Fang Lang immediately became alert. Haha. So it's General Nero Mora. Nice to hear your voice. I'm free at this time. Please tell me what you want to say. For this sudden call, Fang Lang chose to learn from the habits of foreigners and get straight to the point. General Nero Mora was obviously not a person who liked to beat around the bush. He said directly, haha. General Fang, I don't know if you are free tonight. I want to invite you to have dinner together. This was beyond Fang Lang's expectations. The day after the aircraft carrier commissioning dinner, almost all the guests who attended the dinner had left Natal. I didn't expect that the other party would choose to meet Fang Lang at this time. Could it be that the other party has not left Natal for the past 2 days? What is his purpose in meeting me? What has he been doing in Natal these 2 days? Fang Lang was full of doubts. However, Fang Lang certainly would not refuse the initiative of the Minister of the Air Force to make friends. Without hesitation, he agreed directly, of course, no problem. But since the general has come to Natal, I must do my best to be a good host. If you don't mind, how about having dinner at my house tonight? Whether abroad or at home, inviting friends to one's home is definitely more intimate than inviting clients to a restaurant. Fang Lang is not married yet, so he lives in the officers' villa area of the naval base. Yes, it is because Fang Lang is not married that Fang Lang invites the other party to his home. Otherwise, if he were married, Fang Lang would not be willing to let his wife take the guests to bathe together according to Brazilian customs. Nero Mora was very happy that Fang Lang could invite him to his home and laughed. General Fang, thank you for your invitation. See you tonight. Haha. See you tonight, General Mora. After hanging up the phone, Fang Lang notified Qi Qingshan and asked him to borrow 2 chefs from Daking Cotton Mill to cook 2 dishes for him to entertain the Minister of the Navy. Fang Lang has decided that he will use Chinese food to entertain his guests in the future. This will promote Chinese food in the upper circles of the Brazilian military. As long as these bigwigs like Chinese food, if the leaders say it's good, the people below will like it even more. The people below will also start to like Chinese food. This is a process of cultural output that moistens things silently. It was day and night in Fang Lang's officer villa at the Natal Naval Base. General Fang, I heard that your Air Force pilots are very short. After enjoying Chinese food, Major General Nero Mora was sitting in a kung fu tea room specially set up by Fang Lang, drinking tea and chatting with Fang language. Fang Lang was not in a hurry to answer the other party's questions, but was adding olive charcoal to his red clay stove. A small copper kettle on the stove was gurgling and emitting hot steam. Seeing Fang Lang after the water boiled, he was fiddling with a set of purple clay tea sets on a huge tea table made of a whole piece of mahogany. He casually said, haha. General Mora, you are asking, even though you already know the answer. Do you have any pilots in your Air Force that can support me? General Mora looked at Fang Lang's specially decorated Chinese-style tea house with some curiosity. He watched him use the freshly boiled water to wash the teacups. For some reason, he felt a special sense of ritual and unique charm, which made people relax unconsciously. He didn't care about Fang Lang's ridicule and said, haha. General Fang, you are joking. You are not unaware of the situation of our Air Force. So what pilots can support you? Everyone knows clearly the situation of your aircraft carrier full of planes and your Air Force with only 10 pilots. Chapter 287 Inviting the Minister of Air Force to have tea. Hearing what Major General Nero Mora said, Fang Lang just smiled. What the other party said was indeed true. This was not only clear to the personnel in the Brazilian army, but also to the people in the neighboring countries. After scalding the tea set, Fang Lang took out a can of tea from under the tea table, scooped out a large spoonful of tea with a teaspoon, and put it into the teapot, brewed it with boiling water, and soon a scent of tea floated out. This made Major General Nero Mora's nose tremble. While smelling the fragrance of the tea mountain, Fang Lang said meaningfully. Then General Mora, are you here for my vacant plane? Unexpectedly, Major General Nero Mora waved his hand and said, no, your plane is not suitable for me, of course, except for transport planes. But I didn't come for your plane. I heard that you are going to set up an aviation school, is that true? This was really beyond Fang Lang's expectations. His hands kept moving, pouring the first brew of tea into the fairness cup, and then using the fairness cup to pour the tea into 2 teacups. After looking up at Major General Nero Mora, he slowly nodded and said, yes, everyone knows that I lack qualified pilots. I can't continue to poach people from you, so I can only find a way to train them myself. This is also Fang Lang's helpless move. Brazil's Air Force was built from scratch with the support of the Americans, but there are not as many flying clubs as Britain and the United States to provide a steady supply of pilots. The Brazilian Navy's demand for aircraft carriers is very urgent, which has led to the current situation, where there are equipment, but no naval aviation to use. How about taking our Air Force with you? What I mean is that our Air Force and the Naval Aviation will jointly establish this aviation school, which will be managed by us, and the graduates will be divided equally between us. Major General Nero Mora said his thoughts while staring at the movements of Fang Lang's hands, and he was reluctant to leave. He always felt that Fang Lang's movements had a unique charm, and the fragrance of tea leaves made him, who had just eaten too much, unconsciously want to try the taste. Fang Lang, however, used a clip to pour the tea that had just been poured into the teacup onto a palm-sized purple clay teapot on the tea tray. This teapot was in the shape of a tiger talisman from the Warring States period. This whole set of tea sets was collected for him by Xinxiang, who he arranged to be the director of the Secretariat of Fang Yuan Group. As for where it was obtained from, Fang Lang didn't know, but it had to be said that people who had been office directors were really good at guessing the intentions of their superiors. For Fang Lang, a soldier, this teapot was really something he couldn't let go of. Fang Lang's hands kept moving, but he was thinking about the other party's intentions in his heart. He had high expectations for this aviation academy, and the preliminary preparations had been done, including the purchase of training aircraft from the United States and the recruitment of American instructors. As long as the personnel were in place, he could start training pilots directly at the airport in his own naval base. At this time, Major General Nero Mora came to seek cooperation and actually wanted to jointly manage and divide the trainees equally. Wouldn't Fang Lang lose money? Seeing Fang Lang didn't say anything, Major General Nero Mora poured the tea on the teapot instead of drinking it himself, thinking that Fang Lang was dissatisfied with his words. He coughed twice and said, "What kind of tea is this? It smells so good." Fang Lang smiled and said, "Bluo-chun." Major General Nero Mora imitated Fang Lang's accent and asked, "Bluo-chun, why do you pour the tea to this little tiger first?" Fang Lang didn't care what the other party was thinking. Since he asked him about the tea ceremony, he just wanted to spread the tea ceremony culture. He smiled and said, "It's not that we have to pour it to this little tiger first. The water for the first brewing of tea is to rinse the tea leaves, so we don't drink it. As for this little tiger, it's a little toy." Fang Lang couldn't say too profound things to a foreigner, and he himself only had a superficial understanding. It was enough to explain some superficial reasons. When Major General Nero Mora heard that the first brew of tea was not to be drunk, he was relieved. It was good that he was not dissatisfied with himself. He immediately showed an expression of astonishment and said, "Oh, so that's it." Fang Lang picked up the kettle again and added water to the teapot. He poured the tea in the teapot into the fairness cup and then poured it into 2 small teacups. He handed one of the cups to Major General Nero Mora and made a gesture of invitation. Major General Nero Mora looked at the small teacup in front of him, which was not enough for a sip of tea. He looked at Fang Lang, who had already picked up the teacup and was smelling the fragrance of the tea. He took another sip. He also quickly imitated Fang Lang and did it again. When he took a sip of tea, his eyes lit up. He couldn't help but give a thumbs up. Fang Lang smiled when he saw this and drank the tea in the cup in one gulp before saying, "Isn't it a bit late for General to propose that we should co-found an aviation academy with our Navy? The teachers and teaching equipment of our Naval Aviation Academy are almost ready. We have even recruited all the students. At this time, your Air Force wants to participate and directly share the graduates with us. Isn't it inappropriate? Major General Neromora heard Fang Lang's words, but he was not angry. He laughed and said, haha. General Fang, don't get me wrong. I definitely don't mean to take advantage of the fire. We will never compete with you for this first batch of pilots. After all, your aircraft carrier is in urgent need of pilots. I understand that your Naval Aviation Academy mainly uses the airport facilities of your naval base to train students. But as far as I know, there are passenger planes landing at your airport. This may have a certain impact on the flight safety of passenger planes. How about our Air Force apply with you to reselect a site and build a special aviation training school? Since you already have the equipment and personnel, our Air Force will find a way to get the land and be responsible for building the school. After the new school is built, we will transfer your equipment and personnel to it, so that this aviation school will become the cradle of our naval and air forces. What do you think? Hearing the words of Major General Neromora, Fang Lang began to think in his heart that this was a good opportunity. He had part of the management rights of the school, so he could recruit Chinese students, and then he could naturally allocate some Chinese students to the Air Force, so as to achieve the goal of letting Chinese people enter the Air Force. And since the other party proposed that they were responsible for getting the land and building the school building, it was obviously not for taking advantage. Although taking advantage is not taking advantage of oneself, as a naval general, it would be bad if the people of the Navy said that he took the Navy's military funds to help the Air Force train pilots. Of course, the other party's idea was harmless to Fang language. First of all, being able to participate in the construction and management of this school would have a certain influence on future Brazilian Air Force pilots. Think about why Chiang Kai-shek in his hometown likes to be a principal. In fact, Major General Neromora should not have come to discuss this matter with him. He was the Minister of the Air Force, and he was only a fleet commander. Only General Crook had the same status as him, and he was able to come to him in person and ask for his opinion first, which was a respect for him. It was also a gesture of goodwill to him. Fang Lang always liked to make friends and hoped to have friends all over the military, political and business circles in Brazil. Therefore, Fang Lang certainly could not turn a blind eye to the goodwill expressed by Major General Neromora. Haha. General, this is a good thing. I agree with it. But I decided that you'd better discuss this matter with General Crook, our Minister of the Navy. I can't make such a big decision. Hearing Fang Lang's words, Major General Neromora laughed and said, haha. Of course, I can only discuss this matter with General Crook after General Fang agrees. And, I have to get the consent of the Ministry of National Defense and the Ministry of Education at that time. If I don't get General Fang's consent, I can't go directly to General Crook to discuss it. No wonder others can become the Minister of the Air Force with such a low rank. Fang Lang heard this, which was really comfortable. It seems that Major General Neromora is also a person who is good at dealing with people. Fang Lang was also infected by the other party and laughed, and added tea to the other party again. Haha. General, please have tea. I believe that General Crook will not refuse this matter. After all, it will not be a big loss for the Navy. With the current scale of the naval aviation, it is actually a bit wasteful to build a full-time aviation school alone. With the Air Force coming forward to help him share some of the expenses, of course he would not be rejected. However, Fang Lang estimated that there would be a fight for the dominance of the school. But no matter how he fought, he would definitely have some management rights in this school. After all, the training aircraft and instructors were his own, and no one could get rid of him and work alone. For Fang Lang, this was enough. Fang Lang thought that the matter should have ended here, and the two of them could just talk about other topics to get closer in the remaining time. Unexpectedly, after drinking a cup of tea, Major General Neromora continued to speak. General Fang, as far as I know, your family's Fang Yuan group has established an aircraft modification factory in Sao Paulo, right? Hearing this, Fang Lang's heart moved, and a gleam of light flashed in his eyes. It seems that there is business coming to the door. After swallowing the tea in his mouth, Fang Lang smiled and nodded. Yes, General, you are well informed. The last time I went to Sao Paulo, I attended the opening ceremony of this factory. Major General Neromura also looked at Fang Lang with a smile on his face and said, "General Fang, this aircraft modification factory should not simply modify commercial aircraft." Before Fang Lang went to promote the business, the Minister of the Air Force had already taken the initiative to come to the door. Fang Lang certainly would not hide it. After all, the person in front of him was a big customer. Haha. Of course not. I have poached several very good fighter designers from Germany. Among them are Dr. Tank, who designed and manufactured the FW-190 Shrike fighter, and the Horton brothers who designed and manufactured the Ho-229 bomber. Major General Neromura obviously did not hear the news. After hearing what Fang Lang said casually, he jumped up from the stool. He looked at Fang Lang in disbelief and said, "General Fang, are you serious?" Looking at the excited Major General Neromura, Fang Lang smiled and nodded and said, "General, don't get excited. Sit down and let's talk slowly. How could I joke with you about this? If you need anything, I can take you to visit our factory at any time." Chapter 288 The Minister's Purpose. Hearing Fang Lang's affirmative reply, Major General Neromura was so excited that he paced back and forth in the tea room and could no longer sit on the stool to drink tea. "General Fang, this news is really amazing. How did you do it? This is really amazing. Does this mean that your factory already has the ability to design aircraft independently?" Looking at Major General Neromura's excitement, Fang Lang smiled, poured another cup of tea, and placed it in front of the other's stool, and raised his hand to signal the other to drink tea. "General, don't be too excited. Let's sit down and talk while drinking. Although my factory has the ability to design aircraft independently, however, it has not yet formed its own aircraft manufacturing capabilities, and the related supporting parts manufacturing factory is still under construction. So, please don't be too excited, General." Major General Neromura finally calmed down his excitement, returned to his seat, picked up the tea on the table, and drank it in one gulp. He said with a lingering feeling, "Fang, I think we should drink to celebrate at this time. This is really exciting good news." Fang Lang, who had just drunk wine during dinner, didn't want to continue drinking with the other party. He was a person who wanted to maintain his health. He smiled and said, "It's not time to celebrate now. If our aircraft manufacturing plant successfully manufactures the first aircraft, I will definitely invite the general to accompany me to get drunk." "Haha. You don't need to invite me at that time. I will bring our brothers in the Air Force to get you drunk. No problem. I won't go home until I'm drunk." Seeing the happy look of Major General Neromura, Fang Lang was relieved. After all, independently developing an aircraft is not a small project. If no one wants the developed aircraft, it will really be a huge waste of research funds. Judging from the other party's appearance, he must hope that Brazil can use independently developed aircraft instead of purchasing aircraft from abroad. This is the same as Fang Lang's concept. This made Fang Lang pay more attention to his friendship with Major General Neromura. Major General Neromura's thoughts were obviously consistent with Fang Lang's. He admired Fang Lang's ability to invest huge sums of money to set up an aircraft manufacturing plant in Brazil. He also wanted to further consolidate their relationship. He was also puzzled that Fang Lang was capable of designing aircraft, but started with the modification business. "Fang, since you have such an excellent designer, why don't you start with aircraft design and manufacturing directly? Instead, take on some transport aircraft modification business. Have you encountered any difficulties? If you need help, please talk to me directly. As long as I can do it, I will spare no effort to help you complete it." Fang Lang could feel the sincerity of the other party from his words. He opened a box of cigars beside the tea table, took out a cigar, and handed it to the other party, and then took out another one for himself, and then said slowly, "General, you have to understand that aircraft manufacturing is a systematic project. It does not mean that we can design excellent fighter jets and have the ability to manufacture them. This requires us to have a strong basic industry as support. I dare to introduce an aircraft manufacturing plant because of the introduction of the previous automobile industry system, which has enabled us to have some basic manufacturing capabilities. But this is not enough. Aircraft are not cars, and being able to manufacture cars does not mean that we can manufacture aircraft. As an Air Force, you should also know that the aircraft we have now in Brazil are actually outdated. The future of the Air Force is jet aircraft. If we want to manufacture aircraft, we must have the ability to manufacture jet aircraft in the future. The difficulty of manufacturing jet aircraft is much greater than that of current propeller aircraft. Major General Neromora looked at Fang Lang in amazement and said with some jaws dropped, "What? Fang, you want to manufacture jet aircraft?" While trimming the cigar, Fang Lang looked at Major General Neromora with a strange look and said, "Why, General, do you not agree that jet fighters are the future?" Major General Neromora shook his head repeatedly. "Of course not. We have encountered jet planes in Europe. Their high altitude and high speed capabilities are not comparable to propeller planes. Propeller planes can only choose to escape when encountering jet planes. Whether they can escape depends on luck. But do we have the ability to manufacture jet planes?" Fang Lang smiled, put down the cigar cutter in his hand, picked up a match to light the cigar in his hand, took a puff, and then said slowly, "Of course we don't have the ability to manufacture jet planes now, and Rome was not built in a day. We can take it slowly. Now, our first step is to train a group of qualified technical workers by modifying aircraft. After we have qualified technical workers, we can start to try to manufacture small aircraft. If we succeed, we will need some orders from the military. For example, primary trainer aircraft, then propeller fighters, propeller transport aircraft. Finally, we will start to challenge jet fighters and jet transport aircraft. Step by step, we will slowly ride them. Finally, we will achieve our goal of having fighter planes with independent intellectual property rights." After listening to Fang Lang's words, Major General Neromora's excitement began to slowly calm down. He looked at Fang Lang seriously and said, "General Fang, do you mean that only after the aircraft manufacturing plant has had successful aircraft manufacturing experience will it need the support of our military?" Fang Lang exhaled a large puff of smoke before nodding and saying, "This is my development plan for the factory. If Your Excellency the General has a better idea, of course you can also put it forward for our reference." Major General Neromora lowered his head and thought for a while, before looking up again and saying, "I think the first batch of trainer aircraft for our aviation academy can be completely entrusted to the aircraft manufacturing plant for design and manufacturing. Your aircraft manufacturing plant is not just your family's business, but also the hope of our Brazilian aviation industry. How can you rely entirely on you to slowly develop and grow? I understand what you mean. Aircraft manufacturing is a systematic project, and it is impossible to achieve it in one fell swoop. But we also have shortcuts to take. As long as you can design qualified products, we can purchase parts from abroad. As long as the assembled aircraft can meet our own design requirements, it is the product of our Brazilian aviation industry. As for the localization rate of parts, it can be slowly improved later." Fang Lang was stunned by what Major General Neromora said. "Yes, I'm not in my hometown, so I don't need to pursue the Soviet-style big and complete. Brazil has never been blockaded and sanctioned by Europe and the United States, so I don't have to worry about someone choking me with parts. Of course, the means of competitors are inevitable, but as long as I have the core technology in my hands, I can be more radical. At this time, it should not be difficult for the researchers of my company to develop a trainer aircraft." According to Major General Neromora's idea, if the Aviation Academy places an order to the aircraft manufacturer, can't it start manufacturing directly? My influence in the military is not small now, and with the support of the Minister of the Air Force, everything seems to be a matter of course. Other Brazilian officials are corrupt and accept bribes. Is he worried that someone will attack him from this aspect? But he is not in politics, so what is there to worry about? As for corruption in the military, his fleet can be said to be the cleanest force in Brazil. Okay. After thinking about this, Fang Lang looked at Major General Neromora seriously and said, "General, are you sure you can convince the Ministry of National Defense? This is not a trivial matter." Seeing Fang Lang's expression, Major General Neromora knew that Fang Lang had been persuaded by him, and said to Fang Lang with a smile, "Haha. Fang, are you thinking too complicated about this matter? Since we are going to apply to establish an aviation academy, we might as well report the purchase cost of this aircraft as the purchase cost of trainer aircraft. As long as the Ministry of National Defense approves our school construction plan and allocates funds to us, we can directly place an order for the manufacture of trainer aircraft with your aircraft manufacturer in the name of the school. In this way, there is no need to report to the Ministry of National Defense for approval again. Fang Lang stared at Major General Neromura in amazement. This guy is a genius. No wonder he can directly become the Minister of the Air Force. This idea is really clear and feasible. Then let's try it this way, Fang Lang said uncertainly. Major General Neromura made the final decision and patted the table directly, saying, "What are you trying? It's settled. When I return to Rio de Janeiro, I will go to General Crook to discuss and jointly apply for the establishment of an aviation school. But before that, I still really want to visit your aircraft manufacturing factory. When are you free? How about being my guide?" It seems that the Major General Neromura in front of him is also a person who can get things done. He speaks and does things without dragging his feet, and is full of courage. Fang Lang has nothing to say, so he said directly, "If it is convenient for His Excellency the General, I will arrange a plane tomorrow morning. How about we fly directly to Sao Paulo?" "No problem for me." "Then it's decided. I will rest at your house tonight," Major General Neromura said very straightforwardly. Originally, Fang Lang planned to go to Sao Paulo later. After all, the Ministry of Justice called today and invited him to meet Sebastião Hodges. If he went directly there tomorrow, it is very likely that someone would predict his whereabouts in advance, which would affect his travel safety. However, he couldn't give up because of fear. Would he be so scared to go anywhere because he was afraid of being attacked? Then what was the point of being a soldier? He might as well be a coward. "Okay, I'll have someone arrange a plane now and leave early tomorrow morning." Then Fang Lang notified his adjutant, Kikingshan, to arrange his itinerary and guards. That night, Fang Lang and Major General Neromura chatted until midnight before going back to their rooms to sleep, not knowing whether they drank too much tea and couldn't sleep or whether they found a common topic. The only two military commanders in Brazil who controlled aviation power had a feeling of drinking with bosom friends and became very good friends during the night's conversation. They also conducted a series of discussions and plans on the future of the Brazilian Air Force and reached a preliminary consensus on fully supporting the Fang Lang Group's aircraft manufacturing factory. Major General Neromura even asked Fang Lang to urge the aircraft manufacturing factory to start the development of helicopters. Both Fang Langs had to admit that Major General Neromura was definitely a qualified Minister of the Air Force and was better than themselves, the time traveler. After all, I can only know some things by standing in the direction of future historical development, while the other party relies entirely on his own personal vision. Chapter 289 surfaced. The next day, in Sao Paulo, accompanied by Fang Lang, Major General Neromura visited the company's laboratory and the huge wind tunnel laboratory under construction. He also announced the development plan of the trainer aircraft on the spot. With the design capabilities of Fang Lang Group Aircraft Manufacturing Co. Limited, designing a basic version of the trainer aircraft is a piece of cake. The designers on the scene cheered excitedly and finally had the opportunity to show their skills. This visit made Major General Neromura very satisfied, especially after the company's general manager, Bullman, introduced the resume of the company's entire design team. He spoke highly of the aircraft design team and was more determined to fully support the Fang Lang Group's aircraft manufacturing plant. After the trip, Fang Lang sent Major General Neromura to the plane, and under the protection of a group of guards, he drove to the office building of the Ministry of Justice in Sao Paulo. For safety reasons, Fang Lang did not inform the Ministry of Justice investigation team of his arrival. After the guards passed the message, Fang Lang met Orenz Riven, the senior investigation director, who notified him by phone. "General Fang, welcome. I'm so sorry. I need you to take time out of your busy schedule to come here." Fang Lang looked him up and down, smiled and nodded, and said, "It's okay. I also hope to catch the real murderer as soon as possible. I'm in a hurry. Please take me to see Mr. Sebastião Hodges directly." Orenz Rivian seemed very polite, nodded to Fang Lang and said, "Okay, then we will take you there directly now." Then without any nonsense, he took Fang Lang directly into the detention room in the Ministry of Justice building. The detention room of the Ministry of Justice was obviously a small room that was temporarily converted. The window on the door could clearly see the situation inside. At this time, Sebastião Hodges was obviously much thinner than before. Although his short and fat figure still looked short and fat, his weight had dropped by at least more than 20 pounds. Fang Lang could even see the feeling of relaxation from his skin. After Oren's Rivian signaled, the guard at the door opened the door and indicated that Fang Lang could go directly into the room and talk to him. Fang Lang looked at Oren's Rivian and did not go in. Instead, he looked through the window at Sebastião Hodges, who was wearing prison uniforms. Sebastião Hodges also saw Fang Lang outside the window and excitedly stood up from the bed and was about to say something to Fang language. Fang Lang shook his head slightly, signaling the other party not to speak. He turned his head and looked at Oren's Rivian and said, "Mr. Hodges, we are friends. Meeting under such circumstances makes him look very undignified. Please arrange for someone to provide him with a chance to wash up, change into a suitable set of clothes, and then come to see me." After speaking, he glanced at Fang Qingshan, who was following him, and said, "Arrange someone to watch Sebastião Hodges wash up, and then bring him to see me." After nodding to Sebastião Hodges in the room, he turned around and left. This made Oren's Rivian confused, not understanding what was going on. Qingshan obviously didn't give him too much time to think, and said directly, "Please arrange it immediately, our general's time is very tight." Fang Lang left the detention area and walked towards the office on the other side. After walking through a few offices, Fang Lang suddenly stopped and pushed open a room on the right. There were 6 staff members of the Ministry of Justice in the room, sorting out the materials in their hands and chatting. Seeing Fang Lang suddenly push the door in, they were startled, thinking that a leader came to check. It turned out to be a completely unfamiliar person, but the neat navy uniform and the rank of Major General made several people suppress the urge to curse. One of the middle-aged white men in his 40s was about to ask, but Fang Lang said directly, "Everyone, go out. I want to borrow this office." The middle-aged man hurriedly said, "General, this is our office. There are many confidential documents in it." Fang Lang was very arrogant and said directly, "I'm not interested in your confidential documents. Leave this office immediately. I will count to 3. If you don't leave immediately, I will let my people kick you out." As soon as Fang Lang finished speaking, several armed guards broke into the office and pointed their guns at several people in the office. Several people were frightened and trembled all over. The middle-aged man wanted to argue a few more words, but the others had already left the office one by one. Seeing that everyone was moving, he could only reluctantly put down the documents in his hand and walked out. After everyone left, the guards began to check the situation in the room. After everyone checked and found nothing abnormal, they nodded to Fang Lang, indicating that it was safe. Fang Lang smiled and looked at Sebastião Hodges, who was walking from the other side of the corridor. Everyone was angry, but dared not speak out against Fang Lang and his group's overbearing behavior, and they all hid aside and whispered. Fang Lang certainly did not meet him, just to make Sebastião Hodges look decent. The main reason was that Fang Lang did not want to talk to him in the detention room. Knowing that there was something wrong with the Ministry of Justice, they were still talking in the detention room, which might be monitored by the Ministry of Justice. If Sebastião Hodges really thought of some evidence that was unfavorable to the Ministry of Justice, someone would definitely destroy the evidence. Therefore, Fang Lang randomly chose a room in the office as the place to communicate with Sebastião Hodges. Fang Lang was also afraid that there would be accidents when arranging Sebastião Hodges to wash up, so he specially arranged his own people to follow. About 20 minutes later, the door of the office was pushed open. Qingshan walked in with Sebastião Hodges. Sebastião Hodges seemed a little excited to see Fang Lang again, and his eyes were a little red. Fang Lang took the initiative to step forward and gave the other party a big hug before saying, "Long time no see, my brother. There should be no monitoring equipment here. Let's sit down and talk slowly." Hearing Fang Lang's words, Sebastião Hodges said excitedly, "Fang, my brother, you have found something, right?" Patting the other party on the back, Fang Lang let go of Sebastião Hodges and motioned for him to sit down. He took out another cigar and handed it over. "You were detained in the detention room of the Ministry of Justice. Instead of explaining the situation to them, you wanted to see me. I had some guesses. Sebastião Hodges took the cigar handed over by Fang Lang, looked around the office, and said after making sure that there should be no problem, I asked to see you when I was just transferred here. I didn't expect you to come so late. Fang Lang narrowed his eyes when he heard this. Without too much explanation, he just smiled and said, I received a phone call yesterday. Sebastião Hodges' eyes condensed, and he said nervously, then you didn't encounter any danger all the way here. He patted the other person's arm with a smile, and said with a smile, are you worried that they will attack me again? Don't worry. It won't be so easy for them to succeed next time. You called me here this time. Do you have any clues to provide me? Sebastião Hodges nodded, leaned forward, and lowered his voice. I remembered where I saw that bearded man. It was in this office building of the Ministry of Justice. If I remember correctly, he should be one of the bodyguards of a big shot in the Ministry of Justice. It's been too long, and I might not remember it if I hadn't walked into this building again. After hearing what Sebastião Hodges said, Fang Lang knew that he was right. His opponent was indeed a big shot from the Ministry of Justice. But Fang Lang didn't understand what hatred he had with this big shot that made him attack him at all costs. Do you remember which big boss it was? Sebastião Hodges shook his head and said helplessly, I really didn't notice which big boss's bodyguard it was. I was attending a meeting organized by the Ministry of Justice at that time. Police chiefs from all over the country attended. I was busy communicating with other people and didn't pay much attention. It was just that when I was in the toilet, the bearded man splashed water on me when he washed his hands, and I glared at him. He also apologized to me, and the matter was over. Later, when the meeting was adjourned, I saw several big bosses from the Ministry of Justice walking out of the building, and the bearded man was among the people in charge of security. As for which big boss it was, I didn't pay any attention at the time. Seeing Sebastião Hodges' somewhat decadent look, Fang Lang smiled and said, it doesn't matter. Hasn't the scope of suspects been narrowed down now? Do you remember which big figures from the Ministry of Justice attended the meeting at that time? Of course, a minister and 2 deputy ministers, as well as the chief of police and the chief justice. The people reported by Sebastião Hodges were all the 5 biggest bosses in the Brazilian judicial system. No wonder all the doubts were focused on Sebastião Hodges, and the entire investigation was completely in trouble. This is a professional. Are you talking about the last Vargas government or the current government? Because the political system of Brazil is the same as that of the Western capitalist world, the heads of these departments are directly appointed by the president. Every time the government changes, the first person in charge will be replaced. But the deputy positions in charge of specific matters are rarely replaced, because the deputy positions are often responsible for specific work. The supervisor is often responsible for formulating policies and conveying the president's instructions. It was from the previous government, but it was too long ago that I didn't remember it for a while. With the clear guidance of Sebastião Hodges, the rest of the investigation is actually much simpler. As long as you take the photo of the bearded man and investigate these big guys to find out whose bodyguard he is, you can basically know who the person who attacked you is. As for how to deal with it next, after finding out who it is, Fang Lang still needs to think about it carefully. After all, according to Fang Lang's estimation, even if he knew who it was, it would be difficult to get specific evidence. In this case, it would be very difficult to send the other party to prison. Moreover, Fang Lang did not intend to send the other party to prison. For the enemies who dared to attack him, Fang Lang's attitude has always been to kill them quickly. Brazilian prisons are simply a joke. Putting such a big shot in prison is probably not much different from a vacation. I understand. I will investigate the rest. But if this is the case, you will be in trouble. Sebastião Hodges certainly understood what Fang Lang meant. If he informed the investigation team of the Ministry of Justice of the clues he knew, he might be killed soon. Chapter 290 Whirlpool. Sebastião Hodges lowered his head for a long while before saying, I've thought about it. Only if I plead guilty can I have a chance to save my life. The current situation is indeed as he expected. If he tells the investigation team, they may find out who is the mastermind behind the scenes. But the greater possibility is that he will be silenced in advance. After all, even his request to see Fang Lang has been delayed for such a long time. Not to mention the situation that is unfavorable to the Ministry of Justice. For Fang Lang, he also does not want to expose the mastermind directly. First of all, it is hard to say whether complete evidence can be obtained after the exposure. Without solid evidence, it is almost impossible to send a big shot in the Ministry of Justice to prison. Even if everyone knows that he did it, it is difficult to give him the punishment he deserves. On the contrary, once he has any accident, Fang Lang will become the focus of suspicion. This is not conducive to Fang Lang's revenge plan. On the contrary, as long as he secretly investigates who is the one who attacked him, he will have many ways to ruin the other party's reputation, and then arrange a good ending for the other party. In this way, he can also retaliate against the opponent as covertly as possible. I know that Sebastião Hodges' choice to plead guilty is also a helpless move, but fortunately Brazil does not have the death penalty. After Fang Lang has avenged the mastermind, there may be a chance to get him out. Fang Lang stood up and hugged him again before saying, "Brother, give me a week to find this guy first." Sebastião Hodges nodded and said to Fang Lang, "Fang, thank you for always trusting me. It is my honor to know you. Don't worry. I won't plead guilty right away. I just met you today and pleaded guilty immediately. It will arouse suspicion. I will delay it for at least a month. I want people to see that the investigation team of the Ministry of Justice is a joke. The entire Ministry of Justice will also become a joke." After speaking, he looked at Fang Lang with some hesitation and finally did not speak. Fang Lang smiled and said, "Don't worry, brother, I will arrange for someone to take care of your family, and I promise that you won't have any worries. After I get rid of the real mastermind, I will definitely find a way to get you out of the sea of suffering." Hearing Fang Lang's promise, Sebastião Hodges rarely smiled. In fact, Fang Lang still believes in him, which makes him grateful from the bottom of his heart. He feels that, if he were in his shoes, he would never treat him like this. After all, there was a time when even he himself began to doubt whether he really planned all this. Only Fang Lang believed that he was innocent from beginning to end. Now he even has to help him take care of his family. How can he not be moved? "Brother, be careful, these high-level bigwigs are black-hearted." Fang Lang nodded, stood up and gave Sebastião Hodges a big hug. "You should be careful too, protect yourself." After saying that, he turned around, opened the door and walked out. Kikingshan at the door saw Fang Lang coming out and then stepped aside to make way for the door. After Fang Lang came out, the Justice Department agents who had been waiting outside the door quickly squeezed in and controlled Sebastião Hodges. Investigation Director Awakens Rivian stood beside Fang Lang with a respectful look and said, "General Fang, I wonder if the suspect has revealed any useful information." Fang Lang glanced at him and smiled. "If he has any useful information, shouldn't he tell you?" On the contrary, when Sebastião Hodges heard Awakens Rivian's words, he seemed to suddenly react and shouted, "Fang, believe me, I'm really innocent." The agents who controlled Sebastião Hodges were stunned when they heard his shouting. They quickly reached out to cover his mouth and dragged him away. Fang Lang didn't react when he first heard Sebastião Hodges' shouting. What was going on? Wasn't he fine just now? Why did he suddenly start to cry out for injustice? Soon he noticed Awakens Rivian beside him, with an inquiring look. With a thought in his mind, he understood what Sebastião Hodges meant. He didn't expect that this old guy, who usually looked stupid, would be so clever. When Sebastião Hodges asked to see Fang Lang had already begun to suspect that there was something wrong with the Ministry of Justice. The investigation director in front of him thought of internal screening as soon as the murderous sheriff was silenced. There was no reason not to infer that there was something wrong with the Ministry of Justice. There must be some speculation as to whether Sebastião Hodges had any clues, but neither Fang Lang nor Sebastião Hodges would believe him. After all, it was because of his order to transfer prisoners and information that the captured sheriff was silenced. Therefore, even if the two had any clues, they would not report them to him. Sebastião Hodges' sudden cry of injustice was obviously intended to mislead the investigation director and make him think that Sebastião Hodges asked to see Fang Lang just to cry out his injustice to Fang language. Otherwise, there must be an explanation for what the two talked about in the office. In fact, Fang Lang was not worried that the other party would ask him what they talked about. If he didn't want to answer, no one could force him. However, Sebastião Hodges might be dragged out and interrogated harshly. Seeing Sebastião Hodges being dragged away, struggling and shouting that he was wronged, Fang Lang was somewhat impressed by this guy's acting skills. Oren's Rivian obviously didn't believe that the content of the conversation between the two in the office was that Hodges was expressing his injustice to Fang language. Because everyone knew that Sebastião Hodges was wronged, it was impossible to call Fang Lang here just to cry out for injustice again. If Fang Lang was not the victim, Oren's Rivian would now suspect whether there was any conspiracy in this assassination. After all, there were secrets between the victim and the suspect that they didn't want the investigators to know. This was obviously not normal. General Fang, if this guy provides any useful information, please tell us, otherwise our investigation will be in trouble. Oren's Rivian said it more tactfully, but Fang Lang could understand what he meant. Isn't it that, if there are clues that are not provided, the real murderer may not be caught? But now Fang Lang knows very well that, even if he tells the other party this news, he will not be able to catch the real murderer. The most likely thing is to alert the enemy or to prevent Fang Lang from having a chance to retaliate. The issue we are discussing has nothing to do with the case. As for what it is, you have no right to know, and you should not know. I reiterate that Sebastião Hodges and I are very good friends. From the beginning to the end, I have never doubted him, and I'm still convinced that he is innocent. So I hope you will exercise restraint when dealing with my friend. In the future, I will arrange for someone to come and check on him every once in a while. If I find that you have taken any means that should not be used against him, I will let you bear the consequences. Please remember what I said. In response to Fang Lang's tough statement, Oren's Rivian had an expression that said, "It's too difficult for me." He didn't know how to continue his investigation. In fact, at this time, he had already vaguely understood something. If Fang Lang's attack was not a conspiracy designed by Fang Lang himself, then the person who launched the attack was the big shot in their Ministry of Justice. Otherwise, no one could calmly mobilize the police's insiders to complete this plan. Moreover, they found a perfect scapegoat. Now, he was just a cannon fodder caught in the middle of the game between the bigwigs. If he really investigated the truth of the matter, he might be silenced. And if he didn't investigate the truth, his career might end here. Thinking of this, he wanted to slap himself hard a few times. Why did he pretend to be so arrogant and exclude all the people from the other investigation teams? He took the entire investigation task on himself. This was a typical case of digging a hole and burying himself. Now it was impossible to push the task out, because after he screened the investigation team of his Ministry of Justice, he found no problems. He immediately started to screen other investigation teams. This action directly caused other investigation teams to be withdrawn by relevant agencies and conduct internal screening themselves. After all, these agencies are not small roles, and there is no reason to let the Ministry of Justice help them with the screening work. If there is really a problem with their people, wouldn't their units be embarrassed? The consequence is that the only one still investigating the case is the investigation team of the Ministry of Justice, and they can't push it away. Of course, in fact, they can't push it away. After all, they are conducting the investigation under the order of the president. The expression of difficulty he showed was not pretended. It was an expression of his true feelings at this time. After Fang Lang expressed his attitude and warned the other party not to take any measures against Sebastião Hodges, he turned around and left the building of the Ministry of Justice without hesitation. The director of the investigation of the Ministry of Justice, Oren's Rivian, was left in the wind. This time, the director of the investigation did not go out to see Fang Lang off, but stood by the window upstairs, watching Fang Lang get on the car waiting downstairs and leave the Ministry of Justice building under the protection of a group of guards. Until the motorcade completely disappeared from his sight, he did not look away, but looked out the window with lifeless eyes, gradually losing focus. At this moment, he was having a fierce ideological struggle in his heart, until a young agent came to him with a folder and whispered, "Captain, Should we remove the monitoring equipment in the detention room? As a result, he found that the investigation director was obviously not in the right state and was not listening to what he was saying. He moved closer to Oren's Rivian and said, Captain, after a long time, the investigation director finally responded. The agent seemed to hear the director say, fuck, I quit. But he didn't hear it clearly and was not sure. Oren's Rivian looked at the young agent beside him and said in annoyance, what did you say? The agent noticed that the investigation director Oren's Rivian looked very unhappy. He resisted the urge to take 2 steps back and whispered, Team leader, should we remove the eavesdropping device we installed in the detention room? Oren's Rivian glared at the silly agent in front of him and said, others have been prepared for your trick and will not fall into your trap at all. You don't want to remove it, but stay in there and wait to listen to Sebastio Hodges' sleep talk. The young agent did not dare to refute. He shrank his neck and whispered, yes, team leader. He quickly left Oren's Rivian's side. In fact, the agent's ears were not hallucinating. Oren's Rivian made a decision during the time he was in a daze. That is to leave this vortex of right and wrong as soon as possible, even if it means sacrificing his own future. He also has to jump out quickly, otherwise he estimates that if he continues, he may die. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 291 Arrangement of Personnel. Fang Lang was not relaxed after leaving the Ministry of Justice building. After all, knowing that his enemy was a senior official of the Ministry of Justice was definitely not a pleasant thing. Now the first task must be to find out who the opponent is and why he wants to attack him. After all, there is no love without reason in this world, and there is certainly no hatred without reason. The motorcade drove on the streets of Sao Paulo, attracting the attention of passers-by. After all, the whole team was a military vehicle with more than 20 or 30 people, and they were not easy to mess with. Fang Lang in the car was thinking at this moment whether someone would continue to attack him. After all, according to Sebastio Hodges, he had applied to the investigation team of the Ministry of Justice to see Fang Lang a long time ago. But Fang Lang did not receive the call for an interview until yesterday. Even if the work efficiency of the investigation team is low, it should not be so low. There is only one possibility, that is, there is a problem with the people in the investigation team, and the time was deliberately delayed. Or, this request needs to be reported to the high-level leaders for approval, and it was finally stuck in the hands of a certain leader for a long time. As for whether any means were deployed during the period of being stuck, it is hard to say. Fang Lang brought a large group of people, just waiting for the opponent to deploy means. At the same time, it was also a deterrent to the opponent. The motorcade swaggered through the city and drove into the office building of Fang Lang Group's headquarters. The security work of Fang Lang Group's headquarters office building has now been taken over by the action team of the investigation department, and more than 30 people were recruited from local retired soldiers to be responsible for standing guard and patrolling. This time, they were stopped when entering the office building. After Fang Lang reported his identity and verified it by phone, his motorcade was allowed in. Walking into his father's office in military uniform surprised his father. The star on the collar badge was really eye-catching. Langer, are you a general? Fang Xinshan said with surprise and excitement. Men. How many people don't want to wield guns and sticks, and how many people don't want to be generals? Fang Lang didn't want to show off his new military rank, but he was happy to see his father. He also unconsciously straightened his back a little, smiled reservedly and said, well, there is no change in the position, just a promotion of military rank. Oh my. The ancestral tombs of our old Fang family are smoking. Thank you for the blessings of our ancestors. Although he is not a general in the hometown, it is also a glory for the family. We must celebrate it well. He didn't come here for this matter today, and there was no time to hold a big banquet to celebrate. Before finding the real enemy, Fang Lang felt uneasy. Dad, it's not time to celebrate now. Please help me call Zhang Ze from the investigation department. Fang Xinshan saw his son's serious face and knew that this was a serious matter. He put away his smile and asked, "Wait a minute, I'll make a call. Did something big happen?" Then he picked up the phone in the office and dialed it. After a while, the call was connected, and Fang Xinshan said, "Ask Zhang Ze from the investigation department to come to my office." Fang Lang saw that his father had hung up the phone, and he did not hide it. He said with a gloomy face, "Yes, the person who attacked us last time has been identified." Hearing Fang Lang's words, Fang Xinshan's eyes became serious and his face became solemn. Obviously, he also took this matter very seriously. However, he did not continue to ask questions and simply waited for Zhang Ze to arrive to discuss how to deal with the matter. Zhang Ze came very quickly. After entering the office, he saw Fang Lang in military uniform, sitting on the sofa in the lounge area, with the star on his shoulder shining. Like a conditioned reflex, he stood at attention and said loudly, "Hello, boss." Then he said to Fang Xinshan, "Hello, chairman." Fang Xinshan did not feel any problem with the order and way Zhang Ze addressed the two. Fang Lang smiled after hearing this, and did not say much. As an officer of the Military Control Commission, it would be difficult to completely subdue Fang Xinshan if he really handed him over to manage him. But it is no problem for him to subdue the other party. After all, his own strength is there. Everything they have in Brazil now depends on him. Fang Xinshan saw Zhang Ze coming in and nodded to him. Fang Lang pointed to the sofa beside him and said, "Don't be polite, sit down." Zhang Ze nodded to Fang Xinshan, then looked at Fang Lang, nodded seriously, and sat upright on the sofa next to Fang Language. Seeing this, Fang Lang smiled and said nothing, but he was very satisfied with Zhang Ze's attitude. "I called you here this time because there is a new direction for my last assassination. I decided to let you investigate this matter." Hearing Fang Lang's words, Zhang Ze's expression straightened, and he said directly, "Boss, the enemy is in the Ministry of Justice, right?" It must be said that Zhang Ze's intuition as an old intelligence is still very accurate. Nodded and said, "Sebastião Hodges remembered who the big bearded man who commanded the gang was." Fang Xinshan and Zhang Ze both looked at Fang Lang, waiting for Fang Lang's answer. According to his recollection, he met this bearded man at a meeting organized by the Ministry of Justice. This man should be the bodyguard of a big shot in the Ministry of Justice in the previous government. But he is not sure which big shot it is. We need to investigate it ourselves. Hearing Fang Lang's words, Fang Xinshan frowned and said worriedly, "Langja, where did you offend the big shot in the Ministry of Justice?" Fang Lang shook his head and said helplessly, "I have never dealt with the Ministry of Justice, and I don't understand why there would be a big shot in the Ministry of Justice who would attack me. However, since he dared to attack me, he must be prepared for my revenge. I want to ruin his reputation and destroy his family." Zhang Ze asked directly, "Boss, did Sebastião Hodges give a specific range?" The meeting was attended by the Minister of Justice, 2 deputy ministers, the Chief of Police and the Chief Justice. "Your task is to find out who it is and why he wants to attack me. Then, see if you can plant a nail next to him. We will never be soft on our enemies. Do you understand?" Fang Lang's tone was very calm, as if he was talking about something that had nothing to do with him, but the murderous intent he expressed made Zhang Ze feel it clearly. Zhang Ze stood up and stood at attention and said, "Please rest assured, boss, we will make him regret choosing to be your enemy. If you have any difficulties, you can ask me." After thinking for a while, Fang Lang still spoke. "Please rest assured, boss, there is no difficulty. Compared with investigating a case, investigating the intelligence of specific people is much simpler for Zhang Ze. There is no need for any legal identity at all, and you can get things done by pretending to be a gangster." Seeing Zhang Ze's confident look, Fang Lang showed a satisfied smile. In fact, Fang Lang's only worry is their language barrier. As long as this problem is solved, Fang Lang thinks that there should be no problem with the rest. Now their investigation department has found several translators, so Fang Lang is no longer worried about this problem. Zhang Ze thought for a while and said, "Boss, do the people in the investigation team of the Ministry of Justice know this news? If we meet them head on, should we?" He made a throat-cutting gesture. Fang Lang shook his head and said, "Don't worry, Sebastião Hodges will not reveal this clue to the investigation team. If the investigation team can find out his identity based on his bearded appearance, they won't have to wait until now. The person behind the scenes must have cleaned up the mess. However, if you really encounter other forces, you are allowed to be ruthless, but you have to do it cleanly. Don't arouse suspicion. Boss, don't worry, we don't look much different from Indians, and we can simply put on makeup and won't arouse suspicion. Zhang Zhe and his friends knew these things professionally, nodded, and didn't say much. Zhang Zhe also stood up and left. After Zhang Zhe left, Fang Xinshan was a little worried and said, would it be bad for us to investigate the senior officials of the Ministry of Justice? Otherwise, let's find out the reason and see if there is any misunderstanding. Sit down together and talk it out. For Fang Xinshan, the senior officials of the Brazilian Ministry of Justice were simply unattainable figures, and it was not wise to go against such people. Fang Lang looked at his father's worried expression. His face became very serious, staring into his father's eyes, and said word by word, "Dad, this is Brazil. Good people are often bullied, and good horses are often ridden. If we know that someone is attacking us, and we don't dare to fight back, there will be more and more people who dare to attack us in the future. Our family will find it difficult to move forward in Brazil. By then, let alone protecting the interests of the Chinese, even our own business may be swallowed up by others. And we Chinese in Brazil will be reduced to the same level as the Chinese in Southeast Asia who are at the mercy of others. This is a war of dignity. It was not started by us, but it must end with our victory. I want all Brazilians to know what kind of person I, Fang Lang, am. What kind of race we Chinese are. Those who offend the mighty Han will be punished, even if they are far away. This is not just a slogan." Fang Xinshan was infected by Fang Lang's emotions and became a little excited. However, the Chinese values over the years still made him cautious. If we go to war directly with the other party, will it cause dissatisfaction among other government officials? Will we be attacked by the crowd at that time? Giving his father a reassuring look, Fang Lang smiled and said, "Don't worry. I'm a rear admiral of the Navy and the commander of Brazil's only aircraft carrier battle group. Let alone the other party is just a figure in the Ministry of Justice. Even if he is the president, I will kill him without hesitation. Besides, if the other party really dares to confront me head on, he will not use such shady means." I don't know whether Fang Lang's strong self-confidence infected Fang Xinshan, or Fang Xinshan also figured it out. Nodded and said, "Well, since you have made up your mind, I will definitely support you with all my strength. But I hope that when you do anything or make any decision, don't forget that you are not alone. Our family is a whole, and we will prosper together and suffer together." Fang Lang understood Fang Xinshan's meaning and his concerns. But he also knew in his heart that the values abroad were different from those in his hometown, and the law of the jungle was the universal value. If you don't want to be coveted by others, you must show your strength and make people feel awe. Only then can you be respected. And this assassination incident is obviously an opportunity to show everyone your tough attitude. After the father and son reached a consensus, Fang Lang discussed his new ideas in Natal with his father. In order to allow his girlfriend to set up a hospital in Brazil with peace of mind, Fang Lang decided to use the opportunity of returning to Sao Paulo to find a Brazilian insurance company to discuss the business of providing medical insurance for group employees. Chapter 292. Condolences from the mayor of Sao Paulo. Fang Xinshan couldn't understand Fang Lang's idea of providing medical insurance services to employees. However, he was very supportive of the idea of setting up a hospital. If you are worried about not having enough patients, I suggest you build the hospital in Sao Paulo. It would be best if we could include our Chinese medicine clinic in it. Wouldn't that mean setting up a Chinese and Western medicine hospital? Fang Lang was a little surprised to hear Fang Xinshan's suggestion. But in fact, there is nothing wrong with this. Setting up a Chinese and Western medicine hospital is equivalent to putting Chinese medicine on the same level as Western medicine. Many Brazilians may not understand or even accept it, but now the Chinese population in Sao Paulo is increasing rapidly. Who dares to say that Chinese medicine has no market in Brazil? After Fang Lang seriously thought about the feasibility of this matter, he slapped his thigh and said, "Okay, we will build our own hospital in Sao Paulo directly. When the family members have any headaches or fevers, they can go directly to our own hospital for examination. Then should we continue to open the Chinese medicine clinic originally planned? When Fang Lang went home last time, he had discussed with his grandfather about opening a Chinese medicine clinic and a martial arts hall. So, Fang Xinshan asked this question. There's no rush. When the Chinese medicine practitioners from my hometown arrive in Brazil, we will ask them for their opinions. My idea now is to hire them as doctors in our hospital first. If his medical skills have stood the test, we can let them choose for themselves. If he wants to set up his own private clinic, we will provide help and support. The most important thing is to make Chinese medicine truly flourish in Brazil. Okay, I will arrange for the construction company to produce the design drawings. When the time comes, the hospital will be built near our village, which will make it more convenient for everyone to see a doctor. When your girlfriend comes, she can live directly at home, which will also be convenient for her to go to work at the hospital. Fang Lang never thought that his father would want Lilith to live directly at home. I'll ask Lilith for her own opinion at that time. I can't make the decision for her. It's okay. When she comes, I'll let your mother talk to him. Fang Xinshan's decisiveness was beyond Fang Lang's expectation. Just when Fang Lang wanted to continue to say something, the phone in Fang Xinshan's office rang. Fang Xinshan got up and walked to the desk and picked up the phone. Hello. This is Fang Xinshan. Oh, it's the mayor. Hello. I don't know. Yes, no problem. Welcome. Welcome. After hanging up the phone, Fang Lang turned his head and said to Fang Lang, Mayor Scalia, I heard that you returned to Sao Paulo and wanted to meet you. I'm on my way here now. After hearing his father's words, Fang Lang frowned slightly. He didn't tell anyone that he came here this time. How did he know? But thinking about his ostentatious behavior in Sao Paulo, he just smiled. Fang Lang and Fang Xinshan still have to show some respect for the mayor's visit. The two of them went to the door of the company to greet him. Not long after standing at the door, they saw 5 cars parked steadily at the door of the group headquarters. Before Fang Lang and others walked out of the door to greet him, Mayor Scalia had already stepped out of the car and came directly to Fang Language. He extended his hand to Fang Lang with an apologetic look. General Fang, I'm very sorry for your unfortunate experience in Sao Paulo. I'm late. When Fang Lang saw this situation, he knew the main purpose of the other parties coming today. This kind of thing can't be blamed on Mayor Scalia, but as the mayor, he must also be responsible for the local security issues. Therefore, he lowered his attitude as soon as he met. Fang Lang smiled and said nonchalantly, Mr. Mayor, you are too polite. Then he made way for Mayor Scalia to shake hands with his father. Although Scalia knew that the greatest influence of the Fang family came from Fang Lang, who was a rear admiral of the Navy. But Fang Xinshan, as the chairman of Fang Yuan Group, is Fang Lang's father, and everyone must give him enough respect. So, when Fang Lang made way, Mayor Scalia hurriedly walked to Fang Xinshan and shook Fang Xinshan's hand. Chairman Fang, as the mayor of Sao Paulo, I'm very sorry that such a bad and vicious incident happened under my governance. Fang Xinshan looked at the mayor in front of him and couldn't help but sigh in his heart that these politicians are so damn realistic. It's been so long since the incident happened, and I've been in Sao Paulo the whole time, but you haven't come to express your condolences. As soon as my son came back today, you immediately came over to show your presence. But these can only be thought about in my heart, and it's impossible to say them out loud to make people embarrassed. Mr. Mayor has many affairs to attend to, and it's impossible for him to ask about every detail. It's not Mr. Mayor's wish for such a thing to happen. You don't have to blame yourself too much. The three of them exchanged pleasantries at the door. Fang Lang turned around and noticed that his cousin Yang Qian was also following Scalia with a briefcase. While Scalia and Fang Xinshan were talking, Fang Lang went over and patted him on the shoulder and said, Brother Qian is here? Let's go in and have a cup of tea. Scalia obviously also noticed the intimate behavior between Fang Lang and his secretary Yang Qian. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly. Yang Qian obviously often followed Mayor Scalia around, but today's location can be regarded as returning to his home. So, he seemed very relaxed and said to Fang Lang with a smile, no problem. He looked at Fang Lang's collar badge and smiled again. I heard that you are now a general. Now I see this collar badge. You are really much more energetic. Fang Lang smiled and said, it is the person who is energetic. What does this collar badge have to do with it? Several people talked and laughed all the way into Fang Xinshan's office. I don't know why you are visiting so hastily today, Mr. Mayor. Fang Lang is now somewhat accustomed to the directness of Westerners and doesn't like to beat around the bush, so he spoke directly. Mayor Scalia was not surprised to hear Fang Lang's question and said directly, Fang, I came here this time mainly for two things I want to communicate with you. First of all, I'm really sorry about your attack this time. I didn't expect such a thing to happen in Sao Paulo. The key is that there was a killer in the police station. This incident has brought shame to our entire Sao Paulo and the whole country. Fang Lang took a sip of tea and said, Mr. Mayor, we are friends, so there are some things I don't have to hide. This incident made me very annoyed. I didn't expect that I didn't fall on the European battlefield, but almost fell at my doorstep. Of course, I know that the responsibility for this matter does not lie with Mr. Mayor. However, I'm very worried about the public security situation in Sao Paulo. As you know, our Fang Yuan group didn't even arrange a security personnel. My father often drives to and from get off work alone. We believe in the public security situation in Sao Paulo very much. But after this incident, we have to re-examine the public security situation in Sao Paulo. In particular, many of our Fang Yuan group's partners have asked me whether it is necessary to slow down the project we plan to put into production in Sao Paulo. Mayor Scalia's eyes immediately became flustered when he heard this. He said nervously, Fang, we are friends. Please help us make it clear to your partners. Our Sao Paulo city government will never allow such a thing to happen again. I came to you this time to communicate with you about Sebastião Hodges. When he was detained at the police station, I personally asked if this matter had anything to do with him. He told me very clearly that someone had definitely framed him. The real mastermind must be someone else. I know that you are also friends with him, and you have told him that you completely believe in his innocence. So, on this matter, our positions are the same. I don't care how powerful this damn mastermind is, how deep he hides. If I find out who he is, I must kill him with my own hands. Looking at the gnashing expression of Mayor Scalia in front of him, Fang Lang couldn't tell how much truth there was in his words. But he made the attitude he wanted to express very clear. Fang Lang nodded in approval and said, you are right. We are on the same page on this point. Sebastião Hodges is indeed innocent. Although he and I are friends, I have to say that he has major flaws in his management of the police department. It is not surprising that he was pushed out as a scapegoat in this incident. The embarrassment on Mayor Scalia's face flashed across his face. General Fang, I'm criticizing you. Fang Lang seemed not to notice his expression and continued to speak. I encountered the same situation when I was carrying out the military control mission in Natal. It was even worse than here. The local police chief and the biggest local gang boss were brothers. You can imagine how bad the local public security situation was. For this reason, I directly mobilized my troops to uproot this evil force and eradicate the entire family. All local police were sent to the barracks to receive professional police training again. The Natal Police School was established, stipulating that all police officers must be selected from the cadets of the police school. Every cadet of the police school is subject to political review. Look at Natal now. The public security situation has changed 180 degrees. A few days ago, the president went to Natal and praised Natal's public security and development in front of us. What? There is such a situation? Mayor Scalia obviously had not heard of this situation and was very surprised, especially when he heard the president's praise for Natal. Thinking about how Sao Paulo lost face in front of the president and the entire Brazilian political arena because of this incident, it was embarrassing to think about it. It's a pity that Sao Paulo is much bigger than Natal. He sighed and said, alas, it would be great if Sao Paulo could also carry out such a cleansing. Unfortunately, our Sao Paulo is too big to withstand such a huge shock. Fang Lang curled his lips when he heard this. What's big or small? Isn't it just that there is not enough courage? After dragging and pushing, Brazil finally became a country where gangs are rampant. This inaction of the government became more and more serious later. When the new crown broke out, the Brazilian government directly chose to lie down, and it was the local gangs that took on the functions of the government. Isolate the infected, and distribute masks and other epidemic prevention materials to ordinary people. Seeing that Fang Lang did not pick up his topic, Mayor Scalia blushed slightly and continued quickly. However, this method of police training and establishing a police school is indeed worth learning from Sao Paulo. Chapter 293 Opportunity to intervene in police affairs. Fang Lang looked at Mayor Scalia's expression and said seriously, Sao Paulo is my hometown, with a unique geographical location and climatic conditions. Its economic strength is always ranked in the top 2 in Brazil. If the poor security environment leads to a large outflow of funds, the future of Sao Paulo will slide into an unpredictable abyss. Then as managers, we all have an unshakable responsibility. The police play a decisive role in the quality of the regional security environment. If the mayor really wants to change the security environment in Sao Paulo, it is very necessary to conduct a thorough reshuffle of the police system. Let the police in Sao Paulo take on the great mission of maintaining social security. Mayor Scalia saw Fang Lang's serious expression and understood that Fang Lang was not joking with him. In fact, he did not want to change the social status quo in Sao Paulo, but the police department was not managed by him alone. He only had the right to appoint the chief of police, but the police was a relatively independent violent agency. There was also a national police headquarters above, which was responsible for managing the police across the country. If Sao Paulo conducts a large-scale overhaul of the city's police system alone, it may encounter resistance from the police headquarters, making it impossible for his reform to proceed. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but sigh and said, Fang, you have to understand that there are some things that I can't do just because I want to. You were able to carry out reform smoothly in Natal because the timing was right. During the military government period, the police headquarters had also lost the management power over its subordinate police departments. Therefore, you were able to carry out drastic reforms so smoothly. And now Sao Paulo has obviously lost such an opportunity. Hearing Scalia's words, Fang Lang's heart moved. It seems that his reform in Natal actually touched the interests of some people in the police headquarters. Will the Ministry of Justice's action against him be related to this matter? However, it stands to reason that a police station in a remote place like Natal would not let the police headquarters or the Ministry of Justice do this recklessly. Suppressing the thoughts in his mind, Fang Lang looked at the mayor and said, since you can't reform the police station, why do you still talk about learning police training and opening a police school? I can't directly ask the police station to reform, but now because of your assassination in Sao Paulo, I can order the Sao Paulo Police Department to make rectifications. Since it is a rectification, organizing all police officers to undergo systematic training, of course the police headquarters cannot refuse. And opening a police school is just to open a new channel for the police department to supply police officers. Every year, the police department has to recruit police officers from the society. The police school we opened can directly send high-quality police officers who have received professional training to the police station, eliminating their training costs. What reason do they have to refuse? Mayor Scalia smiled and said. Fang Lang was thoughtful. In fact, there is no formal police school in Brazil now. The police school he established in Natal can be regarded as groundbreaking. Most other countries now do not have professional police schools. Most police majors are opened in military schools. Brazil does not even have military schools now, and the role of military schools is too great for Fang language. Can the police school he opened in Natal be upgraded? Fang Lang, who had just opened an aviation academy in cooperation with the Air Force, was moved. If the police school could be under his control, Fang Lang would stuff all the retired soldiers of his army into the police school. When the soldiers graduate from the police school and enter the police position, just think about how powerful this will become. Thinking of this, Fang Lang no longer hesitated and said directly, Mr. Mayor, I have already opened the first formal police school in Natal. I think it is unnecessary to continue to open a police school in Sao Paulo. You Sao Paulo Police Department can directly entrust our Natal Police School to carry out police training. At that time, the graduates of the Natal Police School will be recommended to work in the Sao Paulo Police Department. It is the same. Mayor Scalia obviously did not understand why Fang Lang suddenly proposed to help Sao Paulo train police. For a while, he couldn't figure out what benefits this would bring to Fang language. However, at this moment, he was obviously the party who felt guilty about Fang language. Even if it was out of consideration for compensating Fang Lang, he had no reason to refuse this request. That could not be considered a request. Really? If so, it couldn't be better. Please rest assured, I will arrange for the Sao Paulo city government to allocate a special amount of funds to support the construction of the police school and the training of police officers. Fang Lang didn't expect that the other party would actually express the willingness to allocate funds to support the construction of the police school. This was also a pleasant surprise. He nodded with satisfaction, and the expression on his face gradually eased. Mayor Scalia saw Fang Lang's face and felt a little relieved. Although the two of them could be considered friends, the relationship between friends also needed to be maintained. This incident almost killed the other party. It's not that everyone can just let it go, just because they are friends. What's more, his friend's performance was obviously not up to standard. It was not until today that he came to Fang Yuan Group to express his condolences to Mr. Fang Xinshan. Fang Lang remembered what the other party had just said about his opening of a police school in Natal and training of police officers, which might have touched the interests and rights of some people in the General Police Department or the Ministry of Justice. After thinking for a while, he said, if the Sao Paulo city government pays the cost of police training to the Natal Police School, will there be any negative impact? It seems that our police school in Natal has to change its name. A police school without the participation of the police headquarters and the Ministry of Justice is obviously inappropriate. Maybe I should have a good talk with the bigwigs in the Ministry of Justice. Fang Lang's eyes flashed with a sharp light. Now that he was assassinated by a bigwig in the Ministry of Justice, he could retaliate privately and clean up a bigwig. But this incident does not mean that the Ministry of Justice can escape responsibility. Since he is not going to make a big deal about this matter, can he use it to make some deals with the Ministry of Justice? Scalia understood Fang Lang's idea immediately and nodded quickly. It would be great if this police school can obtain authorization from the Ministry of Justice or the police headquarters. Looking at Fang Lang, he seemed to be still thinking about how to convince the Ministry of Justice or the police headquarters. Scalia thought for a while before speaking softly. Fang, since Sebastião Hodges was involved in this incident, our St. Paul Police Department has been under internal investigation. Many tasks have come to a standstill, and I don't have a suitable candidate for the chief of police for a while. I wonder if General Fang can recommend one for me. Fang Lang, who was holding a teacup and thinking, heard the mayor's words, and looked up at him calmly. He understood that the other party was here to give him a benefit today. The chief of police, Sebastião Hodges, must have been caught this time. Even if the investigation results finally showed that he was wronged, he would not be able to continue to stay in the position of chief of police. Moreover, after talking with Sebastião Hodges today, it has been confirmed that the enemy came from the top of the Ministry of Justice. He has no chance to get away and can only take the blame on himself in a month to end this matter. This chief of police must be reappointed. And the appointment of the chief of police is the right of every elected mayor. Now Scalia took the initiative to ask Fang Lang to recommend a new candidate for the police chief, which was obviously a favor to eliminate the impact of his assassination in Sao Paulo. If Fang Lang refused such a good thing, he would be too stupid. Fang Lang smiled and said frankly, no problem, we are good friends. I must help with this small favor. Mayor Scalia smiled and didn't care about Fang Lang's behavior of pretending to help after taking the benefits. Everyone is a fox, and it's enough to understand what's going on. Some details don't need to be cared about at all. Thank you so much, General Fang. I hope the candidate you recommend can take office as soon as possible and quickly launch a cleanup operation against the evil forces in Sao Paulo. Restore the good security environment in Sao Paulo as soon as possible, and escort our economic development in Sao Paulo. Perhaps in the eyes of Mayor Scalia, letting the new director preside over the cleanup of evil forces is a challenge. But Fang Lang is very happy to take this job. After all, using the power of the police to clear obstacles for the development of Hong Gaitang is really the best. This is not a challenge. This is the second big benefit. Fang Lang looked at Mayor Scalia seriously, wanting to confirm whether he did it intentionally or unintentionally, whether he really didn't understand or pretended not to understand the benefits. This incident was obviously not worth the other party's huge price. If the other party didn't know what kind of benefits this anti-gang operation could bring, Fang Lang would never believe it. It seems that the other party's purpose of coming here this time is not simple. For a while, Fang Lang couldn't figure out what the other party's purpose was. But Fang Lang is not a tangled person. Since he couldn't think of it, he might as well ask directly. Mr. Mayor has given me such a big benefit. I wonder what I need to pay? Scalia laughed after hearing Fang Lang's words. He knew that his purpose of coming here today was achieved. At least, the incident about Fang Lang and his son being attacked in Sao Paulo has been turned over. Fang Lang will not make a fuss about this matter again. Haha, General Fang is really a straightforward person. It is my honor to be friends with General Fang. Fang Lang Group is also a company with a sense of social responsibility. I heard that Fang Lang Group recently established a Fang Lang Group General Union and established branches in its various branches. This union has developed rapidly in a short period of time, and almost all the workers of Fang Lang Group have joined this union organization. And this union is not under the leadership of the Labour Party. Is that true? It must be said that Mayor Scalia is indeed a qualified politician. He has a sharp vision and a quick response. Since he mentioned the union, it is obvious that he has taken a fancy to the powerful influence of this union. Haha, Mayor, you are very well informed. That's the case. Please rest assured, Mr. Mayor, our Fang Lang Group is a business group, not a political family. The purpose of our establishment of this union is to avoid being used by some single political group. We don't want our workers to become tools of others. Scalia had to admire Fang language. He had blocked his way before he even started to make demands. It seems that he doesn't want the union to be used by the Labour Party, but he is also reminding himself Fang Lang Group's trade union organization will not be used by him and become his tool. If you want to borrow the power of Fang Lang Group's trade union organization, you must go through Fang Lang Group's organization. Chapter 294 Public Health. Scalia looked at Fang Lang, who was smiling across from him, and wanted to spit on his face. He was rude when he wanted to take advantage, and he started to block his words just when he was about to make some requests. He smiled helplessly and said, Fang, don't get me wrong. I don't have the idea of intervening in the Fang Lang Group union. I'm also very clear about the position of Fang Lang Group and I agree with it. However, I think Fang, you are also very clear that the Fang Lang Group union is a very large organization. Politically, it has unparalleled influence. Whether it is our National Alliance, the Social Democratic Party, or the Labour Party that founded the union, they are all very concerned about this force. Especially your Fang Lang Group, which has nearly 100,000 workers in Sao Paulo alone. And you attach great importance to improving the quality of workers, and have opened many night schools and training courses in the factory. The number of illiterate workers is gradually decreasing, and our Brazilian electoral system determines that this will be a huge vote bank. What I mean, do you understand? Fang Lang thought, do you still need to remind me of this? If it weren't for the purpose of giving all these workers the right to vote, would I be crazy to spend so much energy to open training courses and night schools? Mr. Mayor, please rest assured that we are friends. I can promise you, now that during the election period, the group union can organize workers to participate in the campaign activities organized by you. As for whether you can convince the workers to vote for your candidates, it depends on your ability. Although Fang Lang's reply was slightly different from what Mayor Scalia thought, it was not a waste of time. It was worth the trip to have an opportunity to canvass for voters directly. As for whether Fang Lang would organize workers to participate in the campaign activities of other parties, it was not something he could control. This was the other party's freedom and the right of the voters. Fang Lang Group also had no right to let voters only participate in the campaign activities of their national alliance. Although Mayor Scalia was a little disappointed, as a mature politician, he could not show it. Instead, he said with a smile, "That's great. Fang, I want to express my gratitude to your Fang Lang Group on behalf of our National Alliance." Fang Lang smiled and seemed to accidentally glance at his cousin Yang Kan, who had been sitting behind the sofa, and said, "Haha, Mr. Mayor, you don't have to be too polite. Our Fang family and your National Alliance are a family." Mayor Scalia, who was a little disappointed, noticed Fang Lang's eyes and was delighted. He laughed and said, "That's right, that's right. We are a family. Haha, we are a family. It seems that this trick of finding a secretary is really very useful." Mayor Scalia thought to himself with pride, "If there is anything you need help with, please don't be polite. We are a family and we should help each other." Mayor Scalia continued to repeat and emphasize. Fang Lang remembered the hospital plan he had just discussed with his father and laughed. "Mr. Mayor, since we are a family, I will not let you suffer. How about this? I know that our public medical resources in Sao Paulo are very scarce. In order to repay the mayor for his care for me and my father, our Fang Yuan group can invest heavily in Sao Paulo to build a large comprehensive hospital." Mayor Scalia was obviously caught off guard by Fang Lang's unrealistic operation. "Aren't we discussing unions and votes? Why do you suddenly want to use money to hit me? As the second largest city in Brazil, Sao Paulo certainly has a hospital." The mayor is also very clear about the role of the hospital. It is a very important part of a city's public health. Although the investment in building a hospital now is far less than that of building a hospital in the future, it is indeed a real political achievement. Especially if the strength of this hospital is strong enough, it can improve the happiness index of citizens. Of course, there is no such thing as a happiness index now. It doesn't matter if you don't know what the happiness index is. As long as you know that during your term of office, you have added a large hospital in Sao Paulo for the sake of the health of the citizens, it's enough for me to brag about it. Oh, that's great. On behalf of the municipal government, I would like to express my warm welcome. Tomorrow I will ask the department responsible for public health to come and discuss the construction of the hospital with your company. Please rest assured that our municipal government will give the greatest discount in terms of the construction land for the hospital." In fact, when Fang Lang expressed that the Fang family and himself were one family, he was already satisfied. Now Fang Yuan Group's additional investment in a large hospital is an unexpected surprise. Scalia was very satisfied with what he had gained from lowering his posture and rushing to Fang Yuan Group today. Fang Xinshan knew Fang Lang's purpose of building a hospital, but he didn't expect that his son would use it as support for the municipal government. This is really killing two birds with one stone. He couldn't help but give his son a thumbs up in his heart. After discussing the hospital issue, Fang Lang asked casually, "I wonder if Mr. Mayor is familiar with insurance companies in Brazil. Would you mind introducing me to an insurance company that is relatively large in scale and strength? I have a business deal I want to discuss with him." Scalia looked at Fang Lang in surprise, then said, "Of course. We have the largest Yume insurance in Brazil in Sao Paulo, and their boss, Javid Yume, and I are very good friends. If you need anything, I can help you contact him now." Fang Lang smiled and nodded. "My schedule is quite tight. I have to go to Rio de Janeiro tomorrow. See if you can help me arrange an appointment with the other party today." Mayor Scalia said very readily, "No problem. I'll call him now." After that, he went straight to the desk, picked up the phone and dialed it. After a brief chat, he came back and said to Fang Lang, "Fang, I have made an appointment with the other party. How about he come here for a face-to-face meeting now?" Fang Lang shrugged indifferently and said, "Of course, that's great." Scalia didn't know what Fang Lang was thinking. He thought that the other party wanted to discuss cooperation with the insurance company after the hospital was established. The other party came over very quickly. After all, the business introduced by the mayor should be treated with minimum respect. Under the guidance of the staff, Javid Yume entered the office of Fang Yuan Group and was stunned when he saw several people in the office. He was not familiar with the situation of Fang Yuan Group. He just knew that Fang Yuan Group was a powerful industrial group that was in the limelight in Brazil recently. When he entered the company, he saw soldiers standing guard outside, and he didn't understand why for a while. But when he entered the office, he found that there was an officer in a major general's uniform sitting in the conference room, and he couldn't help but be stunned. It's not that he was afraid, but he didn't understand why he was asked to come here to discuss business, and why there was a general. Fortunately, the first time Mayor Scalia saw him, He stood up and said to everyone in the office, "Haha. My friend Javid, come in." After that, he said to everyone in the office, "Let me introduce you to everyone. This is Javid Yume, the boss of Yume Insurance Company." Everyone stood up and greeted him. Scalia introduced everyone in the office to Mr. Yume. After everyone sat down as host and guest, Javid Yume is a rare middle-aged mixed-race man. Among the Brazilian elites, which are mainly white, he is a very rare type. Before Fang Lang and others could speak, Yume spoke. "Mr. Fang, good afternoon. Thank you for your trust in Yume Insurance. I wonder if there is anything we can do to help you." Yume didn't know much about Fang Yuan Group, so he asked this question to Fang Xinshan. Fang Xinshan actually didn't know Fang Lang's thoughts and didn't quite understand why Fang Lang did this. So, he smiled and shook his head and said, "Actually, it's my son who wants to consult you about something. So, you should ask him." Fang Lang looked at the somewhat embarrassed Javid Yume, smiled and said directly, "Haha. Don't mind, Mr. Yume. Since you are Scalia's friend, you are my friend. I asked you to come here today, mainly because I want to consult you. If our company's employees pay 40 to cruzeros per month, can they buy medical insurance in your company?" Hearing Fang Lang's words, Javid Yume was stunned and said in surprise, "Wait a minute, I want to calculate. Paying 40 to cruzeros per month, then a year is." As he said, he took out a notebook from the pocket of his suit and prepared to start calculating. Seeing this, Fang Lang reminded softly, 42 cruzeros per month, a year is 504 cruzeros. Javid Yume heard Fang Lang's words, raised his head, and looked at Fang Lang with surprise, as if he didn't believe how he calculated so quickly. However, he did not ask, but shook his head and said, "Mr. Fang, if there are only 504 cruzeros a year, we may not be able to cover it. Our company's basic medical insurance project requires at least 1,000 cruzeros per year." Fang Lang calculated silently in his heart that 1,000 cruzeros is about $54, which is not a small amount. Measured by the value of the US dollar at that time, this medical insurance is really not affordable for ordinary people. This is equivalent to using 1/3 of a worker's annual salary to buy the most basic medical insurance. Fang Lang knew without asking that this most basic medical insurance could only cover the treatment of headaches and fevers. Of course, in this era, where colds and fevers can kill people, being able to cure headaches and fevers has already solved the medical needs of most people. This medical insurance will definitely not include the use of expensive drugs such as penicillin. But Fang Lang believes that he can provide such a basic medical insurance to the employees of the factory, and he can also make the workers grateful. What if we buy it for 100,000 people at the same time? According to the average salary level of factory workers, asking each person to take out 14 cruzeros from their salary every month is already the limit. If the factory is asked to take out more money for subsidies, it is definitely not realistic, because Fang Lang is not here to do charity. Therefore, the only way is to use the huge number of insured people to intimidate Javid Yume and see if he can impress him. When Javid Yume heard this number, his brain crashed instantly. This number is more than the number of all the customers of their company now combined. It would be a lie to say that he was not tempted. But Javid Yume's reason still suppressed the urge to agree immediately. He picked up his notebook and continued to calculate. Chapter 295 Estimated Reserves. 10 billion barrels. Javid Yume wrote and calculated in his notebook for more than 10 minutes before he looked up at Fang Lang and said, "Mr. Fang, the minimum cannot be less than 800 cruzeros per year, otherwise we will lose money." Fang Lang stared at Javid Yume for a long time before saying, "Mr. Yume, this kind of insurance policy business with a scale of 100,000 people should not be viewed from a simple risk control perspective. This is a very large amount of money. You should calculate how much investment your company can make with this money. After receiving the premium, the profit from the investment will be countless times more than the premium you simply earn." Javid Yume's face was surprised for a moment and soon returned to normal, smiling and saying, "Mr. Fang, it seems that you are very clear about the profit model of our insurance company. In fact, the 800 cruzeros I gave is the final offer I gave after careful calculation and adding our investment profit. You have to understand that there are no low-risk projects suitable for insurance funds to invest in. If we choose high-risk projects, the return on investment may indeed reach a balance between income and expenditure, but we can't afford the risk. Adding 100,000 customers at one time is a development opportunity that can't be obtained with any amount of money. Mr. Yume, don't you want to think about it seriously? In order to allow the workers to enjoy basic medical services at a relatively low price, Fang Lang also let go of his face. He bargained with Javid Yume, but as the boss of Yume Insurance Company, he obviously did not agree with Fang Lang's point of view. No matter what Fang Lang said, he just insisted that the minimum annual premium could not be less than 800 cruzeros. If calculated at 800 cruzeros per year, the workers themselves need to pay about 22 cruzeros per month, accounting for about 8% of the workers' monthly income. Now Fang Lang is not very sure that he can convince everyone with even 5%, let alone 8%. In the end, Fang Lang could only sigh and shook his head helplessly. I'm really sorry, Mr. Yume. I think we need to think about it carefully. Javid Yume was obviously very excited about this business, so he said helplessly, Mr. Fang, Yume Insurance is very interested in this business. However, the price you gave is too low. If your discussion has any results, you can call me. After saying that, he stood up directly, nodded to everyone in the office, and turned to leave. In fact, this time it can't be considered a negotiation. Both parties only expressed their ideas preliminarily. The reason why Javid Yume chose to leave directly was to give Fang Lang and others time to discuss themselves. He also wanted to return to the company as soon as possible and arrange for the company's financial staff to recalculate whether this project has cooperation value. Seeing that Javid Yume was leaving, Mayor Scalia also chose to stand up and say goodbye to everyone. After leaving Fang Yuan Group, Mayor Scalia asked Javid Yume to get on his car and leave together. Fang Lang stood by the window of the office, watching this scene, with a smile on his lips. Everyone has left. What are you still looking at? Fang Xinshan looked at his son standing tall by the window, and asked in confusion. Fang Lang turned around and smiled. Nothing. Let's see if Mayor Scalia can convince Mr. Javid Yume. How do you know that Mayor Scalia will help you convince him? Fang Xinshan asked with a little confusion. Fang Lang smiled and said, guessed. Hearing Fang Lang's words, Fang Xinshan rolled his eyes and ignored his son. At this time, Mayor Scalia was indeed chatting with Javid Yume about the insurance business that had just been discussed, just as Fang Lang expected. Javid, I think you should take this business, even if it is a loss. When Javid Yume invited the mayor to ride in the car, he already knew that the other party would definitely discuss this matter with him. But what he didn't expect was that the first sentence was to suggest that he should take this business, even if it was a loss. Oh. Why? Mayor Scalia could vaguely guess some of Fang Lang's thoughts, and the purpose of doing this should be related to the union. In fact, once this insurance business is launched, there will definitely be more than 100,000 customers. Hearing the words of the mayor, Javid Yume was shocked. How is it possible? Fang Yuan Group doesn't have 100,000 workers. The mayor actually thinks there are more than 100,000 orders. Who said Fang Yuan Group doesn't have 100,000 workers? Do you know how many workers there are in the 3 automobile brand factories and the corresponding supporting factories? If Fang Yuan Group buys a basic medical insurance for all its workers, what do you think will be the consequences if other factories don't buy it for their workers? So, you should look ahead. This is a real big business. As a businessman, Javid Yume reacted immediately. A light flashed in his eyes that was not easily noticed for a while, but it soon faded away. After a long while, he said, but the offer he gave is too low. No insurance company will accept it. Unless. Then he turned his eyes to Mayor Scalia. The mayor was a little scared and asked nervously, unless what? Javid Yume took a deep breath and gritted his teeth and said, unless the government provides subsidies. Mayor Scalia glared at Javid Yume. This damn capitalist was too greedy. It was not enough to collect money from the workers, but he actually wanted the government to provide subsidies. This was not something that he, a small mayor of St. Paul, could decide. At least it had to be discussed in Congress. However, as a politician, he soon saw the huge political impact that this matter could bring. His heart began to heat up. Javidume saw that Mescalia was lost in thought, but he did not interrupt him. Instead, he quietly began to think about his own problems. For a while, the car fell into a strange silence. At the same time, far away in Alaska, the northernmost land of the United States, a group of workers covered in mud were nervously surrounding a huge drilling equipment and working hard. "Captain, why do you think the company wants us to continue digging in the original well? Do they want to drill through the earth?" A young man wearing denim overalls, a plaid shirt and a cap said to the middle-aged man who was staring at the soil that had just been drilled out and analyzing it carefully. "Someone paid you to drill through the earth. Why don't you do it?" The middle-aged man said without raising his head. "Haha, why not? As long as the money is in place, it's not impossible for me to go to space and drill through the moon." The young man laughed after hearing it. The middle-aged man who was checking the soil on the ground did not continue to answer, but reached out and took out a slightly black stone from the soil and looked at it carefully. He was not sure and put it under his nose and sniffed it lightly. Then he jumped up from the ground as if he had been electrocuted. He shouted, "Boss, boss, come and see. What is this?" In a tent not far away, some people were sleeping and some were holding paper and pens, writing and drawing. Hearing the cry, a middle-aged man with long hair and a sloppy look stood up from the stool and said, "What the hell is that? Can an abandoned well really produce oil? This new boss is also a fool. He knows nothing and only knows how to give orders blindly. He must have too much money to burn." As he spoke, he walked towards the drilling equipment. The man holding the stone piece looked at the boss who was walking towards him and couldn't wait any longer. He ran directly to the sloppy man, handed the broken stone piece in his hand to him and said, "Boss, take a look at this stone. I smell the smell of oil." The sloppy middle-aged man, who was a little disapproving, heard this and instantly became energetic. "What?" He snatched the stone piece from the man's hand and looked at it. The more he looked, the bigger his eyes became. He looked at the man in front of him with disbelief and said, "Did you just dig it out from here?" "Yes, boss. Just dug it out." The sloppy man put the stone under his nose and smelled it, and his face began to flush. He rushed directly to the mud pile next to the drilling rig and searched for it. Soon, several more similar stones were found. The actions of the two attracted the attention of the people around them, and everyone gathered here. The sloppy man looked at the people in front of him with disbelief and said, "There is really oil. There is really oil under here." Ha 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 ha. When everyone heard this, they all looked in disbelief. After all, this well was the one they had given up, and everyone thought it was impossible to find oil here. But who knew that during the winter break, the boss of the company was replaced? I don't know who the new boss listened to and asked everyone to continue drilling down in the original borehole. Everyone originally thought it was a joke, but they didn't expect a new situation to occur today. But for everyone, it would be of great benefit to them if they could really dig up oil. After all, they also get commissions after the oil is produced. So, after hearing that there is really oil underneath, everyone was as excited as if they had been injected with chicken blood. They gathered around the drilling platform and checked the oil-bearing shale that was drilled out. As time went by, more and more gravel was drilled out of the well, and everyone's confidence became stronger and stronger. After another day and night of drilling, the people who had just finished lunch heard a huge vibration from the drilling platform. The people who were resting ran to the side of the drilling platform and watched the drilling platform go down little by little. As the probe continued to go deeper, the vibration became louder and louder, as if the devil from the abyss was about to break out of the ground. But the people around the drilling platform not only did not have a little fear, but also revealed an excitement that was difficult to suppress. It was like a devil believer preparing to welcome the arrival of Satan. The vibration sounded for about half an hour, and a whistling sound like a strong wind blowing through the cave entrance came from the cave. Everyone knew that this was the roar of the natural gas being awakened. An unpleasant smell began to emanate from the air, followed by a stream of natural gas rushing out of the casing, followed by a jet of black oil more than 10 meters high. The nearby workers were soaked in the oil, but no one hid, and they all stood below and cheered loudly. They let the black gold cover their bodies. This was a memorable moment. After years of hard work, they finally reaped the fruits of their labor. Of course, this had nothing to do with the Richfield family. Soon, the news that Global Petroleum Exploration Company had discovered a large oil field in Prudhoe Bay, Alaska, spread like wildfire. Morgan, the second largest shareholder, received the news immediately. He quickly found the famous McNaughton Consulting Company to conduct a resource assessment of the Prudhoe Bay project. When the assessment results were handed to Morgan, he simply couldn't believe his eyes. It was written in bold red pen that estimated reserves of 10 billion barrels. Chapter 296, Discussion on Military Academy. Didn't you just set up an aviation academy with the Air Force? Why are you setting up another military academy? Our military budget can't afford your efforts. Navy Minister General Crook looked at Fang Lang helplessly. General, I'm thinking that it would be a waste if the consultants we hired from the United States were only used to train our aircraft carrier fleet. Anyway, it doesn't matter if you drive a sheep alone or a flock of sheep. It just so happens that our Navy has just received several Fletcher-class destroyers from the US military, and officers at all levels have only received some basic training. Why don't we take this opportunity to let all our naval officers and soldiers receive systematic training? Fang Lang sat in General Crook's office and said to General Crook earnestly, well, that's fine. I'll have someone compile a list for you right away and send them over to receive training from American instructors. As for setting up a military academy, isn't it necessary? After purchasing aircraft carriers and destroyers, our Navy's military expenditure has seriously exceeded the budget this year. The application may be rejected. General Crook obviously understood the importance of establishing a military academy, but the Navy Department, which had just completed a major upgrade of the Navy, consumed too much military expenditure this year. Even if they want to build a military academy, they have to wait until the next fiscal year. The Navy is a high-tech branch of the military, and simple training alone cannot form combat effectiveness. We send officers to foreign military academies to study every year, so it is better to directly establish our own military academy in China. In the early stage, we will hire excellent military instructors from abroad to teach in Brazil, and slowly cultivate our own team of instructors, and carry out strategic and tactical research suitable for our Brazil. Only in this way can we form our own military strategic thinking in Brazil. We can build our Navy into a modern Navy with combat effectiveness in a targeted manner. In fact, Fang Lang encouraged General Crook to build a modern naval school in order to seize the initiative and become the first person to propose this view. Only in this way can he have a chance to get involved in the construction of the military academy in Brazil. At first, his idea was to build a military academy under his control and then put the police school in it. But he soon figured out that it was impossible for him to completely control a military academy with his status. Such a school must be directly under the jurisdiction of the Ministry of National Defense or the Ministry of the Navy. If he is too ambitious, he may end up losing more than he gains, and also lose the police school that he has the opportunity to completely control. It is better to take a step back and stop coveting the rights that are difficult for him to obtain unrealistically, and turn himself into the initiator of the school to obtain the best political resources. Because if this proposal is made by him, then he will definitely have the opportunity to join the establishment of this military academy and exert his influence on some things in this military academy. I know what you said, and I have said it. It's not that I don't want to build a special naval officer school. It's that we really have no funds. General Crook recognized Fang Lang's idea very much, and he also admired his forward-looking vision of taking the initiative to propose the construction of a military academy. But the other party always pestered him and gave him a headache. Hearing General Crook always emphasize the problem of insufficient funds, Fang Lang thought about it and said directly, General, our Navy has no military funds, but other military branches have military funds. For example, the military funds needed for the construction of the aviation academy we established this time are all provided by them. We want to build a military academy, but we don't have to build a professional naval school. Of course, it would be best if we could build a more professional naval school. But now we don't have money. If we don't have money, we still have our army brothers. We might as well pull the Minister of the Army and go directly to Marshal Moraes to talk. See if we can simply set up a Brazilian Defense Force officer school. Put the Navy and the Army directly in one school, so we don't have to pay for it, right? General Crook's eyes lit up and he reacted. That's right. We can use the military funds of the Air Force to build an aviation academy. Why can't we use the military funds of the Army to build a naval officer school? Good guy. Fang Lang's brain is really flexible, and he can think of such a showy operation. The key is that this plan has already had a successful experience, and it can be directly copied and pasted. Wait, then why don't we just add the aviation academy we formed with the Air Force to it? Wouldn't we have a better chance this way? General Crook seemed to have thought of a better way, but what greeted him was Fang Lang's look, as if he was looking at a fool. Crook was so angry that he rolled his eyes and said, "Why are you looking at me like that? If what I said is wrong, just say it directly. Next time you look at me like an idiot, I will punish you to swim 1 kilometer." Upon hearing what General Crook said, Fang Lang hurriedly smiled and said in a flattering way, "General, you misunderstood. This is clearly a look of admiration. Look at how clear my eyes are, how bright my eyes are, and how sincere my expression is." This shameless look directly made General Crook laugh. In the entire Brazilian Navy, only Fang Lang could joke with General Crook so unscrupulously. After all, General Crook has always been known for his strictness in the Navy. But after Fang Lang's contact with him, he found that General Crook was very caring towards him. Especially last time, when someone forced him to be the chief officer of his Marine Corps. The two of them had a good talk, and they completely eliminated the barriers, and were able to discuss some issues openly. In fact, this is also related to Fang Lang's own strength. After all, Fang Lang's aircraft carrier battle group, both in terms of scale and combat effectiveness, has occupied more than half of the Brazilian Navy. In addition, Fang Lang has unparalleled control over this aircraft carrier fleet. It can be said that it has reached the point where a needle cannot be inserted and water cannot be poured in. Even the officers and organization of the Marine Corps, who were just forced in by the Army Department, were eaten up by him. Such a powerful subordinate General Crook must of course pay attention to and be on guard against. Fortunately, Fang Lang has always respected General Crook. If there is anything good, he will always think of him. In addition, the huge age gap between the two makes General Crook feel close to each other like uncle and nephew. Of course, it must be explained here that the relationship between the two is very close. It has nothing to do with Fangio Group's care for General Crook's family. In particular, it has nothing to do with letting his family join the fishery company established with Colonel Percy as shareholders. Okay, kid, just say what you want to say, and fart if you want to fart. Don't play tricks here. General Crook laughed and scolded Fang language. Fang Lang also laughed and said, General, we jointly established the Aviation Academy with the Air Force. This is a matter between us and the Air Force. How can it be confused with the establishment of an officer school with the Army? One is a school dedicated to training pilots, and the other is a school dedicated to training naval and army officers. The directions of training talents are different, so of course they have to be established separately. What Fang Lang said sounded very reasonable, but in fact it was just a lie. Fortunately, General Crook, as the Minister of the Navy, was not a fool. From Fang Lang's few words, he could taste the taste. He couldn't help but scold Fang Lang with a smile. "You are a sly guy. Why don't you just say that we have certain control over both schools, but they can only have influence over one school?" Fang Lang smiled and said, "Although we can exert our influence on both schools, it will also disperse our energy, which is not conducive to the unity of our naval officers. Therefore, I would like to apply to you to hand over the management of the Naval Aviation College of the Aviation College established in cooperation with the Air Force to me. The Navy Department will focus its main energy on the officer school established with the Army." Hearing Fang Lang's words, General Crook had to express his admiration, because he found that Fang Lang always made moves quietly. Often when you think you have seen through his thoughts, he will hide a more hidden mind behind this idea. General Crook had no objection to Fang Lang's idea of controlling the naval aviation. After all, Brazil only has Fang Lang, the only aircraft carrier, and the naval aviation can only be under his jurisdiction. He smiled and reached out his hand to point at Fang Lang and said with a smile, "You kid, you are really a little fox. Okay, it's settled. I will visit the Minister of the Army tomorrow. Are you satisfied now? Fang Lang had originally pointed out his intention directly, so of course he minded General Crook's teasing of him. He smiled and said, "Hey, how come I'm satisfied? Isn't this something that everyone is satisfied with? Didn't you also solve the problem of lack of funds to build a naval school?" General Crook gave Fang Lang a thumbs up and said with a smile, "You are right, we are all satisfied." To be honest, he liked this subordinate from the bottom of his heart and wanted to train him to be his successor. Therefore, he respected his opinions very much in many things. But liking him does not mean not knocking him. So he immediately changed his tone and said in a serious tone, "I'm telling you, I'm handing the aircraft carrier over to you, so don't mess it up. I know you're short of pilots now and can't make the aircraft carrier combat ready. I'll give you enough time to train your own aircraft carrier pilots. However, other positions on the aircraft carrier can't just lie down and sleep. From time to time, you have to let your aircraft carrier go to the coast for me for a cruise. Show up in the international arena and make your presence felt. Let the crew of the aircraft carrier quickly familiarize themselves with their new equipment. You also have to get more familiar with the hydrological and geographical conditions of our Brazilian waters. Do you understand?" Fang Lang understood that this was a reminder to himself that he couldn't just focus on the Air Force and forget his own job. He quickly stood up, stood at attention and saluted. "Yes, sir." General Crook was very satisfied with Fang Lang's attitude. He would never smile when he should be serious. He was also unambiguous when fighting. He nodded to Fang Lang, pressed his hand and said, "Well, there is one more thing you should not forget. Now we have the latest American aircraft carriers, cruisers, destroyers, and submarines. We can't let them stay in the naval port or patrol every day. We have to send various warships to the shipyard in batches and take turns for inspection and maintenance. Do you understand what I mean?" Fang Lang couldn't understand what General Crook meant. Isn't this to let his shipyard pull the tape measure, study these warships, and gain some construction and design experience from them? Lay the foundation for building warships for himself? Without General Crook's explanation, one of Fang Lang's purposes for building a shipyard in Brazil was to build warships. So, without hesitation, he said, "Yes, General. I'm preparing to apply to you to send our U-21 submarine to Sao Paulo for maintenance first." Chapter 297 New Machine Tools and Clues. Fang Lang and General Crook were discussing how to build a military academy in the Navy Department. There is a brand new factory in the northern suburbs of Porto Alegre, the capital of Rio Grande do Sul, the southernmost state of Brazil. There is no sign outside the factory gate. At this moment, a group of people in the factory are staring at a brand new machine tool that is more than one person tall. As the machine tool is running, a bevel gear is gradually taking shape. "Mr. Wilbur Serrano, this is amazing. This spiral bevel gear milling machine made according to your new plan can automatically complete the functions of feeding, retracting, and changing teeth. It can also automatically stop after processing. This is more advanced than the machine tools we made in Germany." A middle-aged man who looked like an engineer was talking to the young man next to him who was staring at the operation of the machine tool. Needless to say, this young man was Wilbur Serrano, the genius machine tool designer rescued by Fang Lang from Germany. At this time, Wilbur Serrano, both in spirit and physical condition, was completely different from when he was just rescued. Hearing the praise of the engineers around him, Wilbur Serrano did not show pride. Instead, he focused his eyes on the operation of the machine tool and said casually, "Don't be happy too early. The quality of the machine tool ultimately depends on the accuracy of the processed parts." The engineer next to him smiled and said, "The accuracy of the processed parts depends on the accuracy of our machine tool parts. We have tested the accuracy of the parts of this experimental machine tool one by one, and it has completely reached the highest level of our German machine tool industry. What really amazes me is that the machine tool you designed can actually work automatically. It is incredible that workers no longer need to control it manually. I think it must be a cross-era product." The engineers around him also sent their blessings. This cannot be blamed on everyone. It is really this new product that has really subverted everyone's perception of traditional machine tools. Although it cannot be called a fully automatic machine tool, it is also a pioneer in the semi-automatic field. Wilbur Serrano ignored the admiration of the engineers around him. Instead, he continued to watch the parts processed on the machine tool gradually take shape. When the machine tool finally stopped automatically, he could not wait to pick up the umbrella-shaped gear part with his gloved hands. He placed it on the platform on the other side and began to test the part with the detection tool. About 10 minutes later, Wilbur Serrano finally breathed a sigh of relief and suppressed his excitement and said, "The designed processing accuracy has been achieved." The people around him cheered loudly. "Successful, we succeeded. Oh. The manager of the machine tool factory is a Brazilian white man named Antonino Oliveira, appointed by Fang Lang Group. After all, these people who were poached from Germany are all machine tool designers and researchers. They are not proficient in administrative management." Wilbur Serrano was appointed as the director of the Fang Lang Group Machine Tool Research Institute. He is mainly responsible for the research and design of machine tools. Antonino Oliveira, who successfully researched the first practical machine tool of the machine tool factory, was overjoyed. The good news was immediately reported to the group company. When the news reached Fang Lang's ears, Fang Lang was pleasantly surprised and wanted to fly directly to the site for a visit. However, Fang Lang, who had just been reprimanded by the Minister of the Navy, was commanding an aircraft carrier to conduct training in the naval waters and could not leave. He could only send a congratulatory message to the machine tool factory and Wilbur Serrano. Of course, the news was also spread in Brazil through the Brazilian Times as soon as possible. For a time, the news that the first domestically produced machine tool in Brazil was successfully developed in the Fang Lang Group machine tool factory was released. Not only did it make various industrial enterprises in Brazil look sideways, it also surprised companies in European and American countries. The Brazilian government was even more excited, and Fang Lang Group's status in Brazil was further improved. At the same time, in an ordinary house in Rio de Janeiro, Zhang Ze was listening to his subordinates' reports. "Sir, we bribed a security guard in the Judicial Department's guardroom. After his identification, the identity of this mysterious bearded man has been confirmed." Hearing the intelligence officers addressed to Zhang Ze, it was known that this was also an old investigator from the original Military Control Commission. "Oh, we finally caught him. Tell us who this mysterious bearded man is," Zhang Ze said with an expected expression. His intelligence officer handed a file to Zhang Ze and said, "His name is Carlo Antonio, a Brazilian of Portuguese descent, 38 years old this year. He was the former Deputy Minister of Justice of Brazil and one of the 4 personal bodyguards of Crediciedi. Although everyone has left the Military Control Commission, some of its habits have not changed. They will create a complete file for every person under investigation or suspicion." Zhang Ze took the file and flipped through it with a murderous look in his eyes. "So, the mastermind behind this is Mr. Crediciedi? No wonder he has such great power." Unexpectedly, the intelligence officer said hesitantly, "But the strange thing is that this Deputy Minister Crediciedi has long been killed in the Japanese mob siege of the presidential palace." "What? Why did the Deputy Minister die, but his bodyguard was alive and well?" Zhang Ze never expected that such an unexpected situation would occur. Since he is a close bodyguard, he should be with the boss at all times. How could the boss die, but the bodyguard is safe and sound? According to what we have learned, Carlo Antonio and another bodyguard were on a rotation break at the time, and the other 2 bodyguards were responsible for protecting Crediciedi. If the deputy minister had gone to see God before the attack, would this bearded man be unemployed? After being unemployed, it would be difficult to trace him if he found another job. However, as a bodyguard, it doesn't make sense for him to mobilize the resources of the police station. Zhang Ze felt that this guy should still be working for the Ministry of Justice. After the death of the deputy minister, has this Carlo Antonio never appeared in the Ministry of Justice again? Yes, the security guard has not seen this guy in the Ministry of Justice since the establishment of the new government. The answer of the intelligence officer was like a bucket of cold water poured down again. If the clue is broken here, it will be troublesome. For a moment, the atmosphere in the whole room became very depressed, and everyone fell into deep thought. After a long while, Zhang Ze slapped the table and said, no matter what, since this guy is a bodyguard for Deputy Minister Crecetti, then the insider in the police station must be related to this Deputy Minister. Even if the Deputy Minister is dead, we must dig out all his traces. Have you investigated the family situation of this Crecetti? The intelligence officer shook his head and said, I haven't had time to start the investigation yet. I just found out the identity of the bearded man and came to report to you. Zhang Ze nodded and said, notify everyone to come here. We need to adjust the direction of our investigation. Yes, sir. That night, all the intelligence personnel of the Fang Lang Group Investigation Department gathered in this ordinary house. Under the dim light, Zhang Ze was standing in front of a wall with a character relationship diagram drawn on it. On the wall was a character relationship diagram of Jess Carlentano. He said to the people in the room, the situation has changed, and everyone is aware of it. We need to adjust the direction of the investigation now. Jetcheng, your first team will continue to look for clues in the Ministry of Justice. Since the police in Sao Paulo can be mobilized for this operation, the Ministry of Justice is definitely not unrelated. Especially this Jess Carlentano. Is it possible that he will continue to work for a big shot in the Ministry of Justice? A thin man stood up and said, yes, sir. Kyo Zhang, your team will start investigating the family situation of our Deputy Minister Crecetti tomorrow. See if there are any clues from his family members. Yes, sir. Ko Dazu, your team will see if you can find out tomorrow about the situation of the other bodyguard who is alive with Jess Carlentano. Since the two have worked for the same employer, there should be at least a connection. Maybe we can know who Jess Carlentano is working for. Yes, sir. Wanilan, your team will continue to investigate Jess Carlentano's family relationships tomorrow. Let's see who's in his family. Are there any new clues? Yes, sir. I don't care who the mastermind is, but since he dared to attack our boss, he must be prepared to fight to the death with us. This is our first battle after joining the boss's team. Whether we can win or not depends on our methods. Let the boss see our ability and role. Do you understand? Everyone agreed in unison. Yes, sir. At this time, Fang Lang was standing outside the bridge of his aircraft carrier Rio de Janeiro, chatting with De La Torre beside him. De La Torre, we are almost at Fernandina on her island, right? Looking at the vague outline of the island in the telescope, Fang Lang felt very familiar. In later life, he often saw this scenic spot, which is known as the most beautiful and best preserved in Brazil, from a distance, but he never had the chance to land on this island. Yes, boss. According to the plan, the end point of our patrol route this time is 20 nautical miles northeast of Fernandina on her island. As the chief of staff of the aircraft carrier fleet, De La Torre was responsible for formulating the route of this training mission. Therefore, he was paying attention to the situation nearby throughout the whole process. I heard that the scenery of this island is very good. Have you ever been there? Fang Lang asked with a smile. Unexpectedly, De La Torre said with a puzzled face, boss, who did you hear this from? The person who told you this is definitely not a good person. This Fernandina on her island is a place for exile of prisoners who would come here for nothing. Fang Lang's knowledge of this island came from later generations. He didn't know that the beautiful island of this period was actually a place for exile of prisoners. Ah, is that so? It seems I received the wrong information. Don't worry too much, we can just go around it. Just as the two were chatting casually, an officer walked out of the bridge, came to the two, stood at attention and saluted. Your Excellency General, the house in front has sent a communication that a suspicious ship has been found. Ignoring the warning of the house, it broke into the route of our fleet. Judging from the direction it is heading, it should be heading to Fernandina on her island. The house asked if it needs to be intercepted. This made Fang Lang stunned. He didn't expect that a simple routine training would have an unexpected situation. He quickly turned around and walked into the bridge. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 298 Unknown Ship. House, this is Fang Lang. Please report the position of the unknown ship. Fang Lang picked up the intercom and called the house command station. Soon, a clear reply came from the intercom. Yes, General. The position of the unknown ship is 026, 28 nautical miles away. After all, it was in Brazil's own waters. In order to avoid overheating of the radar due to long-term operation, the radar on the aircraft carrier was not turned on at this time. The ships of the entire aircraft carrier formation took turns to turn on the radar, and the destroyer house, which was leading the way, was the one whose radar was turned on at this moment. There were actually ships that disobeyed the orders of the Brazilian Navy in Brazilian waters, so Fang Lang certainly couldn't be polite. But now is not a war period, so he couldn't just order others to fire at random. It was 28 nautical miles away, and it would take too long to wait for the house to approach. He was commanding an aircraft carrier now, so Fang Lang said without hesitation, order the reconnaissance plane to take off, and confirm the identity of the unknown ship, as soon as possible. A communications soldier next to him immediately picked up the intercom, and began to convey the order. Fang Lang smiled, and said to De La Tour beside him, I didn't expect that the first time I ordered the plane to take off would be this kind of thing. De La Tour obviously didn't expect that an unidentified ship would appear in Brazil's own territorial waters. He said with a serious expression, Boss, do you want to raise the fleet's alert level? Logically speaking, there should be no enemies near Brazil at this time. After all, World War II had just ended, and countries in the world that were capable of launching wars were licking their wounds. But he was a senior general of the Brazilian Navy after all, leading the most powerful naval fleet in Brazil. He must not be careless. Therefore, he quickly realized that this was not a good time to joke. Even if this was a misunderstanding, it must be treated as a real enemy situation. He turned to De La Tour and nodded. No matter who this guy is, we must treat him as an enemy ship. Order the fleet to enter the first level of combat readiness. De La Tour nodded seriously, picked up the intercom and said, an unidentified ship was found in front of the fleet. Under the order of the fleet commander, the entire fleet is in the first level of combat readiness. Please note that this is not a drill. Repeat. This is not a drill. As the broadcast sounded, the entire fleet began to become agitated. Radars and sonars began to be powered on. Anti-aircraft machine guns and anti-aircraft guns were stripped of their gun covers. Personnel at various combat positions began to enter their combat positions. Soldiers moved boxes of ammunition to the gun positions and loaded the guns with ammunition. The air became heavy. Due to the current shortage of naval aviation, the fleet's naval aviation is still responsible for training new students recruited by the school. Only 2 pilots were selected to set off with the fleet. Fortunately, the naval aviation instructors of the US advisory group are all on the aircraft carrier. Although General Clark returned to the United States to help Fang Lang run the military contracting company, Fang Lang was not sure whether these aviation instructors would listen to his orders and help him perform combat missions. But Fang Lang believed that, since everyone was on the same boat, it should be no problem to give them some benefits and ask them to help. Of course, this was the worst plan. Now only one ship was found, and there were destroyers and cruisers protecting it, so there should be no need for the aircraft carrier to take action. Soon, a carrier-based reconnaissance plane roared from the deck into the sky and flew straight in the direction of the enemy ship. For an airplane, 28 nautical miles can be reached in 10 minutes. So, just when the entire fleet was on high alert, the reconnaissance plane soon discovered the unidentified ship mentioned by the house. The pilot of the reconnaissance plane was Sam Dudley, a Brazilian naval aviation pilot affiliated with the Rio de Janeiro. Today's weather was clear, and there was a clear direction indication. Sam Dudley soon found a small black dot on the sea. He took out his telescope and took a look, and found that it looked like a fishing boat. There was no hesitation, and he flew over at a lower altitude. When he got closer, he saw that it was indeed a fishing boat, and the tonnage of the fishing boat was not large. It looked like it was only more than 50 tons at most. Sam Dudley was relieved. He continued to lower the altitude and continued to observe the other party less than 100 meters away. However, he found that the fishing boat did not have obvious nationality markings. Sam Dudley quickly picked up the communicator and called, Eagle's Nest, this is Hummingbird. Please reply if you receive it. Eagle's Nest received it. Hummingbird, please speak. Hummingbird found that the unidentified ship is a fishing boat of unknown nationality. Do you need Hummingbird to warn and drive it away? Eagle's Nest received it. Please keep monitoring and wait for further orders. Fang Lang on the aircraft carrier quickly received the information. General, according to our aircraft's close reconnaissance, it was found that the fishing boat that broke into our fleet's route was a fishing boat of unknown nationality. The intelligence officer holding a briefing stood beside Fang Lang and reported. Fang Lang frowned when he heard this and asked in confusion, fishing boat? Yes, General. The pilot in front asked if we need to fire warning shots to drive the boat away. Fang Lang thought about it and thought that if it was a fishing boat, it would be normal if it did not receive the warning from the house. After all, not every ship is equipped with radio communication now. It seems that this time there was a mistake. I just don't know why this fishing boat did not hang the national flag. Keep monitoring. Don't fire warning shots. It would be bad if it was our own Brazilian fishermen. We will have the house send someone to board the ship for inspection and then drive them away from our voyage. Yes, General. After receiving the order, the intelligence officer stood at attention and saluted, then turned and left. Soon Sam Dudley received the order. Hummingbird, this is Eagle's Nest. Please reply if you get it. Eagle's Nest, this is Hummingbird. Please speak if you get it. Hummingbird, please keep watch. The expulsion mission will be carried out by the house. Sam Dudley, who was flying around the fishing boat, sighed after hearing the order. It seemed that there was no chance to open fire this time. Then, he found that 2 people on the fishing boat walked to the bow, and they had a long gun in their hands. The muzzle was already aimed at him. Sam Dudley was shocked. Fuck. Because the plane was only more than 100 meters away from the fishing boat. Sam Dudley didn't dare to bet that the other party would not hit him. He immediately made a sharp turn and got away. But he still heard a bang, and the other party had already opened fire. Fortunately, he reacted in time, and with the speed of the plane Sam Dudley did not feel that the plane was hit. However, this behavior of the fishing boat has completely angered him. Firing at Brazilian naval aircraft in Brazilian waters means starting a war. Eagle's Nest, this is Hummingbird. Please reply. Eagle's Nest received. Hummingbird, please speak. Only the gunman of the unidentified ship shot at me. Hummingbird requests to fight back. What? Hummingbird, is it damaged? Reporting to Eagle's Nest, Hummingbird has made a sharp turn and is temporarily undamaged. Please continue to monitor at a safe distance. Eagle's Nest will immediately apply for permission to open fire. The situation in front was quickly reported to Fang Language. This situation was far beyond Fang Lang's expectations. He turned to look at De La Tour and asked, who do you think the other party is? De La Tour obviously did not expect to encounter such a situation in his own territory. I don't know. Could it be a smuggling ship? Fang Lang thought about it and said directly, don't worry about it. Just arrest the other party and you will know after the interrogation. After speaking, he turned to the intelligence officer beside him and said, tell the pilot that I want to be alive. Allow him to fight back, but he must leave me alive. Yes, sir. The intelligence officer who received the clear instructions stood at attention and saluted, then turned and left. Sam Dudley received the order from the Eagle's Nest very quickly. He glanced at the fishing boat not far away, which was celebrating wildly because he had pulled away. He smiled disdainfully. It was too early to celebrate now. He pushed the rudder and flew directly to the right behind the fishing boat. He muttered, since the people above want to take you alive, it's okay to make you lose power. After that, he aimed the nose of the plane at the tail rudder of the fishing boat and fired a burst of bullets. The 12.7mm aircraft machine gun was very powerful and directly tore the tail of the fishing boat apart. The people on the boat obviously did not expect that the plane's revenge would be so fierce. It was just a short burst of fire, and the fishing boat lost power and its speed dropped directly. What's more terrifying is that the machine gun shot through the rear cabin and the fishing boat began to take on water. The people on the boat were scared and screamed. It also made the few people with weapons in their hands more fierce. They picked up their rifles and started shooting at Sam Dudley's plane. Fortunately, Sam Dudley had anticipated this and pulled away directly after hitting the fishing boat. This made the counterattack on the fishing boat seem so weak. After opening fire, Sam Dudley seemed much more relaxed. This trip was not in vain. A small short burst of fire made the opponent lose the ability to resist. Although the target was a small fishing boat, it seemed a bit unfair for him to win. But Sam Dudley didn't care at all. Now it is a peaceful time. It is already quite rare to have a chance to fight in real combat. What else can you expect? Looking at the fishing boats that are getting slower and slower on the sea, Sam Dudley knew that his goal had been achieved. Now the fishing boat is just a live target floating on the sea, and there is no chance to escape from his control. Soon, a huge destroyer appeared in his sight, and Sam Dudley flew past the side of the destroyer in a plane. At the side less than 50 meters away, he gently shook his wings as a greeting. The crew on the ship also waved to him. Sam Dudley smiled with satisfaction. Well, this feeling is great. This huge destroyer was naturally the meritorious battleship House that Fang Lang had commanded. 2 transport boats were lowered from the destroyer. 2 teams of fully armed marines rushed to the fishing boat floating not far away. Sam Dudley did not leave because his own aircraft carrier was very close here and his own cruising range was completely sufficient. He certainly did not want to miss such an interesting thing, so he drove the plane and flew towards the fishing boat in a finished shape above the 2 transport boats. The people on the fishing boat were obviously also frightened by the huge destroyer not far away. One of the captain-like people screamed a few times, and all the crew members raised their rifles with serious faces and aimed at the transport boats and planes that were getting closer and closer. Sam Dudley was driving the plane, and the angle was relatively high, so he was the first to see the movements of the people on the boat. He was shocked. What kind of fishing boat is this? Everyone can take out their weapons. They can't be pirates. As he was thinking about this, he pulled the joystick and started to climb upwards. Chapter 299 Arms Smuggling. The communication methods of this era were not very advanced, and Sam Dudley had no way to get in direct contact with the Marines on the 2 transport boats. It was too late to remind the soldiers on the transport boats that the other party was aiming their guns. Therefore, after the plane climbed to a safe altitude, it directly lowered its nose and fired warning shots at the waters next to the fishing boat. The gunners on the fishing boats obviously knew that the large caliber machine guns on the planes were not easy to mess with. At the moment the gunshots rang out, they all lowered their bodies and hid on the deck. When they heard the gunshots stop and found that the fishing boats were not hit, they all breathed a sigh of relief. The actions of the reconnaissance plane naturally attracted the attention of the soldiers on the 2 transport boats. This is a warning to the people on the fishing boats. Why warn? It must be that something unusual has been discovered. Therefore, the Marines began to be cautious. They raised their weapons and aimed at the direction of the fishing boat from a distance. I don't know what the people on the fishing boats think. Just when they confirmed that they were not hit, someone raised his rifle again and shot at Sam Dudley's plane. Bang bang, 2 gunshots. It is impossible to hit the high-speed reconnaissance plane. But these 2 gunshots also made the Marines on the transport boats highly nervous. It seems that this fishing boat is 100% problematic, either smuggling or drug trafficking, and there may be serious problems. The squad leader in charge of command on one of the transport boats directly said to the machine gunner on the transport boat, "Damn, this gang of bandits is very fierce. Give them a burst of bullets as a warning shot. If they dare to resist again, I will not be polite." Hearing the squad leader's order, the machine gunner who had been standing on the transport boat, holding the M2 heavy machine gun fixed on the transport boat, smiled and responded, "Understood, sir." After that, he pulled the bolt and fired a burst of bullets at the bow of the fishing boat. This shot was not aimed at people, but the large caliber bullets hit the hull, making a ding-dong metal collision sound. It still scared everyone on the boat and trembled all over. Sam Dudley, who had been on alert in the sky, breathed a sigh of relief when he found that the people on the fishing boat were lying on the deck and seemed to be afraid to move. The transport boat on the destroyer was not as large as the fishing boat and was not as high as the fishing boat. Therefore, when the people on the fishing boat lay low, the Marines could not find the enemy targets at all. Fortunately, there was a reconnaissance plane in the sky to cooperate. The enemy did not dare to stand up and shoot at them, and they were able to safely approach the fishing boat without any international logo. Quick, get on board, get on board. Under the threat of the heavy machine gun on the transport boat, the Marines finally successfully boarded the ship. The fully armed Marines aimed their guns at the enemies hiding behind the side of the ship. Don't move, hold your head with your hands, and lie on the ground. At this time, the enemy had already realized that the situation was over and faced the black muzzles of professional soldiers. Most people followed the orders of the soldiers. But no matter where you are, there are occasionally some diehards who would rather die than surrender. After the soldiers boarded the ship, a short and strong young man lay on the ground motionless like the others, but he hid his hands under his body, not holding his hands above his head as required. This quickly attracted the attention of the Marine squad leader. After aiming the gun at the guy, he shouted angrily, "Hold your head with your hands, I'm talking to you. Put your hands where I can see them." As the squad leader called, other soldiers also noticed this alternative guy. They turned their guns and aimed at this guy to prevent accidents. But no matter how the squad leader shouted, this guy seemed to be deaf and motionless. A soldier was closest to this guy and stepped over an enemy lying on the ground and came to this guy. He pointed the gun at his head and shouted, "Asshole, take your hands out, quickly, or I will shoot." Perhaps he felt the cold touch of the gun muzzle on his head. The short and strong man lying on the ground slowly turned his head and smiled at the soldier, but this smile was not the kind of smile that makes people feel warm, but a kind of grin that makes people feel cold. The soldier's heart tightened when he saw the yellow teeth in his mouth, and he raised his gun to shoot, but he saw the guy turned over directly, revealing the 2 grenades in his hand. As he turned over, the pull ring of the grenade bounced open. Then he heard the guy yelling, "Board, board." The soldier knew that the guy had bad intentions when he saw his hideous smile. The moment he saw the grenade in his hand, bang, the gun in his hand went off. The guy who was just shouting half load was shot through the head. But the 2 grenades in the guy's hand had already rolled onto the deck of the fishing boat. In a flash, the soldier pulled the trigger while shouting "grenade." Then he rolled on the ground and lay on the deck 2 or 3 meters away. The attention of the Marines around him was also attracted by this sight. They reacted immediately and looked for shelter nearby and lay down. Some soldiers simply jumped directly into the sea. Then, loud noises were heard, boom and boom, and the whole fishing boat was shaking. Then there was the sound of metal shrapnel falling to the ground. Sam Dudley, who had been hovering above the fishing boat, saw that the Marines had boarded the fishing boat and thought that everything was fine. When he was about to leave, he heard loud noises below. He turned his head and looked down and saw 2 clouds of black smoke floating on the fishing boat. Knowing that an accident had occurred below, he quickly lowered his altitude and wanted to get closer to observe the specific situation. At this time, the fishing boat was already in a mess. Because the Marines reacted in time, except for 2 people who were scratched by the flying shrapnel, no one else was injured, but the 2 fishing boat crew members lying next to the short and strong young man were in a miserable situation. The grenade just rolled to their side and exploded. There was almost no way to hide, and they were directly sent away by the grenade. This unexpected situation made the Marine squad leader angry and cursed. The soldiers were more cautious and rough when arresting the remaining prisoners. The enemies didn't know whether they were dazed by the grenade or had accepted their fate. They didn't resist and were soon tied up by the soldiers and forced to squat aside. After dealing with the situation on the deck, the soldiers began to advance into the cabin. Fortunately, all the enemies had gathered on the deck and no unexpected situation had occurred in the cabin. No enemies were found hiding. Squad leader, come and take a look. A soldier opened a wooden box in the cabin and found a row of M1 Garand rifles inside. The squad leader stepped forward and was also shocked. Damn, no wonder they are so desperate. They turned out to be smuggling arms. Count the specific number of these guys immediately. We need to report to the fleet headquarters. There were more than 30 wooden boxes of this specification in the cabin. There were more wooden boxes of other specifications. Without counting them, you know that there are at least more than 300 M1 Garand rifles in them. Yes, sir. Several soldiers stepped forward and opened the wooden boxes one by one to confirm the goods in the boxes. Fang Lang, who was on the Rio de Janeiro, soon received a detailed report. General, this is an arms smuggling ship. There are 300 M1 Garand rifles, 80 Thompson submachine guns, and 10 M1919 Browning medium machine guns on board. There are 50 boxes of grenades and some ammunition. The intelligence officer reported to Fang Lang with the report. Arms smuggling ship? Where are they going? Fernando de Noronha Island? Fang Lang was puzzled. De la Tour did not expect it to be an arms smuggling ship. Brazil does not ban guns, but the arms on this ship are obviously not civilian firearms. These are all active equipment of the United States. Looking at the direction they are heading, it's obviously Fernando de Noronha Island. Boss, maybe this time we really have to go to the beautiful island you mentioned to take a look. Fang Lang naturally thought that there was nothing wrong with it. He turned to the intelligence officer beside him and said, since the other party's arms are going to be delivered to Fernando de Noronha Island, let's send the reconnaissance plane to the island to investigate first and see if we can find any abnormalities. Yes, sir. The intelligence officer stood at attention and saluted and was about to leave, but was stopped by Fang language. Also, let them find out who these guys are. Are they full-time arms dealers? To sell US military equipment, have they obtained authorization from Shatter Company? Don't wait for the flood to wash away the Dragon King Temple. Fang Lang only then remembered that the only seller of US equipment was Shatter Company. As a major shareholder of Shatter Company, it would be embarrassing if he wiped out his company's salesperson later. The intelligence officer didn't quite understand what the flood meant by washing away the Dragon King Temple, but other questions were easy to figure out. De la Tour knew something about the existence of Shatter Company. After hearing Fang Lang's words, he smiled and said, "Boss, you're worrying too much. With the size of Shatter Company, it's impossible to do such a small business. With these guys' equipment, they probably don't even have a chance to become subordinates of Shatter Company." Fang Lang thought it should be so. After all, there was at most a battalion's equipment here. It was estimated that Shatter Company's salesmen were not interested in participating. Fang Lang smiled and shook his head, saying indifferently, "There's nothing we can do. The intelligence reported by these guys is incomplete, and we don't know the identity of this group of people now. We can only wait for them to ask clearly before we can confirm how to deal with it." As he said, he continued to raise the telescope in his hand and looked at Fernando de Noronha Island not far away. He casually asked, "Don't you think it's a waste to use such a beautiful island to exile prisoners? I think it can be used as a forward base for our naval aviation. If it is well built, it will be an unsinkable aircraft carrier." De la Tour was also stunned when he heard this. Fernando de Noronha Island is less than 400 kilometers away from Natal and 550 kilometers away from Recife. The geographical location is indeed very advantageous. If there is really a base on it, it is equivalent to a military base in the northeast corner of Brazil, which is more than 400 kilometers ahead of the Atlantic Ocean. It's a pity that Fernando de Noronha Island is just a volcanic island and there is no suitable deep water dock. It is impossible to moor large ships. Otherwise, it would be better as a naval base. Just as the two were discussing the island, Sam Dudley, who received the order, had already turned his plane to this beautiful island. Fernando de Noronha Island is actually an archipelago consisting of 20 nearby small islands with a total area of 26 square kilometers. Being able to see a string of green islands on the endless sea is a visual enjoyment for Sam Dudley. It is much more interesting than always staring at the blue sea. Chapter 300 Suspicious Target. At this time, the people on Fernando de Noronha Island obviously did not welcome this uninvited guest. "Sir, there is a plane flying towards the island from the northwest. Should we shoot it down?" A short Asian man bowed respectfully to a middle-aged short and fat Asian man sitting on a mahogany chair. "Why should we shoot it down? Just let the plane come. There is no place for him to land on the island. What can he see? Let our people hide in the woods, and don't let him see us." The middle-aged short and fat Asian man waved his hand casually, although the action looked casual and imposing. But when he spoke, the sound of air leaking due to the missing of several front teeth was a bit funny. The short Asian man took the order directly and turned away. A man with grey hair sitting nearby said to the middle-aged man, "Mizuno-kun, should we be careful? We have been on the island for so long, but we have never encountered an airplane." The short and fat middle-aged man called Mizuno-kun smiled and said, "Don't worry. This is a place where Brazil exiles prisoners. No one would be so bored as to come here for inspection. Besides, even if they come to inspect, we don't need to be afraid, because we are prisoners who were exiled here." The grey-haired man said, "But Brazil is expelling us now. If others find out that we are still in Brazil, will it?" The short and fat man called Mizuno-kun patted the arm of the white-haired man beside him and said, "Kobayashi-kun, don't worry. Since I can send our ship to this island, I will naturally be able to ensure our safety. When the munitions we purchased are delivered, we can kill all the other prisoners on the island. By then, there will be only us Japanese on this island. And this will also become an overseas territory of our great Japan. When the time comes, His Majesty Cheyenne Huang may directly confer me the title of noble." The white-haired man called Kobayashi-kun was obviously not as confident as Mizuno-kun, although he seemed to agree with Mizuno-kun's statement and kept nodding. But when he lowered his head, his face showed a kind of disdainful mockery. "Yes, Mizuno-kun is still amazing. He was able to let those Brazilians send us to this island. Once we can completely occupy this island, we can be considered to have expanded the territory of the great Japanese Empire. When Mizuno-kun is conferred the title of noble by His Majesty Cheyenne Huang, please give him more support." Mizuno laughed after hearing what Kobayashi said. He patted Kobayashi on the shoulder and said, "Don't worry, Kobayashi-kun. Mizuno will never forget Kobayashi-kun's contribution." Sam Dudley, who was far above the island, first flew along the coastline of the island and did not find anything unusual. Then he flew to several places with houses on the island for careful observation, but still did not see anything unusual. There were many farmers busy in the farmland, but there was nothing unusual about it. After all, this island was just a place for exile of prisoners, not a prison. So the prisoners on the island could move around. The farmland on the island was obviously a self-sufficient food source for the prisoners. Just when Sam Dudley was about to report that he had seen nothing unusual, he found a farmland near a wood where several Indian farmers were gathered together and pointing at the woods not far away. After his plane flew over their heads, they just looked up at him, then pointed at the woods not far away and laughed, as if they had seen something funny. The mocking mood could be felt by Sam Dudley, who was 100 meters in the air. Sam Dudley's heart moved, and he lowered the plane's altitude and flew over the farmland near the woods. He swept his eyes across the woods and soon found the target of their ridicule. It turned out to be a group of Asians hiding in the woods. Sam Dudley shook his head, thinking that these people were really surprised. They were probably a bunch of bumpkins who had never seen an airplane. They were scared by the plane they were flying. It was not like he had never encountered this situation before, so he smiled nonchalantly. He thought he was too sensitive. He didn't care too much and directly pulled up the plane to fly somewhere else. The area of Fernandina on her island was not large. After 4 or 5 rounds, he had basically surveyed the entire island. He didn't find anything suspicious. At this time, Fang Lang received the House's investigation report on the arms smuggling ship. Report, General. The situation has been verified. This group of people is a gang organization in Recife. Recently, someone approached them to buy this batch of arms. Their boss arranged for them to deliver the goods to their door. They don't know who the buyer is, but according to their boss, the person who paid is a big shot in Brazil. Only their boss knows who it is specifically. The other party arranged an escort, but when we boarded the ship, the person in charge of the escort wanted to detonate a grenade and die with us, and was killed by our soldiers. The situation reported by the intelligence officer made Fang Lang stunned, and he said with some confusion, "For this kind of arms transaction, shouldn't the money be paid and the goods be delivered at the same time? Why do I hear that this means that someone paid this gang organization? Then the gang will directly deliver the goods to the designated location and hand them over to another person." The intelligence officer nodded and said, "Yes, General. Is this gang so honest in doing business? After receiving the money, will they really be responsible for delivering the goods to the door? Aren't the people who give the money afraid that the gang will swallow the money directly?" Yes, General, according to the person in charge of delivery, the person who paid is a big shot. Their boss can't afford to offend. Now, Fang Lang found it really interesting. Smiling, he turned to Delator, who was thinking on the side, and said, the big shot in Brazil paid the gang to buy arms and entrusted the gang to transport them to a small island dedicated to exiling prisoners. What is this for? Delator glanced at the intelligence officer and asked, do they know who the recipient is? They don't know, only the person in charge of escorting knows. But that person is dead. Fang Lang smiled and asked, do they know who the person in charge of escorting is? Those gangsters said that the person in charge of escorting didn't say a word the whole time. It was also the first time they saw this person. They didn't know who he was. However, our soldiers heard the guy in charge of escorting when he pulled the grenade, shouted Banzai. Upon hearing this, Fang Lang stood up and stared at the intelligence officer in front of him and said, what did you say this person's name was? The main reason was that the accent of the intelligence officer was also a little wrong. After all, after being retold several times, it would be a miracle if a foreign language could be authentic. However, Fang Lang immediately heard a familiar taste from this ambiguous word. The intelligence officer obviously did not expect Fang Lang to react so strongly. He hurriedly recalled it carefully before saying, according to that soldier, it seems to be Banzai. Fang Lang already had a guess in his mind, but the intelligence officer was obviously not familiar with this word. Send that soldier here immediately. I want to hear him repeat it himself. The intelligence officer did not hesitate and saluted immediately. Yes, General. Delator beside him was confused and asked Fang Lang with a puzzled look, boss, do you know what this sentence means? Fang Lang's expression was serious, and he nodded to Delator and said, if I'm not mistaken, this guy should have shouted on board. This means long live in Japanese. Delator has also been to Japan, but he is not familiar with Japan. Of course, he is not sure what it means. However, he is still very convinced of Fang Lang's judgment. Boss, you mean this is a Japanese? Fang Lang nodded seriously and said, yes, only the Japanese would do such a crazy thing and shout such slogans. After hearing Fang Lang's words, Delator also said with a serious expression, since the Japanese mob besieged the presidential palace, all parts of Brazil have repatriated the Japanese. How could there still be Japanese in Recife? Fang Lang touched his chin and said, it should not be just in Recife. As he said that, his eyes were already looking at Fernandina on her island, which was vaguely visible in the sea. Delator followed Fang Lang's gaze and quickly reacted. Boss, you mean there are Japanese on Fernandina on her island? Isn't it obvious? Fang Lang unconsciously put on a sneer. Delator certainly knew Fang Lang's disgust for the Japanese. He understood it when he thought about what they did in Japan when they served as the Japanese occupation forces. For Fang Lang, hostility to the Japanese is politically correct. So he said without hesitation, boss, why don't we send troops to the island directly and kill all the Japanese? Fang Lang pondered for a while and shook his head and said, don't rush now, we are just guessing now. Let's first confirm whether the guy in charge of the escort is a Japanese. Then confirm whether there are really Japanese on the island. If everything is true, we also have to find out what these people want to do by buying arms. And who is the Brazilian big shot who is responsible for payment. Delator understood what Fang Lang meant and nodded. Soon, the reconnaissance plane landed on the aircraft carrier. The intelligence officer took Sam Dudley directly to the bridge, where Fang Lang was, and reported the situation to Fang language. General, this is Sam Dudley, the reconnaissance pilot who just flew back. Fang Lang and Sam Dudley knew each other. After all, there were only 10 pilots in the entire aircraft carrier formation, and it was impossible not to know each other. Sam Dudley didn't expect that the intelligence officer would bring him directly to meet the commander. He immediately stood at attention and saluted. General Sam Dudley has completed his reconnaissance mission and is here to report. Fang Lang smiled and saluted back. Sam Dudley did a good job. This is our first combat mission after Brazil officially equipped the aircraft carrier. How do you feel? Hearing this question, Sam Dudley laughed so hard that his back teeth were almost exposed. He said excitedly, General, it feels great. Everyone laughed. Fang Lang patted his shoulder and said, "Hahaha, I'm glad you feel happy. Did you find anything unusual on the island this time?" Hearing Fang Lang asking about his mission, Sam Dudley quickly straightened his attitude and saluted solemnly before answering. "General, because I don't know who the target is this time, I can only circle over Fernando Dina on her island 5 times. After my inspection, I didn't find any suspicious targets." Fang Lang nodded and asked, "Did you see any Japanese on the island?" Sam Dudley was stunned by the question. What does it mean? The enemy is the Japanese? Then, he quickly remembered the Asians he saw hiding in the woods. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.